I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. Hello, jurors. Hello. Good morning. Come on in. Take your seats. It's a good morning. It's a good morning. It's a good day. We have court starting a little bit later than normal today. But I had planned on starting at 11 my time, noon Eastern, where our trial is. But I finished everything early, and I figured we'll take a few extra minutes and enjoy our precious time together. So I started a few minutes early so we could hang out for a few minutes first. Regina Crawford, member for 6 whole months. I love living here. Oh, yes. Oh, it's our anniversary. Before I forget to, I did the top 3 today. Regina Crawford, happy 6-month anniversary. I'm so happy to have you be a part of the family. So happy to have you here. Happy anniversary. Advocate, hello, my love. Hello. Advocate, welcome back, I should say. Renewing your membership. Thank you so much. Advocate was actually the very first mod ever. When I said I was going to live stream, she was like, do you need a mod? And I was like, oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. How's this work? So she was very first mod. Welcome. I'm glad you are here. I'm glad you're here. Happy. Because I know it says became a member, but you're really renewing. So happy anniversary, renewal, whatever we're doing here. Happy vow renewal. Advocate, it is good to have you here. Oh, good morning. Did I move? No, I just moved my desk. So normally you're seeing this wall, but now you're seeing behind me instead. So it is still my place, just a different view. I want to welcome in the first 3 to the tailgate real quick. Welcome to our first in the tailgate. So glad to have you here. So glad to have you here. Oops. Wrong button. Getting the party started, getting everything going. And look who decided to show up. Little Miss Thang. In case you haven't noticed, I did her hair in like 3 little ponytails to keep it out of her face because these parts are like too short sometimes. And so her 3 little bows match the 3 colors of her jacket. You'll see it when she stands up. Christine D, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to you. Christine D, 7 whole months of living here. Welcome. Looking forward to the next 7 months and 7 years and 7 decades. Thank you for being here. Also, before we even got started, Candace Hoff, mod extraordinaire, gifted 5 memberships, and they went to History and Crime with Robin, Jennifer Williams, Mary Patterson, Kenneth White, and Catherine Green. So welcome. Catherine Green, you are in green. Kenneth White, Mary Patterson, Jennifer Williams, History and Crime Romney, y'all are all in green now. Congratulations to you. Candace Hoff, mod extraordinaire. Thank you so much for decking our members out in green. You the best. I also saw where is it Paget Tilsner became a member. So we have a new family member. Welcome to you. I'm probably saying it wrong, huh? Paget. Miss Tilsner, welcome. Glad to have you here. Welcome to the family. You live here now. I also wanted to tell y'all, I've got to go by again today because I know some stuff got delivered the other day, but I haven't. I went Friday. I went to the mailbox Friday afternoon, and I got a few things. I got a beautiful card. I got a couple beautiful cards. But this is funny. Look, going home. What do you mean I'm going home? I'm Dancer. Damn it. Look, it's Dancer. It's like the Dancing with the Stars thing. And they're wanting to send Dancer home. And Dancer's like, what do you mean I'm going home? I live here, he says. So Kathy Davidson, thank you for the beautiful card. And I also got a beautiful card and this really pretty, I don't know if you can see it. You can't really see it. It's like a really pretty bracelet and it says fearless on there. I got that from Aaron. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. I love it. It's beautiful. I've had it on since Friday when I picked it up. And I also got, this is hilarious. But it didn't have a name on it. I don't know who sent it. But it's a candle and it smells really freaking good. And I wanted to light it this weekend. I actually wanted to light it this morning too, but then I didn't because I was like, I felt like obligated to thank you before I lit it. But it says, my last nerve. Oh, look, it's on fire. Isn't that funny? But it didn't have a name. So I need to know who this is from so I can say thank you. It is, and now that I've said thank you, can I light it? I really want to light it. I got to go get a lighter in a minute. It smells so good and I want to smell it, but I haven't been able to. So I need to know who it came from so that I can say thank you because it did not have a name on it, but I loved it. I do love it. And it's really freaking funny, actually. My last nerve. Look, it's on fire. So funny. So thank you for those. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it so much. It's always exciting to who sent it? It didn't have a name. I didn't know. I need to know. It's not for me, but you have my permission to light it. Oh, this is Holly Mack. Oh, Holly Mack. Oh, look at me. I'm getting presents on Holly Mack's birthday weekend. Thank you so much, Holly Mack. Do I have permission to light it now? Because it smells so good. It smells so good. I gotta go get a lighter. I have a candle lighter somewhere. I just have to find it, but we're gonna light it. I appreciate the love y'all show me. Y'all are the best. Y'all are so sweet. She said I could. Yes. We're gonna, oh, my arm. So we're gonna light that. I'll try not to set my house on fire. Also, there are a couple things that I wanted to show too while we're waiting. We have a task. We have a request. Oh gosh. I have like a, I didn't get a gnome. I didn't have anything else in there. I'm going again today though. Because I know that when I went to the mailbox Friday, there was like all the stuff that got delivered Friday and Saturday was still not there yet. Even the stuff from Friday had not been put in mailboxes yet. So I'm going to go again today after my doctor's appointment. We have a task. We have a request. There are 2 new furry jurors who need names. So this is them. They're wrestling. And it's 2 boys, right, Dinah Doe? And they need names. So she's looking for suggestions for names. Look how cute they are, though. Let's watch them one more time. Look. I love when they do like their rabbit kicks where they like just like bam, 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 bam. So cute. So she's looking for suggestions for names. So anybody who has name suggestions, name them Side and Bar. Shot and Squat. Don't name them Shot and Squat. Courtney Meek gifted a membership. Courtney Meek, thank you so much. It went to BG. BG, welcome to the green side. Courtney Meek, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, Courtney Meek gifted another one. Let's see. It went to, I don't see. I missed it. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Everything on my thing just moved. It's gone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Y'all are the best. Oops. Clicking the wrong thing. Clicking the wrong thing. Okay, Tater and Tot. That's cute. Lenny and Squiggy. Benny and Jet. That's cute. Cheech and Chong. Marco and Polo. Sheldon and Leonard. Y'all are good at this. Innocent and Guilty. Y'all are really good at this. Hello, Mrs. O. Welcome, Mrs. O. First time here. We're just naming cats. You know, just naming cats. Bernie and Clyde. That's cute. Bert and Ernie. Tango and Cash. Law and Order would be Wednesday and Pugsley. Y'all are really good at this. Pinky and Perky. Taco and Tuesday. Yes. Peek and Boo. Y'all are really good. Y'all are really good at this. From now on, anytime we have name, maybe we should do this like anytime somebody has like a baby too. Like if you get a new animal or a baby, like just bring them here and we'll name them. You know, like even like grandkids and stuff. You know, like just go ahead and tell your kids like if they're if they're gonna be popping out grandbabies, then 13 jurors are gonna have to decide on the name. So it'll be great. They'll love that, I'm sure. Gin and tonic. There you go. Wacko and Yakko. Y'all are really good at this. Do not name, no, Buffy Bot, no. Do not name them Dick and Jim. No. 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 Blech. Fish and chip. That's cute. That's funny. Okay. We have a few more minutes until the trial gets started for the day. Oh, Courtney, Meek, it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. December birthdays suck, don't they? They suck. Mine's Christmas Eve and it sucks. I hate it. Happy birthday. Harry and Marv. Oh, Jen, that's a good one. Harry and Marv. Happy birthday. I went out for my birthday. My friends surprised me. They were forcing me to get out of the house Friday night. And it's hard to get me out of the house these days. And I finally, agreed to go out. So we went and we watched this. Well, first we went to this one like place that my friends wanted to go. It was like a Christmas party, but it was like a singles Christmas party. And so it was kind of a cool idea, but like I'm like, okay, I'm technically single, but I'm not like like, I don't want anybody to like speak to me or anything, you know? So they have like different colored cups for different things. So it's like, if you're married, you have one color. If you're single, you have one color. If it's complicated or something, you have one color, whatever it was. So I was like, okay, what color do you have for like, you know, mentally unstable and emotionally dead? So I was cut off before I even got a drink there. We ended up leaving there, and because it was a bunch of like 20-something-year-olds, and who wants to be around, you know, people when you have to babysit them. So we ended up going to this other place where my favorite local artist was singing, and she's amazing. She has the best voice. I love her so much. Her name is Anne Klein, and then her drummer is his name is Street. He's amazing. He's so cool. But they're the coolest people ever, and I love them. But we'll go watch her, you know, or watch them play. Occasionally they sang happy birthday to me and stuff. It was like a whole big thing. It was so much fun. I had such a good night. It was wonderful. Yeah. Jimmy Lawson says, I love her. She's the best, isn't she? And then afterwards, after they played, we ended up staying, and I'm like playing darts with them and stuff and hanging out with them for a while, but they're so good. And, so I had a really great day Friday. And then the rest of the weekend, I did nothing. I went and had like an early dinner with my mom and my kid last night. Other than that, I barely got out of bed. And it was amazing. So I had a wonderful early birthday weekend, since everybody's always busy on my actual birthday. So it worked out really good. Knitting Addict, today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you too. Mine's Christmas Eve. It's Christmas Eve. But happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I did get out of the house for a little bit. It was nice. Let me show you. Let me see if I can find, y'all have to hear her voice. I told her too, I was like, I'm going to let's see. Oh, Knitting Addict, happy anniversary and happy birthday. Happy anniversary and happy birthday. Sorry, my doctor. Why can't I find her thing? Let's see. Oops. I want y'all to hear her voice. Here we go. Let's see. What would it be on? Videos. Let's look videos. Let me find. How do I even find? Oh, wait, here we go. You have to hear her voice. See why I love her so much.
I want you ugly. I want you to say. I want you everything as long as it's free. I want your love. Your love. I want your love.
Didn't she sound great? she's very like, she's got like a beautiful like folksy, but she does like all these different covers and stuff, and then she does a bunch of original music. She's so good. This is Anne Klein. This is the one I went to see Friday. She plays around here all the time. She's but she's putting like, she goes to Nashville and stuff and plays, and like she's got a new album coming out and stuff. She's so good.
I need you. I wanna beg you better on me.
I love her.
I want you loving, I want you, you and me could write a better man.
She's amazing.
I want you loving, all your love is fake, you and me could write a better man. So,
She's so good.
caught in a bad romance.
I love her. So that's who I went to go see Friday. So everybody needs to go follow her. Her name is Anne Klein. It's Cline. And I am like super obsessed with her. I love her music so much. Her voice is just one of those that every single song that she sings, like she does like kind of different. It's funny. She's done stuff with, I missed this, what Shunka said, but she's done stuff with Brandi Carlisle before too. But anyway, super, super talented. She's amazing. Love her to death. But that's who I went to go see for my birthday Friday. And we ended up having such a good night. It was amazing. I wanted to show y'all something too. So who has seen the Starved Rock Murders documentary? Let me pull that up. I don't know if you saw this. A couple days ago. Okay, so Chester Weger. Let me pull this up. All right, let's see. All right, so go away. Chester Weger was everybody that goes sub to her, tell her Brandi Churchwell sent you. I told her that I want her to record my like an intro song for me so I can hear her. I love her voice. Okay, so go away. The Starved Rock Killer. So this is a documentary. It's on, what's it on? HBO or something, I think. And it's like, it's been a minute since I saw it, isn't it? Oh, here, I can drop her link. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Here's her link. I'll pin it to the top for a moment. So I believe that she has a YouTube too, doesn't she? Yeah, she does. She doesn't, I don't think she doesn't put anything out on her YouTube though. She doesn't really use her YouTube. She does a lot of her stuff on Facebook and stuff. Anyway, okay, so I don't know who has seen the Starved Rock thing. It's been a while since I've seen it. I believe it was like wasn't it like a 3-part thing or maybe more? But she's or he's, this is from like, he's okay. Let's try this again. Let's try this whole sentence again. Talking is not my strong suit. So Starved Rock Killer was arrested, convicted, served more than 60 years in prison. This is 1960. There were it's brutal murder at Starved Rock. It's like a big park And they, the three girls were, I mean, it was brutal murders. One of them, it was, they said that the murder weapon was like, took her camera and beat her. Oh my God, her cover of Jolene was great. Yes, and bad. Yes, yes, yes. That one's one of my favorites. So one of them, the murder weapon was like the camera. They took the woman's camera and hit her with it. One of them, it was like a frozen tree branch. But they beat these women like, there's three of them. They beat them like terribly, terribly bad. They were brutal murders. So the person who was arrested for it, Chester Wegner, he had a confession and signed confession and all of that. There was very, very little to no evidence, really. And he was convicted anyway. The prosecutor, years later, his son decides to make a film about it, make a documentary. So, which ends up being kind of crazy because there's this whole group who thinks that Chester was innocent, that it was a forced confession, he was forced into it, etc. So they have him, the filmmaker, interviewing his father, who was the prosecutor, and his father is, I mean, they were seeking death penalty for him. He was convinced that this was the guy. Well, it turns out that there's like the investigator who, detective who ended up working on the case was like, it came out later, he is pretty sleazy, very questionable reputation as far as, evidence goes. And there were a lot of reasons to believe that Chester was maybe forced into the confession or set up or whatever. So he has maintained his innocence. He signed the confession, all of that in the beginning, but he's maintained his innocence since then. He said, he was forced into it, whatever. They were, threatening him with the electric chair. It was proved in trial. Like, they even had the other guy who was in the car at the time saying, yes, this guy was threatening him with the electric chair. Like, yes, this happened. So we know that happened, but they gave him a life sentence, but he was eligible for parole, and he got parole turned down pretty much every single year. But the prosecutor would show up at the parole hearings and be like, no, he deserves to burn in hell, and whatever. So the very first parole hearing that he had after that prosecutor passed away, he was granted parole. Now at this point, he's like 80 or something, around there. I mean, he was up there, which in and of itself is crazy that he, prison is not easy on you. Prison is not great for life expectancy. So the fact that he even has made it this far is kind of, shocking. But he had said all along that, it wasn't him. So anyway, they had, his appeals team was trying to, show all of the reasons why his conviction should be overturned and whatever. So anyway, they end up fighting. They they had all of the evidence was contaminated. All of the stuff, like from the bloody clothes from the girls, were thrown into the same bag as the, bloody clothes from him, and bloody clothes from him. He had squirrel blood on his jacket or something. And then they came back way later and said, oh, he's got human blood on him. But all of the stuff was in the same bag. And keep in mind, this was in 1960. This was before DNA and all of that. But just a very different time back then. So, but on one of the women's gloves, there were hairs. There were two different hairs from two different people that didn't match any of the victims. It was two different hairs. So they were saying there had to be at least two killers, but yet they were still blaming it all on him. So they finally, his family and him and his attorney have pushed to try to, clear his name this whole time. So they went in front of the judge and asked the judge to do a DNA test on the hair. And so the judge allowed it. And this was in 2020, I think. And I got a notification over the weekend, I think is when I got it like Friday or something. Over the weekend that said that the hair recovered from the glove of the woman belonged to not to the man who did more than 60 years in prison, but belonged to one of 4 brothers from the area. So they were able to get enough of a DNA profile from this 1960 hair to narrow it down to one of 4 brothers who lived in that area. So, which is kind of crazy. Now, there was speculation that possibly Chester knew who the killer was, and he was, I think there was a letter that he wrote to his dad, if I remember right, that he said something about it, it wasn't him. I'm trying to remember. Somebody who's seen it more recently than I have might be able to help. It is something about, protecting them, or, didn't want them to get hurt or something like that. So it made it say it was kind of terribly written though. So it made it sound like he knew who it was, and he was trying to protect his family over it. So anyway, but that, could you imagine spending more than 60, he's 84 now, that's it. Spend more than 60 years in prison after being convicted of killing one of 3 women found in Starved Rock State Park, about 100 miles southwest of Chicago. He was paroled in 2020 for good behavior in prison, but his conviction wasn't overturned. In a letter Thursday, his lawyer, Andrew Hale, urged Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow to vacate his conviction in the murder of Lillian Edding. He was appointed a special prosecutor. More than 60 years. More than 60 years. Crazy, right? Could you imagine? So I got that notification. I thought that was really interesting. If you haven't seen that, sorry, I'm dropping stuff. If you haven't seen that documentary, I recommend watching it, especially now. I kind of want to go back and watch it again now that we know that the DNA from the hair matches somebody else. There were a couple other people in the area too who they believed had something to do with it. And they mentioned the names. I couldn't remember the names now if I tried, but they mentioned names of, I think it was like 2 other people. One of them, I think, worked there. And like maybe his dad had something to do with the place. Maybe his dad ran something there or something, if I remember right. And then one of them, I think, was one of Chester's friends or something. But it's called Murders at Starved Rock, or Starved Rock Murders, or something like that. So it's on HBO Max. It's a really good, I think it's like 3 episodes or something. But it's really good. But now it's kind of crazy going back and, I want to go back and watch it and rewatch it from the viewpoint of knowing that hair that came back was not his. And I want to see what all they say. I might try to do that over the weekend, but super interesting and also really sad. Like, I can't imagine. And the victims' families were pissed that they were trying to say that Chester didn't have anything to do with it, and that they were wanting him to, to get paroled and stuff. Like, they, would show up to all the, which I understand that. Like, if, they believed that he did it, he did have a signed confession, and it would be, I'm sure, incredibly difficult for the family of the victims to accept that somebody admitted to doing something so horrendous to your family member, and now they're like, oh wait, never mind, it wasn't me, let me out of prison. I could see how that would be a really difficult place to be in. So, but yeah, I would definitely watch that. Mary, new member, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. You live here now, Mary. You live here. Coerced. Yes, they are saying that it was definitely coerced. He was told that he was going to, I think they said, they didn't say just get the electric chair. He said something about ride the lightning bolt or something like that. But then some of his memories too have been, there are some things that he wasn't telling right or wasn't remembering right or, whatever. But I mean, that's not surprising. It's been 60 years. What is the name of that documentary, y'all? It's something like Murders at Starved Rock or something like that. Starved Rock Murders. Something about Starved Rock. Let's see if it says it on here. Something about Starved Rock. I don't know. It's on HBO, but it has Starved Rock in it. But it's really good. Really, really good. I recommend. Recommend. So that came up on my stuff. All right, let's see. We've got our coverage should be starting any minute now. Get that pulled up so we can watch for it. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Oh, the Murders at Starved Rock. Yes, that's what it was. Murders at Starved Rock. See, I can always count on y'all to help me out because I can't remember things. Murders at Starved Rock. Haley May 93, member for 7 whole months. Woo! Miss this to Merry Christmas all. Gaily May, happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Who are you barking at? She's over there laying on the ground, all spread out, like barking. Happy. Oh. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I had that we needed to talk about. I think everything else we got pretty much caught up on. Yes, the state closed their case on Friday. So now we're going into defense case to see what, if anything, they have. See what they have to say. I seriously doubt that Brice would take the stand, but stranger things have happened, I guess. We also didn't think that the defendant would take the stand in the Dallas murders trial, and look how that turned out. There's a lot of them that we didn't think would or should take the stand. But, here we are. That's all right. Stephanie Willis, I mailed you something. Thank you so much. I will keep an eye out. I am going to go by there. I have an appointment, a doctor's appointment today at 4:30. So I have to be off of here by 4:15, which should be fine because it's 5:15 their time. So I don't think that we'll be long done. But I'm going to go by the post office today after that, and I'll try to keep an eye on the box. Keep an eye on it. My friend checks it for me a couple times a week too. Yeah, they're going to say Jacory and Anwan did the murders, which is kind of not surprising, but at the same time, it's a little bit, it's a little bit frustrating because I think that there's plenty of evidence against him. Not just the testimony of the other guys, but the testimony of Jacory and Anwan matches up to the evidence, the physical evidence. Oh, that reminds me, I need to check and see if they responded to my FOIA request for those interviews. Nope, they didn't. Dang it. They didn't. Oh, well. Still haven't responded. I mean, I know that they have a while, but man, they sure do take a long time. Oh, well. I was hoping that we could watch some of that too. But we'll watch it if they ever respond. If they ever respond. Soul Glow says, good morning from a gloomy Vegas today. Speaking of Vegas, Dinah Doe tagged me in a Vegas story on Twitter that was interesting too. It was like a 19-year-old girl and her 27-year-old boyfriend went and apparently had a plan to execute another girl. I saved it so I could read more into it later, but y'all crazy out there in Vegas. Of course, I can't say nothing. I'm in Florida. Look at how Florida is. Look at how Florida is. We also have other stuff. You haven't missed anything yet. You haven't missed anything yet. They haven't started yet. We're just waiting on them to go live. If they ever go live. Until then, we're just waiting. I wonder if his head will be as gross today as it is every other day. Is that rude? It's okay. You're allowed to talk about killers like that. Just not nice people. Let's see. Yeah, you have to send me the crazies. I saw somebody. We have a radio segment here called What the Fluck, Florida. And it's all stories out of local Florida papers. Florida's wild. We're wild down here. I don't know if it's the heat or the gin. I don't know, but we're tripping down here. Oh my gosh, maybe we'll get to see him zapped today. That's all I want for my birthday is to see him get zapped. A girl can dream. What else we have going on while we're waiting on them? I think I have my calendar too of all of our stuff all of our trials that we're watching. Any of those that are coming up, y'all can send them to me. I think there's a spot on the website for you to submit them, but you can email them to me too. Any of the upcoming trials that y'all want to cover. When I start treatment, we're going to have to do a little bit more of like a speed trial situation. I'm going to see, I might find out today, but I'm going to see if I can do treatment like first thing in the morning, get it over with, and then maybe just start our day a little bit later, skip through breaks and stuff like that. So any of the trials that we do, we'll just have to do them start a little bit later than normal. It's the coolest dream I've ever heard of. Yes. There was a discussion on Facebook about a child, but I can't recall the name. Oh gosh. The kid ones are so hard. So hard. Yes, for those of y'all who weren't here, I have to do a couple months of treatment. So But we will get through it. We will be okay. And then I'll do another PET scan after that, and all will be good. All will be good. Chandra, whatever, Vander Ark, whatever. Ding Dong says it was bad, but it was short. I saw some of the stuff on that one, and there is no possible way I could have watched that one. I wouldn't be able to. I would get demonetized. I would not be able to hold my tongue. I'd be saying so many. I'd be using all the cursey words. I'd be so I can't even imagine. And then when that heifer got up there, you know, I heard she got up there and was like throwing up and stuff. With like, oh, cry me a freaking river, you floozy. I don't even. Nobody cares. Like, did you care if he was throwing up when you were feeding him like bread dipped in hot sauce? No. So shut up and go to prison. Nobody wants to see your face. Ugh. I don't like that. Oh, we have live feed. Let me go ahead and boost this so we can hear it. Get it going. Gosh, they made their thing huge, huh? He looks, maybe it's just the light shining on his ugly head, but it makes it look really, really like white and neon. That's okay. I watched it and wanted to punch her. She made it up because she saw that kid every day. She knew what he looked like. That was made up. Yeah, she's fake, and screw her. The Letitia was bad too. Like, I did when I covered Letitia. That one was hard. That one was really hard. I had a hard time with that one too, and I ended up, like, I think that's before I was live streaming. That's when I was just doing like the recap videos and stuff, and I could barely make it through that first video because I kept having to. And you can hear like how out of breath I was and stuff on it because I would have to stop and cry, like, and then re-record and all of that. So,
all right, just go ahead and get us on the record. Before we get started, for the record, let me just say that the parties know this because we discussed this via email earlier this morning, but one of our jurors will not be back. He has been hospitalized. His wife phoned the court, actually phoned the jury administrator to say that he was hospitalized and wouldn't be able to be here today. I went ahead and excused him from further service since we have 3 alternates. So just getting that on the record. Is there anything else we need to take up? Here's what I'm thinking. We'll see how far we get in your proof today. At some point, let the jury go, talk about instructions, and see where we'll be tomorrow.
And Judge, I know they're not here, but I feel better approaching. If we could approach.
You want white noise?
Yeah, I guess.
oh, poor juror. Ugh. Just his face annoys me. Ugh. Oh, speaking of crappy moms, let's see, Ruby Frankie, I think her plea deal or whatever she's doing is supposed to happen in like 20 minutes too. So if we're at a point where we can watch it, it's not, I don't expect it to be very exciting, but we can watch that. Is the Major's trial live streamed? The Major, who's the Major? You think the Band-Aid on his head is to cover an inappropriate tattoo? I don't know. Because, I mean, this all looks messed up, too. It's hard to tell.
So we are going to actually go ahead and argue instructions. So I'm going to tell the jury what's going on. Okay, perfect. And then I actually have to come back and get up.
Majors. Oh, Majors is the actor. Jonathan Majors is in deliberations now. Interesting.
Sorry.
Oh, did y'all see that Dateline had the fresh paint trial on there? I saw that this weekend.
So
too.
when we were here last week, I indicated to counsel for both sides that generally with instructions, what I will do is look to see where they're different and go through them that way. However, because I did not get instructions until this morning, I have not had time to do that. So, I'm just going to kind of go right into it. All right, let's look at the Commonwealth's instruction with regards to the defendant's instructions with regards to presumption of innocence. Is there any objection during that inclusion?
I have the same.
It appears to me to be the standard Cooper's instruction for presumption of innocence. It's this. I'm looking at the defense's version of instructions, their first page of actual instructions.
I have it under instruction number 8. It's the same.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And so then does the defense have a position on whether it comes before or after the instructions as to the various counts of the indictment?
Let's do a poll on if you think.
The court is compelled to do it one way or the other.
Doesn't matter to me.
It's our preference that it go first.
Okay. And then the Commonwealth also included a definition for unanimous verdict. Do you want that included as well?
That's fine. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember. I thought I did have that
Maybe you have it at the end.
near the
Right.
end.
Poll is.
That's fine. We'll just continue going through yours.
Do you think the state proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Yes or no?
All right. Definitions. Are you all aware of any differences in your tendered definitions?
Yes, there are a lot. The Commonwealth is only asking for an instruction on intentional murder.
They have not done closings yet.
So that cuts out a lot of the definitions that we submitted. We submitted on definitions on intentionally, complicity, and official proceeding.
For the defense?
Judge,
What is the basis for including wantonly or recklessly?
well, Judge, the indictment says wantonly in it on all three of the murder counts. So based on the actual charges themselves, we thought that it should be there. There wasn't any amendment, nor do I think that we would object at this point to an amendment of the indictment or of the charges.
I don't think recklessly is in there.
No, I was
Okay, but just for
referring to
wantonly.
wanton.
Okay.
Judge, we are asking for lessers, and I don't know if the Commonwealth appears not to have proposed those, but it is our motion as part of our proposed instructions to ask for lesser included, which would include manslaughter in the first, manslaughter in the second, reckless, which are the standard lessers on any homicide, and then also based on the evidence that's been presented, as well as the deals that were offered to the co-defendants, we believe that facilitation should be an option for the jury.
All right, just a moment. So as to wantonly, I think based on the charge, wantonly should be included, but does someone have any objection to the wantonly definition being included?
We do, Judge, because there's been no evidence presented at trial that would support anything but intentional in this case. I realize their defense is that he is not the one who did it, but the evidence at trial is that these.
Can I tell you what my concern is? My concern is that without wantonly, the jury would not be able to find that even if the purpose wasn't to intend to kill, that it doesn't fit under intentional murder instead of wanton.
If the court is going to give a wanton murder, then we would request that it be a combination instruction, as is allowed under the law.
Can you tell me what you mean by that?
I'm sorry, an instruction that's on one page says.
Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was referring to as the indictment reigns.
And the courts have commonly found that throughout the years that is a proper instruction, and that it is proper for a jury to find if they are considering intentional and wanton, that it could be under the facts of the case, that some could find intentional and some could find wanton, but it is still a unanimous verdict.
Judge, we respectfully disagree with the Commonwealth under the facts of this case. One of the issues, Judge, the Commonwealth's proposed instruction does not have that. We did propose a separate wanton murder instruction, but the significance there is that the penalty results would potentially be different. So for a jury to reach a conclusion and have us not know whether they found it to be intentional or wanton prevents us from knowing how to proceed in a possible penalty phase. And I can go into more detail about why.
I mean, it doesn't. It might change your strategy, but it certainly doesn't prevent you from being able to do that.
Judge, if in fact the jury found guilt under a wanton murder instruction, then it would no longer be an aggravated murder, and therefore two of the possible penalties would disappear. So that's a pretty significant difference.
Is that correct? I didn't think that was true. If they found wanton murder, not manslaughter, not just wanton murder.
I believe, Judge, that under the aggravating statute 532.025, I'm going to pull it up, but I don't expect you to take my word for it.
No, I do understand that you know what you're doing.
I'm not sure the defense is calling anybody yet. I haven't heard them say they're
multiple murders that are intentionally committed.
I see. 532.035 is repealed. Ms. Jones-Brown? Oh, you're looking too? Okay.
So the poll is they're doing a Discord watch party for Christmas movies in our Discord. So the poll, for those of you who can't see it, is which one you want to watch first. First option is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Oh, actually, I have a Griswold Christmas hoodie too somewhere. That's what I wore Friday night. Second one is A Christmas Story. Third is Bad Santa, and fourth is Elf. Those are your options.
Well, to that, I would say, Judge, that the law does allow a combination instruction. I understand their point as to penalty. I would think that a way to cure this would be to ask in penalty, like to make that part of the penalty phase instructions if we get to that point, so that they
Yeah, we've done that
impose
before.
the aggravator unless they have found that it was intentional.
It seems like it's inviting confusion, Judge, to give them instruction that defines murder and the actions in one phase one way, and then defines it differently in the second phase.
Well, it's not defining it differently, it's just splitting up the definition.
Yes, if we're comfortable with that in the second phase, I don't see why we wouldn't be comfortable in the first.
To split up the instruction invites the possibility that you could have 6 jurors who believe this was an intentional murder, 6 who believe it was a wanton murder. They're not unanimous on either count 1 or count 2 under the proposed instructions. Therefore, they can't sign either of those jury forms, but all 12 believe that this was a murder. That's not the state of the law. The state of the law is that it is a unanimous verdict, even though some might think intentional and some might think wanton.
And we would respectfully disagree that would be appropriate under the charges in this case, and specifically under the wording of the indictment, counts 1, 2, and 3. I can say, Judge, a lot of courts do give, the separate instructions just for the clarity, just so we all know.
And the Commonwealth objects to like intentional or wanton.
I mean, it is our
Separate
preference that
instructions.
this just goes forward unintentional. But I understand what the court's saying, so I'm not objecting to the one.
And thank you so much.
I am just asking for it to be a combination instruction, and then on penalty, they would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that these murders were intentional to get the 2 aggravated possibilities.
That is, in fact, how we did it last time, and there was just a case published that talked about that being appropriate.
I apologize.
We did that for like, are you finding it to be a violent offense?
I see the analogy, though I don't know that it necessarily is controlling in our case, Judge.
No, I understand. All right. I'm going to come back to I'm going to do one or the other. I'm either going to do a separate instruction for wanton or combine it and then ask the jury to make a finding and sentencing as to intentional or wanton. Let me come back to that after we've talked about other lessers.
Yes, Judge.
All right. So what is the defense's position as to why a facilitation charge should be included?
Judge, I believe that the evidence itself has, the Commonwealth is asking for a complicity instruction. And if we look at the definition of complicity, which we included in our definitions, and the definition of facilitation, you can see how in any complicity case, facilitation is raised. And in particular, in this case, there has been more than a little bit of evidence suggesting that Mr. Rhodes may have been present and may have participated, but may not, in fact, have been the one who caused the deaths. And that is classic facilitation. The Commonwealth has sort of forged a trail for us by the manner in which they've dealt with the 2 co-defendants, where they concluded that, in fact, their actions, even though they were involved and present, merited a facilitation result. it is our position that the facts as presented at a minimum allow the jury to potentially reach that result for Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
The Commonwealth objects, Judge. The way that the Commonwealth and various defense counsel choose to settle co-defendants does not then bind this court who sat on this trial and heard this evidence as to any certain theory. There has been no evidence in this case that the defendant was present but didn't do anything and just allowed it to happen. The evidence has been, this is sort of an all or nothing. He either was there directing all this and participating in this, or he wasn't. So facilitation is more of a disinterest in the outcome, which is distinct from complicity, in which somebody is engaged in and participating with a view towards the outcome that happens.
Judge, if the Commonwealth thought that the only issue on the table was an all or nothing where Mr. Rhodes had actually committed the act, then complicity wouldn't be part of their instruction and part of their indictment.
I don't believe that there has been any evidence put forward other than a theory where this was Brice Rhodes' idea. So I don't think a facilitation instruction is appropriate. In that case, because of that, and because I just don't believe that from the evidence that's been presented, any juror could find that Mr. Rhodes' actions were facilitation. I think he's all in or nothing on that. I'm going to deny that instruction. First degree manslaughter.
We believe that the evidence that a reasonable juror could conclude that there was an intent to injure and seriously injure, as defined by the statutes, without an intent to kill, which is a classic manslaughter in the first result, Judge.
And can you tell me any particular evidence you point to in reliance on that?
Yes, Judge. And again, we're talking about the role, specifically Mr. Rhodes, the discharge under the evidence of what appears to be a single shot is not necessarily an intent to kill. I'm not in any way saying that Mr. Rhodes was holding a gun or
Ricky Watson,
trigger,
thank you.
I'm saying whoever. I don't think that that's sufficient to necessarily automatically amount only to murder charge. And as far as Maurice and Larry.
Okay. And as for second degree manslaughter?
Ricky Watson,
Same
thank you
question.
for getting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. I have not heard the
We
defense
believe
rest
that
yet.
The Commonwealth's indictment listed wanton murder, and the court has indicated the intent to go forward with instructing the jury on wanton murder. Manslaughter in the second degree is almost identical to a wanton murder and is contained within a wanton murder. The difference is what is the additional element of manifesting extreme indifference to human life. That is a nebulous concept that I think lies with the jury rather than us. And I believe that if a reasonable juror could find a wanton murder, that same reasonable juror could find manslaughter in the second degree.
Commonwealth, what is your position on both first degree and second degree?
Judge, I don't think that there's been any evidence in this case that would allow a first degree murder. The evidence that has been presented is that the intent in going to 41st Street was to kill somebody with a price on his head. That he stated, the evidence is that he stated that intent to the witnesses as they testified. He shot a man. They've already got the wanton instruction, which I think covers whether it was an intentional or just something that we in the court under these definitions consider wanton. There's just no evidence that he intended to shoot but not kill. As for the second degree, I think that once you give a wanton murder, you have to give a man too. So I'm not contesting that one if there's a wanton given.
Okay. All right, so let's see.
It's interesting to hear
I might
what.
be wrong about that, but I feel like there was a case a couple years ago.
Oh, I hate the duck lips. It's interesting to hear their arguments on what they want the jury to be presented with and what they don't.
I feel like the instruction's wonky though.
Not intentionally so, Judge.
I know.
Just one.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so. And I have a copy of Cooper's that is.
I've got it.
There's another instruction in there that says and wasn't. It has the optional and wasn't in self-defense and stuff like that. But that doesn't apply in that case.
Actually, Judge, in Parker versus Commonwealth in 2007, so this wasn't even recent. With the wanton murder instruction should come instructions on lesser included offenses, notably here an instruction on second degree manslaughter.
All right, I'm going to end the poll.
Does somebody have their phone playing something? I keep hearing some like video playing or something.
Uh-oh. They are not taking murder off the table.
Okay.
They're talking about the lesser charges. Because they include lesser charges in with the main indictment. It was Queen Oliver Than.
Yeah. I was just looking at the wrong one. Okay. So I think that the second degree one, the way it's written is fine. So shooting him with a firearm and acting wantonly, it does match up perfectly with Cooper's. I was just looking at the wrong thing. Sorry about that. Okay. In reading the second degree manslaughter instruction,
I don't know how.
Let me also hear any arguments regarding the reckless homicide and what evidence you believe supports a reckless homicide instruction.
I'll be honest, Judge. I didn't read any case law that required it. I'm used to it being given when a man too has been given. Usually they sort of go hand in hand. They have a lot in common as far as the mens rea and issues like that. So we proposed it, but I'm not aware of a case that requires it. Like we think it would still be appropriate along with the same argument basically as the manslaughter in the second degree.
Unless the Commonwealth wants it included, I'm not included to allow it. Okay, I'm going to deny that. I don't think the evidence supports that. And then that also means that I'm looking at removing recklessly from the definition.
If you're looking at the definitions for the defense, Judge, I think you had excluded manslaughter first, which means EED shouldn't be in there.
I did not include manslaughter first.
No, exclude.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you.
So I was just saying, there are other definitions we can take out.
Facilitation can come out. Well, I guess I'll come back to that because we haven't gotten to the other instructions. I think that's it for now. Okay. All right, let me not get these all out of order.
I think it would be hard to, I don't know. It's hard to, I know that the jury doesn't know everything that we know.
I really wish these were page numbered.
But
It's
I
okay.
don't see the
might
lesser
If the
charges.
page number
Lose
judgment, we
track.
take one out, then we're all confused because the page.
Susie H, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Now, here's where I need the defense to tell me what comes after the reckless homicide instruction as to Christopher Jones. Is it more, is it like another presumption of innocence, or does it go straight to intentional murder?
I think you go straight to the next count, Judge.
Okay. And that is the intentional murder as regards to Maurice Gordon.
Yes, Judge, I believe so.
Miss Jones Browning, objection to how that's written. On the reckless homicide, since I'm not allowing it, I think that because there's going to be the second-degree manslaughter charge, to me it makes more sense to have one instruction for intentional, one instruction for wanton, one instruction for manslaughter. So that during closings, you're able to explain to the jury what the differences are.
I agree with the court.
Rather than trying to explain those differences later. If it was, if we weren't also having the second degree manslaughter put in there, I think I would think a little differently about it, like decide later. But I think as long as they're going to have to decide for one act and then act 2 and then act 3, for as long as they're going to have to decide each one already, why not just have them go ahead and decide it based on a separate instruction for each one?
And this might not be the case where it really matters, but theoretically in a case where a jury is having trouble deciding intentional or wanton, how does that scenario account for the fact that they are allowed to convict on murder even if they disagree on the theory?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't hear the
that's a good
defense
point.
rest.
You all want to add anything on that for the defense?
And get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Judge, I think that's raising an issue that is an unlikely event. I think the more
Famous last words.
Yes,
Mr.
Judge,
Griffiths.
I think the more likely result is we understand these. Hopefully, we understand them pretty well, right? I think that they're confusing to the average person, and setting them out with separate instructions is just a lot clearer to the jurors. It makes a lot more sense to the jurors.
It might, and I understand that, but I agree with the Commonwealth. I think it's too great of a chance of them not understanding and not knowing. If some of them think it's wanton and some of them think it's intentional, we'll be in a rough spot.
Would that be? Could that be resolved by an additional instruction or an admonition?
It could, but I don't really see the point of that. But I guess the question for me really is, should we have a separate instruction after that, like if you have found the defendant guilty under instruction number blah blah blah, do you unanimously agree it was intentional? And go ahead and knock it out prior to sentencing.
I think that would, I think that would work, Judge. I think that would fix it.
All right.
So
And I'll
that-
go back and look at that other one we did for how we put that in there, and I'll let you all know what it is.
Okay. And would that then go sort of near the end?
Yeah.
One of the last ones?
It'll be like the intentional or wanton instruction, and then the next one, if you found guilt under the last instruction, and then the language, do you believe it was wanton or intentional? And then very next thing, if you did not find the defendant guilty under instructions 1 or 2, you may find him guilty under instruction 3 if and only if for the second-degree manslaughter.
Are these going to be numbered like 1A, 1B for murder and Mansu
Yeah.
for Christopher Jones?
Yeah,
and then
I'll
2A,
rewrite them
2B,
all.
3A, 3B?
Yeah. And so, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we tried to do that. Like the ones I have at the back, Judge, are by count, and that may satisfy what the Commonwealth is talking about.
That's how I'll do them. I'll do them by count.
Dawn, happy anniversary.
Yeah, I think if you do A and B, it helps the jury not find him guilty of both. Not.
All right, let's move on as to the count with regards to Marty's Garden. Are anybody's arguments any different? If not, I'm just going to rule the same on each one.
No different.
The only difference, the facts are different, obviously, Judge. I think Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway, those two are pretty much identical as far as the arguments go. There is additional evidence regarding actions of multiple people rather than a claim of actions of a single person.
Okay.
Which I think would justify the facilitation instruction on count 2 and count 3.
I understand. Ms. Jones-Brown?
Interesting.
I don't have any additional arguments to what I've already made. And we would continue to object to facilitation.
It's that loud sigh.
So from my perspective, the testimony, there was not anyone whose testimony supported an idea that that Mr. Rhodes was facilitating someone else in committing those crimes. Can you point me to what you would rely on?
The specifically, Judge, just the testimony that literally said things like everyone stabbed, rather than just.
Well, the testimony I heard was like,
it was after he was.
Brice made me also stab.
Yeah.
Was there a witness who testified to something other than, being told to stab the person after they had already been stabbed?
No. He wants facilitation
Testified
because it's lesser.
Testified that 2 other people that weren't here that we never saw, one who was identified, one who was not identified, also were involved and also were stabbing. And both of the witnesses called with the Commonwealth said that 2 other people stabbed both of the victims in count 2 and 3. So we believe that would also support a possible verdict of facilitation rather than.
No.
I do not believe that any evidence that was produced would allow the jury to find Mr. Rhodes guilty of facilitation to murder or first-degree manslaughter for the same reasons, that there was not any testimony other than testimony that it was his idea, that he was directing the actions of others. Do we need to make additional record with regards to Larry Ordway, or is it the same argument?
Same argument.
Okay, same ruling.
Good. I agree with that. Good job, Judge.
And then we get to tampering. Are your all's tampering instructions the same?
Judge, they're largely the same. They just have evidence. I listed some items of evidence.
I don't, that's fine, Judge. I don't,
I'm relying on the case.
I wasn't,
Hackett versus
If
Commonwealth.
that's fine. That's
Yeah.
I'll use yours as it is.
I do want to change, have an amendment to mine. I would like it to say and or instead of and. I believe that the jury could find any one item was tampered with and it would support this.
Oh, you mean on the final line of A?
Yeah, so it would say
Yeah, I gotcha.
and
Or the
like
back
it,
seat of
or-
the blue must I'll allow that. Okay. And then abuse of the corpse. Looks like they are largely the same, although the Commonwealth is a little more like fact, just barely a little more fact specific.
we don't object, Judge, to the Commonwealth.
Okay, we'll do that for each of them.
I think that they're hoping like as many lesser charges as they get in there, maybe he'll get convicted of
so
one of
now we
those
get
instead
to
of
the other
murder and get lesser
instructions.
charges or lesser sentence.
Let me briefly go back to definitions. So the Commonwealth's definitions are just intentionally complicity and official proceeding for the defense, intentionally, wantonly, physical force, deadly physical force, serious physical injury, and complicity.
I think we can get rid of the serious physical injury due to, that was for manslaughter in the first degree.
Okay. And so I think I could then just add in official proceeding. So the definitions would be for intentionally, wantonly, physical force, deadly physical force, complicity, and official proceeding.
I think that's right. I didn't put in official proceeding, that's my fault.
What is the physical force and deadly physical force from? Where is that?
Deadly physical force. You know, I think that might be from,
That might be a man one.
that's what I was thinking.
I believe that's why I put it in there.
No.
I think it's from extreme emotional disturbance. So removing that due to removing man one.
It is. It
What's
is.
the need for that?
Okay. So then add in official proceeding. Okay. All right, and then at the end of each individual instruction, the Commonwealth has presumption of innocence, which we're putting at the front. We won't need it there. Both of you have unanimous verdict. Let's see. Okay. So let's talk about this right to remain silent instruction. Any objection to that?
I have it at the end of presumption of innocence, but I don't object to it being separated out.
I gotcha. Then right to remain silent. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the spoliation potential instruction. The defense is requesting a tainted evidence instruction.
Yes, Judge. We believe that primarily applies to the car seat act thereof. There was a lot of testimony. There was admission by the police in this case that that they did say under oath on 2 occasions, as well as 4 years later, 3 years later, excuse me, in this courtroom, that there was a car seat, and it was included in the police report. And now, of course, the court is well aware we have not seen one, and they're saying that there isn't one. There's different versions of this instruction, Judge. This is the one that I put in. We wanted to change the language to missing. Obviously, that's fine with me too, but this is the one I thought best matched the facts in the case. It's frankly less confrontational in some sense.
Less confrontational.
So I chose a version and form that I thought would work better with the facts that we heard and the evidence in this case.
Ms. Jones-Brown.
Judge, the Commonwealth does object to this. The evidence, while it does show, I mean, the court's very well aware of what was testified to. And I think an inference or an argument on their part can be made to the record keeping of the police department or the procedures of the police department, or even if they want to shoot for the credibility of the lead detective. But there is no evidence that the backseat was recovered and then lost. So we would object to this.
She's so loud. I'm doing one more poll for the time that works best for the Christmas movie Discord party thing Wednesday. No, that's her. She's typing just as loud as she possibly can. I have one of the quiet type keyboards.
Here's part of the problem. Part of the problem here is that I don't feel it was ever established whether a back seat ever existed.
I don't think it was.
That's the problem I'm having, is that it is not as though we know A, there definitely was this piece of evidence, and B, then it was lost. In fact, I think it's statutorily they're not. If it did exist, it potentially could be a violation of the law if it was destroyed or not kept, if it contained bodily fluid. KRS 524-140 talks about how if an item is found that contains biological markers such as bodily fluids, it is a violation of the law to dispose of it. The problem is I don't really feel like it was ever established that it did in fact exist.
I think the question to me, it revolves around the reason I submitted the instruction is I believe that the court and the jury are able to rely upon sworn testimony. And the officer in the case, Detective Tonelli, testified under oath at the preliminary hearing and he testified that there was one. He testified under oath at the grand jury that there was one. And then in this courtroom, 3 years later, told Judge Cunningham that the biggest piece of evidence that they had to bring was the car seat. And actually, he may not have been under oath that third time, Judge.
And it doesn't matter. But here's the issue that I'm having, and I'm leaning towards allowing the instruction, but the issue that I'm having is that I just don't really feel like it was ever firmed up. You know, Tonelli's testimony was basically, yes, I said that, I was wrong. But I don't know. I really wish this had been a pretrial hearing, to be honest. But I don't feel like there was ever any testimony that it did, in fact, exist. Like, to me, Tonelli's testimony was more like, I thought we had the physical back seat, but we never did. But I don't feel like it was very clear. And frankly, I don't really think that the defendant should be penalized when it wasn't clear. And in fact, there are at least 3 instances of Tonelli saying that there is a back seat.
Well, Judge, at the PC hearing, he said, we believe the seat was located, but we are waiting for our forensics analysis to make sure and confirm that. He qualified it. And that is what he believed up until he got the CSU report.
Which said?
Well, which listed the items taken from the dumpster and did not include a back seat.
And when was that?
Not until that fall.
Post grand jury presentation?
Post-grand jury. Now, 3 years later, yes,
yeah,
we were just sitting here and we were throwing out ideas. I mean, it was just like this.
I know.
Seagate.
But, you know, if you're the defendant and this detective is twice saying that there is a back seat, even though it's not listed in discovery, and then 3 years later he mentions bringing it into court, I think it was reasonable for them to rely on thinking there was a back seat too.
But then that was cured a week later when we came to court. And this was subject to extensive litigation under Judge Cunningham.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Was there a missing evidence instruction argument?
No, but I was accused of prosecutorial misconduct.
Oh, wow.
I had to respond to a motion about this. It went on for quite a while.
Seatgate got dirty.
The biggest problem I have is that I still don't really have any conclusive testimony about whether it ever did exist. You know, all these CSU people in here, why not just have someone definitively say, no, we never had a back seat?
Judge, I feel like that was conclusively testified to because the defense asked it of almost every witness that testified. And it was not found in the dumpster. Now, I thought what the court was saying was, we don't know if it was ever in his car. And that is something that we don't, like, maybe it was taken out 3 years earlier. Maybe he bought the car with no back seat.
Right.
But every police witness who testified when asked said that they recovered no back seats. And the person who would have recovered, what Detective Tonelli was testifying about at the PC hearing and the grand jury was the dumpster search. And Detective Peters and Rebecca Kimmer from CSU testified that no back seat was recovered in the dumpster, although they initially thought something might be a back seat.
What evidence rule is missing evidence?
Seagate.
There's a Cooper's heading somewhere in there, Judge, about it. I understand the court's looking it up. Judge, just to respond, for what it's worth, I think this ambiguity is why it ended up as a jury.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards is like, the problem is it's been left pretty unclear. And I think that should lean towards the defendant. Let me look at this 2.06. But there was not ever a spoliation or missing evidence instruction before now, right?
No.
Okay.
So we had no argument on that point.
So this is common for them to do this, but there's usually not this many issues with jury instructions. So Ruby Frankie pled guilty to second-degree felony charges of aggravated child abuse. 4 second-degree felony charges of aggravated child abuse.
I'm going to allow the instruction. I do think that based on the evidence as it came out, and I'm looking at the case law in Beglin and coincidentally a case called Ordway v. Commonwealth. So it says the court held there is no special or unique threshold of proof involved, so long as the trial court is satisfied that a reasonable juror could believe from the evidence the substance of the first clause, the instruction is in order. And I do believe that the way that the proof came out, a reasonable juror could believe that the backseat existed at some point. So I'm going to allow that instruction. All right. And then we have the unanimous verdict instruction. They are substantially similar. In fact, I think that the Commonwealth is just a little bit longer, but they're pretty much the same. Does anybody have any position on whether it should say the verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of these foremen, or actually foreperson, or the verdict of the jury must be unanimous in finding the defendant guilty or not guilty and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. You may use the form provided at the end of instructions. Anybody have a position on that?
No, Judge. I mean, I'm not looking at Cooper's on it. I think whatever the.
Okay.
Pretty close.
All right. Then we have our verdict forms. So these will be as we discussed for the first 3 counts of the indictment will be A, B, or C. And
so the thing with the
others
seat,
guilty or not guilty. So our jury, oh gosh, they're already back. Let me get these written up so you all can have about 5 minutes to review them, okay?
so the whole thing with the seat is
Some typos.
typos. Nobody cares about typos.
I don't think I already have them, but when I put this all together, we'll see if they're still there or not. Thanks.
Their whole thing with Seatgate 2016
All right,
is
you all can. It's going to take me about 10 minutes, so we'll take a 10-minute break.
there was a
Jurors know it's going to be about another 10 minutes.
there was a officer who had said it was basically like a game of telephone. Somebody told somebody else that they found the seat, or they thought they heard they found the seat, or whatever. It got back to the lead detective that they had found the seat. So this is happening while the officers are at the dumpsters going through everything, looking through all the evidence and stuff and finding stuff. While they are doing that, the back at the station, they're doing the interviews. So the lead detective, Tinelli, gets the phone call and is like, oh, they got the seat. They didn't have the seat. I think they originally thought it was the seat, but it wasn't the seat. It ended up being like a couch or something, or whatever it was. Whatever happened, there was some kind of miscommunication, and they never had the seat. They told him on the phone that somebody had found it. So he goes in and he's telling them, in the interview, that somebody had found it. So again, miscommunication somewhere along the line. Somebody thought that they still had the seat, and they didn't find out, and they didn't clear it up with the court until later that they didn't have the seat. So then the defense is saying, oh, y'all lost the seat. And it was just, it was all kinds of messed up. So that's why we've been calling it Seatgate 2016, because they never actually found the seat, but it was made to seem like they had at some point found the seat. But then he even said, which one? It was Anwan or Jacory said that they put the seat was put in somebody, like the back of somebody's garage. It wasn't even put in one of the dumpsters. So that's how all of that happened. Seatgate 2016. But, I still don't know where the seat ended up. In somebody's garage. And it probably ended up in some lake or river or something. Who knows? Who knows? Not I, said the fly. They don't need the seat to find him guilty. Obviously, it would have helped. The more evidence they have, the better. But I think that the whole reason that this has turned into such a huge deal is because of the miscommunication. So the defense is trying to use this as an example of, they're not competent and they don't have the evidence that they say they have. And, trying to use this as a situation to create doubt. This is really hard for me, though, because it's hard for me to differentiate between between what we know and what they know, the jurors, because they don't know that Doofus over here has been spitting on attorneys and threatening judges' lives and stuff like that. Like, they don't know that. So, and we do. So it makes me nervous to know that, to try to forget the things that we know that they don't know. I feel like, what's that episode of Friends where they're like, they don't know that we know that they know. That's how I feel like I'm trying to explain this right now. But they put an 8-minute timer on, but then they didn't actually play it. Everybody keeps asking if the defense rests. I did not hear them rest. They're about to call the jury back in and we'll find out what they say. I did not hear them rest. I heard the state rest on Friday. And then they said that they were going to come back today at 12 or whatever and, doing all of this stuff. I did not hear them say that the defense rested. So I guess we're about to find out. But if they did, it was not on camera because none of us heard it. But I think, plus they still have to. Did they ask him if he's going to testify? I can't remember. I don't think they asked him that either, did they? Or maybe they did. I don't know. Look, Friday was 2 days ago. A lot has happened since. I'm a different person since then. I don't know. I didn't think they arrested. Yeah. But they did ask, defense did ask for a directed verdict. And they just asked for it like on all, oh, look, somebody's running. Somebody's being more productive than we are. Look. It is beautiful outside today. I should be there. I got distracted by the sunshine and the runners. Joey, do they know that we know? They don't know that we know that they know we know. Friends is the best. Pivot. Ruby Frankie will be sentenced February 20th. Let me put it on our handy dandy calendar. February 20th. I don't know. There's going to be some things that we're going to have to miss. Unfortunately. Actually, well, I guess they're not going to do it now. February 20th was also supposed to be Nina's trial, but they're not going to do that now. Let's save that. There's going to be some things that we're going to have to miss, unfortunately, because of treatment getting in the way. Not necessarily miss. We might just have to watch them a little bit later. I'm not sure. I think it's like mid-60s today. It was chilly this morning. It's been chilly in the mornings, though. That's why Lucy has her little jacket on. I kind of wish that I didn't know what we know that they don't know. Yeah. Gosh, it's 10:30 a.m. and it's only 42 degrees here. Oof. Oof. That's one thing I don't miss about those 6 years I lived in Ohio. It's how cold it was. How cold it was. Who's on Verdict Watch? Which trial's on Verdict Watch? Marie Moss, our official statistician. Oh my gosh, Danny Dawn, you missed Lisa's trial. It was such a crazy trial. It was so good. So good. Oh yeah. No directed verdict here. Yeah, the judge was like, so that's your motion? Okay, denied. Like, yeah, no. It's hilarious. Julie Fraser says, me right now going, yeah, it looks real chilly there, Brandi. It's Baltic and wet here in Scotland. Oh, sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm only jealous of the snow on Christmas. Then I want none of it. But see, like the sand here is white. So like that's like I get my white Christmas. That's my white Christmas. It's 60 in Nova Scotia today. Holly Mac. Holly Mac on your birthday. I love hearing where everybody's from and the temperature of where everybody's from. Does he face charges for how he acted by threatening behavior to the legal world? Yes. So he has additional charges for each of those things that he has done. I had it pulled up at one point and I'd have to go back and look, but he got a bunch, like for different things for the judges, one for his attorney, a couple charges from stuff that he did in jail. He ain't a good dude. That's for sure. The streets of Kentucky will not miss him. $19 degrees in Fargo today. Good Lord. Good Lord. It's so cold. I remember the first time that my first year in Ohio, it got to like the first time I saw it, like it was like 9 degrees one time, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, it was the first time I'd ever seen like single digit temperature. And then it ended up getting like below something at some point, and I was like, this is insane. How do people survive? And people drive in the snow and stuff. Like the snow will be just snowing. The snow will be snowing and people will still be driving. And that blows my mind. Because if you even mention the snow word in Georgia, we don't even have it in Florida, but if you even mention the snow word in Georgia, like everybody goes and buys out the Piggly Wiggly, and then you know, in the liquor store, and then you stay at home, and like nobody goes anywhere. Like nobody goes anywhere. I mean, after the Piggly Wiggly in the liquor store, after that, nobody goes anywhere. They stay home. People be fighting over that last loaf of bread in the Piggly Wiggly. Yeah, I don't understand it. People drive in the snow, like on purpose. Do y'all remember? Yeah, we don't play with snow in Georgia or in the South. Do y'all remember the ice storm? And I use the word storm lightly. This has been what, like sometime like between 2011 and 2015-ish. In Georgia, there was like, it wasn't snowing. It had like kind of rained and stuff, you know, a little bit. And then the temperature was dropping. A cold front was coming in. The temperature was dropping. And this is all happening during the day, not at night. And then like everybody's like, okay, it's about to like all of this precipitation is about to turn to ice. So you need to get off the roads. So what do? Declare a state of emergency at 5 o'clock and send everybody home. So everybody's like just piling up on the interstates together. Now, if you've ever been on any of these interstates in Atlanta, you will know that they are not a place for the like faint of heart. Like if you're going to drive on an Atlanta interstate, you have to be at least semi-emotionally and mentally stable, and also have completed, you know, at least 3 rounds of anger management. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting yourself into some trouble on these interstates. It especially 285. 285 is the perimeter. It goes around. 285 is a big old circle around Atlanta, and all the other ones just go shoot, 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 shoot all through them. But 285 is this big old circle. It circles around Atlanta, and so everybody gets on 285 to go to the next one, and then go to here, go to that, and all of a sudden they declare a state of emergency. Like they waited way too long because we had known all day it was going to freeze. They declared a state of emergency and put all the parents going to get their youngins, all the people at work, everybody, puts everybody on the interstate all at once trying to get home before this ice. So what happens? Standstill traffic. What happens when you're in standstill traffic? You're not moving. So what happens then? The roads freeze. People were stuck for days. People were stuck for days on the interstates. For days. They made fun of us on Saturday Night Live. They had a whole thing on their little news thing on Saturday Night Live. They had a whole thing of like making fun of us for our half an inch of ice that shut down the whole state of Georgia, or at least the whole city of Atlanta and the suburbs. Because let's be honest, like Georgia is like, Atlanta's like its own, like you're either from Georgia or you're from Atlanta. You're not from both, if that makes sense. Like I'm from Georgia, but if I were from Atlanta, I wouldn't say I'm from Georgia. I would say I'm from Atlanta. It's two different things. That makes, if you know, you know. If you're from Georgia or if you're from Atlanta, then you understand what I'm saying. Tosh says, I think the whole North was laughing at y'all. Yeah. But keep in mind too, we don't have salt trucks. You know, we don't have equipment. Like we don't have all that. So it's not like they're out there salting the roads. Like we don't have that. We just go home. It was bad. People were stuck for days out there. For days. People think I'm crazy when I say that you're either from Atlanta or you're from Georgia. See, CM Southern says I'm from Georgia for sure. So you would never say I'm from Atlanta. If you're from Georgia, you would never say I'm from Atlanta. And if you're from Atlanta, you would never say I'm from Georgia. Two very different things. Oh, you're so right. I hate ATL traffic. And that time was definitely, my sister almost got stuck on the interstate that year. Like everybody got, I mean, it was crazy. People were like trying to like walk to gas stations and stuff. And like, I mean, it was wild. Georgia snow removal is a pickup truck with a piece of plywood on front. That's actually, yeah. Well, that's why when I moved to Ohio, I didn't know they had actual snow shovels. I thought that you just used a regular shovel until my neighbors laughed at me and made fun of me and watched me struggling. And then someone finally told me. So rude. So rude. Am I done with my Christmas shopping? No. Nope. I still gotta get my nieces and my nephews something, and because they'll be here Saturday, and then I need to get a couple more little things for Jacob. Man, Dave says, I'm from Georgia, but it's 90 minutes south of Atlanta. Exactly. You're from Georgia. Like, if you're like within, like, what do y'all say? Like, probably if you're within 10 miles of 285, then you can say you're from Atlanta. Otherwise, you're from Georgia. It's like that in Maryland. You're either from Baltimore or everywhere else. So y'all know what I mean. We have studded tires on our vehicles in winter for the ice. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I couldn't do it. Brandi's waiting until Mary is 4 centimeters dilated to finish. Yes, exactly. I'm not finishing my shopping until Mary is 4 centimeters dilated. I'm always very last minute. But I got half of Jacob. I got more than half of Jacob. I got my mama. I got my nanny. I got my nanny the coolest gift. I lost my grandfather last year. And they were married for 60 something years. And so I got her this really cool bracelet. It's like a bangle. She loves bangles. And it has a charm on it. And when you hold the charm up to your eyeball and like you can, it has a hole or whatever, you look in and it's a picture of them dancing at a wedding. That's what I got my nanny. I think she'll love it. Hello, hello. Some of y'all are just now joining. Where you been? I like sentimental stuff. Those are always my favorite. I got 1 year for her birthday because she loves sentimental stuff too. Like she's real big. She's one of those, like, she's so hard to buy anything for because she has, you know, like she has anything she wants. She's not, she loves giving gifts to everybody else, but she's not like real big on like stuff herself, but she's really sentimental like I am. So 1 year I got her, I made like I started a couple months before her birthday and I emailed everybody in my family and I asked them, I gave them like a 2-week time limit. And I was like, you know, write out your favorite memory of her or your favorite thing about her or whatever. And so I had everybody's stuff and I put them like in a book for her. And like for each person, I put like a picture of them together and stuff. And watching her boohoo cry, oh, I loved it. She was like sentimental stuff like that. It means so much more to her than like just stuff. I'm like that too. I love stuff that has meaning. But seeing her, like, it was cool too, because watching her go through and read some of those things, some of that was stuff that like that she said that like she, memories and stuff that she said that she didn't even realize made such a difference on her different family members and stuff. It was sweet. I got the bangle from a place called, let me see. They have a few different ones. Wear Felicity, WEAR Felicity is where I ordered mine from. But they have, I think that's the one. I saved like 3 of them and looked to see which one was the nicest. I think that's the one I ordered it from. Yeah, longest 10-minute break ever. You're right, Brandi. I'm living in Georgia and not Hotlanta. Yes. It's 2 different things. Chrissy Bacon, I got all my chores done early so I could report for jury duty. Good. Well, we're still waiting on the jury to come back. If they ever do. Brandi would love the new Christmas Chevy commercial. You'll be saying, I'm not crying, you are. Uh-oh. When I was going through chemo, like emotions are all over the place. And plus, like treatment and everything sent me into early menopause, which also has like hormones and stuff like all over the place. And it's before I had to start like my hormone replacement crap or whatever because of all the damage it did to me. So I would be like watching TV or something, in the hospital, and commercial would come on, and I could be watching like the saddest thing in the world and it wouldn't and I'd be okay. And then a commercial would come on and I'd start like boohoo crying, and then something else would come on and I'd get pissed off. And then like I was so all over the place. My emotions were so irregulated when I was going through chemo. But I remember there were commercials that I would just all of a sudden start boohoo crying. Dallas member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. It's our special day. Happy anniversary, 7 whole months. I'm so glad you're here. So happy to have you. You live here now. You've lived here for 7 months. Seven whole months. It's getting pretty serious. Jane Dixon, I'm in Georgia, Northeast Georgia, Lawrenceville, Snellville, Loganville. I went to Loganville High School, and my parents were high school sweethearts. They went to South Gwinnett High School in Snellville, and my uncle coached football at Grayson, right by Lawrenceville. So, yep, I know all that. I lived in Walnut Grove, Loganville area. Julie Martin, I'm off work today and get to be here. Woo woo! Happy off of work day and happy 7-month anniversary. It's our anniversary. Happy anniversary. I'm glad that work let you have the day off for our anniversary. That was nice of them. Oh my gosh. Speaking of sentimental, my hubby threw away the jar that had every item that I collected from my son's laundry over the past 17 years. I let him live though. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's our anniversary. That is bull butter. Bull butter. That's our nicer way of saying BS, courtesy of Mr. Ricky Watson himself. It's bull butter. Since we all live here, whose turn is it to do laundry? Not mine. Tired of it. The beach is very pretty today. Oh, speaking of which, let me show you something Sunny sent me. Our very own Sunny Tanner. Let me drop it in my upload. Let me upload it to this and I'll show you real quick what she sent me. This is kind of crazy. My drive. So Sunny sent me this. Look at how crazy this is. This is she saw this when she was walking along the beach where she's at. Look, like you can see how big it is because like look at the person taking the picture. How crazy is that? Isn't that wild? Do I find shells on the beach here? Sometimes, but more like most people, if they're looking for shells, go to St. Andrews Park because there's a lot of shells that come in over that way, but there's not that many around here. I mean, after storms and stuff, there will be a lot more. But you can go dig your toes out in the sand by the sandbars, and you can pull up like sand dollars and stuff, like live sand dollars. But you got to put them back. Like you can't because they're alive, you know. But you can find sand dollars and stuff like that out there. They're cute. What comment? I missed it. I don't get to see everything. I try. I don't see a lot of sea glass. After Michael, we had a boatload. Yeah. After Hurricane Michael, there was a ton of stuff out on the beach after Michael, and my mom she found like all kinds of like really cool looking like driftwood and stuff too, but there was all kinds of stuff. There's like a church pew out here on the beach. There's all kinds of stuff after Michael. Best shelling in Florida is Fort Myers Beach. Wait, sand dollars are alive? This is new information. Yes, sand dollars are, well, I mean, it depends. If like the ones that you find on the beach are generally not alive. If they're like little spiny things are moving, then they're still alive. Normally, like if they're darker color too, then they're still alive. But if they're white, then they're usually like no longer alive and the sun has like kind of bleached them out and stuff. But if they're like gray or brown or something like that, then those are the ones that are alive. But yeah, they're in the water. Like they'll kind of be dug like right into the sand. So if you dig your toes like this into the sand, you can pull some up. But then you just look at them, tell them hello, and put them back because they're alive. Bye, Dallas. I have to go for the day. Y'all be nice, be well, and take care of each other. See ya. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Happy anniversary. Don't be taking home driftwood. Have you ever seen the fog? No, I've never seen that. Our sand dollars are purple and hairy. Yeah, that like the little hair things, like little spiny hair things or whatever. Like if they're alive, then you'll see them moving. I see it. I see somebody walking by down there. If you want to see shed load of shells and pebbles, you should take a look at Brighton Beach in the south of England. Oh, that's cool. Horseshoe crabs are cool to find. I love finding stuff like that. I apparently need to go to the ocean. Yes. I'm in Northwest Georgia, a small town about 20 miles north of Rome, Georgia. Oh, I love Rome. One of my close friends went to college there. I used to go visit up there. I love Rome. Whoever mentioned that Chevy commercial and crying, I am. Goodness gracious. This is the longest 10-minute break ever. Let's see how long it's actually been. It's actually been like 35 minutes. I'm going to visit my daughter in Florida in February. Oh, what part of Florida?
It's been 84 years.
84 years. I can't stop yawning. Maybe the courts got snowed out in Kentucky. Maybe. I see people walking. It's about time. Sorry. Made you yawn. I had somebody in comments tell me that I should stop yawning on camera. Okay. Sure. Sure, Jan. Who tells somebody to stop yawning? Yes, I did take my medicine today. Rude. You would be surprised how many rude comments I get. Like, people just look for reasons to crap on you. And I don't understand it. It's not something I do. If I don't like what somebody does, I just don't watch it. If if somebody is a horrible person, I just don't watch them. If somebody is yawning, I don't even, who cares? There are the things that people will complain about in comments baffles me. And I usually will ignore it, whatever. But every once in a while they'll catch me in a sassy mood, and like somebody said something stupid a couple weeks ago, and I was like, that's stupid feedback. like, go watch something else. I literally said it's stupid feedback. I just don't understand. Like, why? What's the point? What's the point? There are so many places on the internet that you can go if you don't like the way I do things. Like, I don't want to change for rude people on the internet. I'm gonna I don't care if I'm not trying to get famous here. I'm doing something that I enjoy with people that I enjoy doing it with. Like, I'm not trying to get famous here. I love it that we're growing and that we've, grown so much. I love that. But at the same time, if I'm not the right person for you, then that's okay. There are so many other people and it's not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea. But the people who I've seen who aren't my cup of tea, I don't go telling them every little thing that they do that I don't like. It's none of my business. So weird. Isn't that so weird? I think it's so weird. You should stop yawning. It makes you look unprepared. Okay. Maybe it makes me look tired because I spend so much time researching all this crap for you, Karen, or whoever. I feel like Karens get a bad rap now. My cousin's name is Karen, and she's like, I'm over the Karen thing. Can we swap it to somebody else? She's ready to swap it to a different name. She's ready to be mad at somebody else now. Move along, little pony. What's a grit? What's a grit? Only the best food ever. Hello, cheese grits. #1 breakfast of all the world. Or should be. Gossip rumor and innuendo says that they are Lindsay's. Okay. I'll let my cousin know. We're going to move on to Lindsay's now. I love grits. I love grits so much. My mom's name is Karen, but she lives up to the name. I'm telling her. Oh, good idea. I was thinking Donna Adelson inspired me to change Karen's to Donna's. Oh man, now I'm really craving grits. Poor Karen's. Oh, I'm your cup of Kool-Aid. Thank you, Natalie. Oh, yay. Good. See, they need to sponsor me too. I tell you all about these things, and then everybody orders stuff like Factor Meals needs to sponsor me. Felicity Jewelry, all these things. I think we've all just collectively decided that Donna is going to be the new name for. Donna is the new Karen. A grit is what they call liberals in Canada. Conservatives. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Oops, where'd that go? Scrapple is my go-to for. I heard of that for the first time when we were all talking about different foods that people had never done. They shouldn't be at lunch because they didn't come in till lunchtime, so they weren't supposed to be doing a lunch today. Yep. Donna is the new Karen. Ooh, shrimp and grits. Yeah, that's one of my. I make really good shrimp and grits. We always get on the topic of food every single time. Every single time. What is taking them so long? Oh my gosh. Wouldn't that be something? It's not paused. I know. I keep looking to make sure, like, I keep checking to make sure it's not paused. Wouldn't that be something? Let me look and see if there's any kind of. I mean, there's no update about anything, so I have no idea. No idea. I'd be so mad if we missed a zapping. So mad. My sister Donna will not be pleased. Tell her we're sorry. Zapping needs to be live. Yes. And that way we can watch it again on slow-mo and stuff. It's been 84 years. Fanny Pack says, I'm late. Who testified already today? Nobody. They didn't start until later. Like, court didn't start until around lunchtime. And all they've done so far is jury instructions and then took a 10-minute break that's actually been more like a 40-minute break. That's it. Maybe the camera person thought it was lunch break and left. Who was it? Which trial was it that we watched where their camera person would always come back in late and stuff? Which trial was that? Yeah. Don't they know that we're waiting for them? Don't they know that we know that they know we don't know? I think there's been a couple trials actually like that where the cameraman was like just doing his own thing.
You have the right.
Oops. Didn't mean to hit that. All right, let's see. I can't find any kind of updates about anything that they're doing. Can I get an on-screen timer to time? No, I mean, I'm using StreamYard, so I don't have one. But I mean, I'll have to, I mean, you can go back to right here. Like, this is when they went on break. It's been 47 minutes. 47 minutes. 10-minute break. 47 minutes. Now we just wait here. To do the timers, I have to have it won't let me do them on StreamYard. Or if it does, I haven't figured out how to do it yet. And I haven't even tried to Streamlabs is a lot more complicated than StreamYard. So I haven't tried that yet. Let me see if I can find any other. See if we can get any other. No updates that I can find. I don't see anything. Are they trying to talk? Or are they trying to talk him out of testifying? Maybe. He'd be stupid to testify, but I'd be here for it. Yeah, Lucy is. What are you doing? Luce? What are you doing? Why are you laying right there? You want me to take your jacket off? Come here. Come here. She's a big girl. Give me take your jacket off. She's like over here laying on the hardwood floor for some reason instead of her bed. Sometimes she does that. I think maybe because the floor is like nice and cool. Hi, darling. Hello, my love. Hello, my love. Hi. Oh, you're so pretty. You want to say hi to your friends? You say hi to your friends? Say hi. Say hi. Shall I wake you up from a nap? I love her. I love her. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Did the state rest? The state rested Friday. So we were trying to see what's going on with defense, and they took a 10-minute break and then just never came back. Oh, you're so good. You're so, so good. Oh. Oh, Lucy's getting a surprise for my Sammy sometime this week. There she is. She's a good puppy. The judge underestimated her typing speed. Maybe. It's taking so long. I'm getting really impatient. I'm getting really impatient. I just saw somebody walk by again. Look, there's a head. There's a head. She is a comfort to me. She's like my little bestie. Shows pictures of Lucy as a puppy. Let me see. Let me see what I can find. Oops. Albums. Lucy Lou. Let's see. Oh. Mercy, new member, welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. You live here. All right, let's see. Where are her puppy pictures? This was her first snow. She's so cute. It's her running through her first snow. Look at her little ears flopping. She's so cute. She's such a little doll baby. Where is her puppy picture when she was just itty bitty? Oh, there's one when she was little bitty. I'm trying to find her when I first brought. Oh, she's still like I would take her to work with me. She didn't want me to work. Dang, I had some. They might not be in this album. I might have to look at my other one. Oh, look, this is when I got out of the hospital. Look how shaggy she is. Because I was going through everything. Hospital stuff. Oops. I thought I had her puppy pictures on here. Hold on, let me see if I can find them. She's so funny. This is her when I brought her home. She was 3 pounds. Look how little. See, that was 2019. She was so little. We have movement. Let's see. I had some more pictures of her when she was little. Let me find them. Ah, here we go. This is her. Look how little. With her little pink hoodie. We had movement to the camera. But not much. And that was her when she was little. Little Miss Lucy Lou. She is not my first dog. She is my first small dog, though, that I've ever had. Look how cute she is. I've always had big dogs. She's a Yorkie poo, so she's half Yorkie and half miniature poodle. And all attitude. There's this, oh my gosh. I went to my brother's house and my nieces put one of their baby doll dresses on her. I come in and she has on one of the doll dresses. It was cute. Movement. We have movement. And it's gone again. She's so cute. Before this, I did sports marketing for a while, and then I've managed a couple different businesses before that. I did retail management for a while, and then I ran our family company for a while too before my dad died. She's a very big girl. She's very, very big. Sanibel is better for shells. I've never been to Sanibel. I don't think it's, let me look at, I don't think it's far from me either. Let me look at that. I don't think I've been there. If I have, I don't remember. Like Fort Myers. Sanibel Island is a popular destination for shelling, fishing, boating, wildlife, watching along the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, seashell capital of the world. Nancy's right. Seashell capital of the world. Oops, I just realized I turned her thing off. She is 4 years old. 4.5. Her birthday's June 3rd. Yeah, it's not legal to keep saying dollars. Now, if you'll see some that come up that are like already, broken, or that are already, even the ones that aren't broken, that are already dead and stuff. But I hate when I see people that pull them out and like take them with them. That drives me nuts. So I'm like, that's alive. Put it back. Every time somebody walks by right here, I think something's happening. But it's not. Hi, 80s Music Man. How did I pick her name? I picked her name because I don't know. She just looked like a Lucy. They had her name. The people had named her Carly or something like that. And I was like, she don't look like a Carly. Will we be on streaming between Christmas and New Year's? It depends on what's going on and what there is to stream. We will see what is going on. Sandra Oliver, it was supposed to be a 10-minute break, and that was an hour ago. Over an hour ago. Yeah, we have Shell Island here, which is really cool. Shell Island is beautiful. What's happening? Had to leave and come back. Well, we don't know. We still don't know. Oh, I have my sound effects now. Yes. I forgot I had those now. See, I keep forgetting that I have all the... I went like, what, a month without them? Still not used to playing them again. Steve N, don't bring up the gnome thing. I like my gnomes. I'm a German Shepherd girl here. I had a German Shepherd named Duke, and I loved him. Lucy's my first dog since Duke passed. I couldn't have one for a while after that. You have to call her and Ricky Ricardo's. Yeah, tell her she's got some splaining to do. She's snoring right now. Maybe unintentional lunch break. Yeah, I thought that, but I'm confused though because they came in late. They weren't supposed to have a lunch break. So wouldn't that be wild if Brice got away? Oh my gosh.
It's been 84 years.
How long did I wait? Let's see. I got her in like almost 2 years. She's snoring still. I love that Christmas farm truck is popular right now. And this weekend I got PJs with it that had gnomes in the back. Oh, that's cute. Belle, Coda, and Finn are my pups. My kid, his dog is named Finn. cute little rescue that he got for being good at school. I can see deleted comments on, if I'm looking on this screen, then, well, I mean, I can still see them anyway. I can pull up anything, but I have to like hit a button to see it. But on this one, I see everything. What trial is next? I am not quite sure. It depends on, because I mean, now we're going, like this one will be in verdict watch, and then we're going to have holidays. They're not going to start any trials right at the holidays, probably. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Have to see what we're planning on doing. There's some. We've got on January 4th. We've got Thami's hearing. Right, and what else? We have a Donna Adelson hearing the following week, like January 9th. A Vallow hearing the week after that. So we've got a bunch of hearings coming up. The ballerina trial that I want to do, the Ashley Benefield, is the end of January, but I can't think of any that are between now and then. I don't think I'm going to do the Charlie jail calls because they're already available. Like other people have them. I don't know. I mean, if there's nothing else to do in between now and then, we may listen to some of them together. I'm not sure yet. Everybody keeps asking me to do Sarah Boone. It depends. It depends. Everybody keeps asking me to do that one. If you want to get infuriated, listen to the Charlie Donna jail calls. Yeah. I'm stuck in a meeting for another 20 minutes. Glad I'm not missing anything. Yeah. I drop cases over. Wait, what? She's getting it. Wait, what? Who? Who's getting a new trial? As of right now, Karen Reed is still scheduled for a trial. Yes. Oh, hey, Dino Kelly. Dino Kelly says, don't bank on Randolph going. He put in the motion to fire his attorneys, and now he's baffled as to why his mail to them is returned to sender. Wow. Gosh, what a goober. What is his deal? iDrop case now has a part 2. Wow, really? Yeah, the letters. Poor Judge Darrow. Poor Judge Darrow. Erica's. Court reverses. Court reverses woman's murder conviction because her co-defendant ex-husband testified against her remotely. Ohio Appeals Court overturned the murder conviction of a woman who allegedly lured her then husband's former girlfriend into a deadly trap. Judges with Court of Appeals in the Ninth Judicial Circuit determined that the trial court erred by letting confessed killer Chad Cobb testify remotely against defendant Erica amid the COVID-19 pandemic. They decided this violated her right to confront the witnesses against her in court on charges that she helped kill Ashley Nicole Biggs. She was convicted of aggravated murder and murder in November 2020. Authorities said she called in and ordered a Domino's, luring pizza delivery driver and Cobb's ex-girlfriend Biggs to a trap where Cobb committed the actual murder. After the slain woman did not return to work, her manager called police. According to the new ruling, officers who responded to the address of the delivery found it was pitch black and there was signs of a struggle, as well as a significant amount of blood in the parking lot. Wow. Interesting. We have camera movement. Hello, my name is Kimberly. I am the best friend of Marie Wren, the mother of Brice and Larry. Your channel was referred to me by another friend. Welcome, Kimberly. There's so many things that are not presented. So many things that are not presented, like what? There's a lot. We were actually just talking about that, about how the jury doesn't get to see all of the things that we get to see too. And we are all hoping for justice for Larry. For all of them. Kimberly, are you in court now too? We were wondering what's taking so long. We were just talking about that earlier, about all the different things that the jury isn't allowed to see or hear. It makes it hard to separate the things that we know outside of what's presented, and trying to separate the things that they don't know. Oh, we couldn't make it to court today. I believe the second one that decided to speak up is way more credible than the defense team combined. I agree. You could hear the like emotion in his voice, like the trauma. It felt very genuine to me. So I agree with you, 80s. Yeah. Longest. I mean, now we're at an hour and 20 minutes. Like, are they even coming back? What is happening? Dino Kelly says he actually hates being called Tom. He wants to be called Tommy, but I'm sure he would really hate the H being pronounced. I'll squeeze it in at some point on Netflix. Yes. Jacory was so scared, and it took a lot of guts to finally tell his story of all that happened. I agree. I don't know what could be going on. I don't like, I mean, we're at almost an hour and a half for a 10-minute break. Camera movement. I'm getting really impatient. We are not on verdict watch yet. They haven't even done closings. We haven't even heard anything. Hello, hello. Well, see, the whole thing is that they said yesterday that or Friday, they didn't have to come in until later. So they weren't taking a lunch break. They were coming in after lunch. And she said something about how all of the breaks would just be like the moving around breaks, like, whatever she said, the stretch and walk around, like 5-minute, 10-minute breaks instead of like an actual lunch break. That's what she said Friday. So they didn't come in till late today. So there would be no point for them to come in and then send them straight to lunch. I wonder at verdict time if they will put those shock things on him just in case it's guilty on all counts. I would love to see him get shocked. Hi, Kaylin. I'm late today because I'm addicted to listening to Charlie Adelson's jail calls, throwing Wendy under the bus. It's glorious, but I'm here now. I haven't got to listen to them all yet. Hallelujah.
Okay.
Finally.
What we got?
We noticed a couple typos on page 2. We thought that physical force and extreme emotional disturbance were being taken out.
Okay. Physical force?
Yes. And EED. None of the murder or manslaughter. Well, no.
Hang on 1 second. Okay.
The murder charges do not have complicity, although the manslaughter charges do.
So we're doing intentionally, wantonly, complicity, and official proceeding, right?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
So then, Judge, on page, for instance, 4 on the murder 1A, it does not have complicity in it.
Okay.
So that needs to be added. It is in 1B, and then that pattern follows for each of the murder charges. Complicity needs to be added to each of them.
Okay. So on 1B, 2B, and 3B?
1A, 2A, and 3A. It's in all of the manslaughter charges, but not in the murder charges.
Murder should be 1A, 2A, and 3A.
I'm sorry. The complicity language is not in the murder charges.
And it should be?
Yes.
And it should not, and it should also be in manslaughter?
Correct.
Okay. And that should be in 1A, 2A, and 3A.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang on, let me get that in.
I don't know. That door's been open all day behind her. I wonder if their air is messed up again.
Okay.
So is it in, like, for instance, he acting alone or in complicity with others killed Christopher Jones by shooting him with a firearm.
No, it is he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a or by stabbing. Okay.
No objection. I noticed in 1B it says he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others, and then it should say by shooting him with a firearm.
Yes, I changed all of those.
Okay. And then so for 2A murder and 3A murder, the same change with the complicity.
Yes, I've changed all of them.
The only other thing I noticed was that in the verdict forms, A, it says we the jury found the defendant not guilty or murder instead of murder.
Okay.
That's all noticed by the MO.
We had a few other things for spotted.
Let me change that or to of and the other ones as well.
Look, everybody's coming in like, did I miss him getting zapped? We all want him to get zapped. I feel like they should do it at least 3 times, like one for each of those victims.
Okay.
Your Honor, on page 1, under unanimous verdict, I believe the court was going to change foreman to foreperson.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm not sure if that's the only location of that word, but I can
I'll double check it.
Yes, thank you. And then I believe the only other correction is a lettering on page 6. For example, on 2A, we have 2 B's. I think it's the Word document is just trying to.
Does that make sense, Judge? It says B for the, instead of A for the first option, it says B, and then it says B again.
Oh, I see it.
And then on page 8 for instruction 3A.
Hang on just one second. Let me get that formatting correct. Okay.
On page 8, under 3A, on instruction 3A, we have a C and a B, which should be changed to an A and a B.
Got it.
All that for them to just go over typos.
I believe page 12, instruction number 6. We have element A, B, and D. The last one should be a C.
Page 12, you said?
Page 12, yes.
One for each victim, one for
No,
each
that
witness.
goes under B.
One for each juror. One for
That's
each post.
B, you know, because it's not a separate element. That's just the intentional portion. So it should be the same for 2A and 3A.
And then I believe the same lettering on page 15, 16, 17, and 18.
A instead of.
Be in our own list.
Oh gosh, I can't stand him. I don't even want to look at him.
I see. Because it went to CD. I gotcha.
You can even hear like the little round thing on her mouse, like how loud that is.
Okay. Anything else?
Judge, we did do what you asked, and we discussed sort of the logic of today versus tomorrow. And I think that we concluded that it will not slow us down to do closings first thing tomorrow, as long as both sides are ready to go straight into penalty if that's necessary.
So they're doing closings first thing tomorrow?
We've already done penalty
I
instructions.
just hate to send them home, having been sitting here since 12:30.
So I guess defense is not even going to put on a...
So we have to do instructions, and then you all think you'll be about an hour each. Is that right?
Yeah, probably less.
I think I'm just going to push through.
Defense did not do.
Janelle has left, so it's me making the copies. Please bear with me.
So if they're... She doesn't want to send them home because now they've come in and just sat here and waited while they did all this crap. So she wants to push through and do closings today. Each one of them are going to have about an hour closing, she said. Yeah, Netflix is doing a documentary thing about Thami. So, Dino Kelly will be on it since he was lead detective. He's going to try to slip in a Thami for us.
Yeah.
But I wasn't sure.
I'm hearing hot mics. I'm trying to listen. The defense is going to try to drag Marie. Yeah, I heard them doing that already a little bit in their openings. And Brice did it in his police interview. What's up with his... what is happening right here? Why is this... We need to know.
Even if it's a contemporary.
Kimberly says Marie was never with this monster intimately. See, that's what he was saying, that it was like they were implying it was like a romance gone wrong.
You wrote a check out because we're all like trying to get money. So no. I think Danny paid like
The copies are still running. While they are, I think I'm going to bring the jury in, check with them to see if there's any issues with the admonition, tell them what's going on with Tonelli being gone, let you all rest, approach, we'll do DV arguments again, but then the copies should be done. You ready? I'm nothing if not a multitasker.
Oh gosh, this is like the most frustrating day. Is this the jury that's about to walk by? I know he showed their feet before when about to have feet finders again. Apparently, defense is not presenting a case because they're already talking about going into closing arguments.
We talked about it already.
I knew this was a different one.
I'm not sure what happened to Tonelli. Marvel actor Jonathan Majors found guilty.
Well,
Yeah, nothing's happened. We've been here for 3.5 hours and there's been nothing that has really happened. Feet finders.
thank you. All right, good afternoon. Let me apologize. You know, we try so hard to make things go as scheduled, and sometimes it just doesn't happen. I can't tell you how much I hate it when you all are sitting there for that long. But I assure you we were doing the best that we could. Is there anything that anybody needs to report with regards to the admonition? Did everybody get their phones over here? Okay. We have one juror missing, as you can see. What we understand is he's fine. I don't want Joel to be worried about him, but we have gone ahead and excused him for health reasons. Also, Detective Tonelli, you'll see, is not here. With his permission, he has asked that I convey to you that he had to go out of state. His mother was having surgery, and we told him, you know, go ahead and go. We are going to move into the next phase of the trial. When we left Friday, the state had rested their case. Would the defense like to call any witnesses?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right. Would you all approach, please?
This has been the most frustrating day. Okay, so defense rests. Officially. Defense has there. I mean, defense doesn't really have much of a defense. Like, their big defense is going to be,
Get the rest passed out to the jury in just a moment. You can have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You need something else?
throw everybody else under the bus. That's going to be their defense. Throw everybody else under the bus. The third guy never did testify. No.
Well, don't forget to hit clear or it'll press 20 next time.
All they're going to do is he's going to use his closing arguments as his defense.
There should be 14 copies of instructions.
He doesn't even have anybody he can call as a witness that would like say anything that's going to help him, you know? So all he can do is hope that his closing arguments can he could use his closing arguments to throw somebody else under the bus.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you on the law of the case. That's what you're getting a copy of, is your instructions as jurors. After I have instructed you, and that is a thing that I must do, is read through these all the way for all of you. After I have read the instructions, the attorneys will give closing arguments. Closing arguments, just like I told you in opening statements, are not evidence, but they are the lawyer's chance to talk to you about how they sum up the evidence and recommend how you should find after closing arguments. Now, after closings, you will retire to the jury room, where the first thing you're going to do is select a foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations. It doesn't matter really who it is, as long as you all agree that that person will be the foreperson. The foreperson's copy of your instructions, it really doesn't matter, but you need to have like one official copy. So generally the foreperson's copy will be the copy that you sign. There's no reason for the foreperson to sign any more than one copy, and that will be the copy that you return to the court. If you go back for deliberations and you have a question, please write it out and then knock on the door. There will be a deputy stationed outside the door of the deliberation room at all times. So if you have a question, you are allowed to ask questions. You would write it out, knock on the door or open the door, let the deputy know you have a question, and hand the deputy the paper. And then we will discuss it in here, and I may or may not answer your question. The same thing for when you reach a verdict. Just let the sheriff stationed outside your door know that you have reached a verdict, and we will bring you back in as soon as possible. Now, during deliberations, you can only talk to each other. The deputy will keep your phones. I'll give you a break before that if you need to call anybody and let them know that you might be here a while. If during your deliberations you need to use your phone or you have some kind of an emergency, please advise the sheriff. They, as I said, will be posted outside the door at all times. They will come and tell me and see if it is okay for you to use your phone. There are restrooms also in the area where the deliberation room is, so you don't need to leave for that purpose. All right, at this point, I'm going to read the instructions to the jury. In the case of 16 CR 1891, Commonwealth versus Brice Rhodes, these are the jury instructions. Presumption of innocence. The law presumes a defendant to be innocent of a crime, and the indictment shall not be considered as evidence or as having any weight against him. You shall find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, not guilty unless you are satisfied from the evidence alone and beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. If upon the whole case you have a reasonable doubt that he is guilty, you shall find him not guilty. Unanimous verdict. The verdict of the jury must be in writing, must be unanimous, and must be signed by one of you as foreperson. You should use the form provided at the end of these instructions in writing your verdict. Right to remain silent. A defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant, Brice Rhodes, did not testify in this case cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice him in any way. Tainted evidence. If you believe from the evidence that there existed certain items that were potential evidence and that the agents or employees of the Commonwealth unintentionally tampered with them, you may but are not required to weigh this evidence in favor of the defense. Definitions. Intentionally. A person acts intentionally with respect to a result or to conduct when his conscious objective is to cause that result or engage in that conduct. Wantonly. A person acts wantonly with respect to a result or to a circumstance when he is aware and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur or that the circumstance exists. The risk must be of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would observe in the same situation. Complicity means that a person is guilty of an offense committed by another person when, with the intention of promoting or facilitating the commission of the offense, he solicits, commands, or engages in a conspiracy with such other person to commit the offense, or aids, counsels, or attempts to aid such person in planning or committing the act. Official proceeding means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official authorized to hear evidence under oath. Instruction number 1A, murder as to Christopher Jones. You shall find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 4th, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm. And B, that in so doing he caused the death of Christopher Jones intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death of Christopher Jones under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form number 1A. The verdict forms correspond with the instruction numbers. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction number 1B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, let's proceed to instruction 2A. Instruction 1B, second-degree manslaughter as to Christopher Jones. If you do not find the defendant, Brice Rhodes, guilty under instruction number 1A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 4th, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Christopher Jones by himself or in complicity with others by shooting him with a firearm. And B, that in so doing, he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 1B, then move on to instruction 2A. Instruction 2A, murder as to Maurice Gordon. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife. And B, that in so doing he caused the death of Maurice Gordon intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death of Maurice Gordon under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 2A. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 2B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, proceed to instruction 3A. Instruction 2B, second-degree manslaughter as to Maurice Gordon. If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under either instruction number 2A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using form 2B, then move on to instruction 3A. Instruction number 3A, murder as to Larry Ordway. You shall find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he caused the death of Larry Ordway intentionally, or that in so doing he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death of Larry Ordway under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to human life. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 3A. If you find Mr. Rhodes not guilty under this instruction, proceed to instruction 3B. If you find Mr. Rhodes guilty under this instruction, the verdict form will also require you to make a determination as to whether or not you unanimously believe Mr. Rhodes acted intentionally or he acted wantonly, as those terms are defined herein. Please only answer yes if you all unanimously agree that his actions were intentional, as that word has been defined. There will be a further proceeding at which you will fix his punishment. Next, proceed to instruction 4. Instruction 3B, second-degree manslaughter as to Larry Ordway. If you do not find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty under instruction 2A, that should be 3A, you will find the defendant guilty of second-degree manslaughter under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in this county on or about May 22nd, 2016, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he killed Larry Ordway by himself or in complicity with others by stabbing him with a knife, and B, that in so doing he was acting wantonly, as that term is described in the definitions herein. Please indicate your verdict using form 3B, then move on to instruction 4. Instruction 4, tampering with physical evidence. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of tampering with physical evidence under this instruction if, and only if, you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. A, that in Jefferson County on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from 763 North Height, including a pink blanket, the knife, and or the backseat of the blue Mazda, and that in so doing, he believes that an official proceeding may be pending or instituted against him, and he did so with the intent to impair the availability of the evidence at such a proceeding. Please indicate your verdict using Form 4, then move on to Instruction 5. Instruction 5, abuse of a corpse, Maurice Gordon. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. That in Jefferson County, on or about the 22nd day of May, 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Maurice Gordon in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in so doing, he intentionally treated Maurice Gordon's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your verdict using verdict form 5, then move on to instruction 6. Instruction 6, abuse of a corpse, Larry Ordway. You will find the defendant Brice Rhodes guilty of abuse of a corpse under this instruction if and only if you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt all of the following. You'll see there's a typo where the word following is written twice on this one and the one before. That in Jefferson County, on or about the 22nd day of May 2016, he, acting alone or in complicity with another or others, placed the body of Larry Ordway in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, and that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in doing so, he intentionally treated Larry Ordway's body in a way that would outrage ordinary family sensibilities. Please indicate your verdict using Form 6. This is followed then, ladies and gentlemen, by a single verdict form for each instruction that I have just read to you. You will need to follow those instructions, and as I said, have the foreperson sign as appropriate in line with your verdicts. Now, we are going to have closing arguments. I expect that they will last until about 5:15 or so, maybe 5:30. Would anyone like to take 5 minutes to step outside and make any calls or anything that you might need to make? Because once we're done with that, you'll go straight into deliberations. That's up to you all. It just depends, on how it goes. So does anybody need to step out? All right, let's take 5 minutes. I'll have you come back at 3:35. Please remember the admonition is still in place.
Seriously? So here's the problem. I expected them to be doing closings tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. I have to leave here at 4:15. So, which is 5:15 their time, which is about when they'll be finishing, and then they'll go into deliberations. I can possibly leave the stream running here and just try to.
Am I okay? No.
Update it on my phone.
But I'm going to keep going until I am. Just overwhelmed.
I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. No, I will not wear my verdict eyebrows to the doctor. Yeah, let's see how long this 5 minutes is. Ugh. I'm really annoyed though, because with all of the time that they took today, and if she wanted to push through today, then she should have brought them in at regular time. So I'm really annoyed. The thing is, though, right when I leave, it's going to be going into verdict watch. Hmm. She said that they're each going to take about an hour. Rasser's mom member for 3 whole months. I love it here. Y'all are my favorite. Rasser's mom, we love having you here. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Viva says, I guarantee the second it's confirmed that he's guilty, the unhinged Brice Rhodes will make a scene in the courtroom. I could see it happening. It wouldn't surprise me. Lil B, thank you so much for the super chat. Take care of yourself. We can catch up with you or wait. Thank you. Thank you. I have no idea why the defense needs an hour. Hopefully they won't take that long. I hope not. I'm so annoyed right now. He's been all talk for the last 7 years, and now he has nothing to say. Ugh. I texted. I texted Kathy to see if she wants to jump on, if she's off after this, but I don't know. I'll figure it out when we get there. Cross that bridge when I get there. I'm trying to come up with a plan. I'm going to figure it out. See, the problem is they're going to finish closings about the time I have to leave. So then they're going to go into verdict watch. So I'll be here for closings, but then I have to leave. Yeah, Courtney Clinty, I've been watching that one too. I'm going to cover that one. They didn't turn the audio on. Hello? Hello, audio. He's talking and stuff, but there's no sound. So we'll just wait here.
How strong that fort seemed the day you built it, maybe the next day. Inevitably, the sun came out. When the sun came out, that fort that appeared to be so strong looked like it would never collapse, never fall down. Every single time it did. Every time. The Commonwealth, in this case, bears a heavy burden. They admitted it in their opening. They bear the burden to prove to you every element beyond a reasonable doubt. And at times, they have seemed to have built the strongest, toughest fort that was going to last forever. I want to suggest to you that when you look at it and really think about it, it isn't so. Your job, and we talked a little bit about this when we were selecting the jury, it's not just one thing, it's multiple things. The most important thing that you do is you try to make sense from this witness stand of what really happened. You take the pieces of evidence that you have and you evaluate them. Decide which parts have credibility, which parts don't. when you're thinking about their case and you're thinking about what they proved beyond a reasonable doubt, that's what you have to go from. The evidence that you actually heard from the witness stand. Because the other part of your job, and there's the reason there's 12 of you, right? Because you caught something and maybe you missed something. And you caught something else, maybe you missed something else. And that's why you get to talk, right? You're not going to do separate analysis. You sit in a room together and you have your notes. Some of you took a lot of notes, some of you took a little notes. That's up to you, right? That's your business. But you get to talk to each other and you'll have the instructions from the court. And the instructions from the court are very important. That's why not only does the judge read them out loud, but each of you gets a copy. Those represent the actual law, the law that matters in this case. And then you get to do something that's sort of amazing, really. You get to apply the facts of this case to the law. That's part 2 of your job. You get to say, okay, now we've decided what happened. We've done the best we can to figure it out, right? And now we look and we say, did the prosecutor, did they meet their burden? Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt? And then if they did, what did they prove? Because as the court read to you, there are multiple possible options. And then you're the ones who choose. Now, I'm going to talk to you for a little while, tell you what I saw, what I observed, what I think. The prosecutor's going to get up and do the exact same thing. Okay? What I say is not evidence. The prosecutor says it's not evidence. What you heard in the witness stand, that's the evidence. So let's talk about credibility for a second. You really heard 2 types of evidence in this case. You heard a lot of evidence from either police or people who work with the police. And then you also heard evidence from the other suspects. I'm going to talk about those separately. Because I want to be clear. I want to try and be as clear as I possibly can. There were a lot of witnesses who either were police or worked with the police. And they told you little pieces, really. There's a little piece, sort of like a puzzle. Little piece here, little piece there.
Oh, it's always the puzzle
Sometimes
pieces.
Sometimes they don't. Prosecutor's going to tell you that they all fit. It all makes sense. It's clear, crystal clear. It's not. You know them. You sat in this room. You heard the evidence from that witness. In their opening, the prosecutor talked about, I want to get this right because I wrote it down, a monstrous bloody scene. I think those are the exact words the prosecutor used. Monstrous bloody scene. What we heard from the witness stand, that was not true. What we heard from the witness stand is that there was an entire bunch of officers with a search warrant who can look at whatever they want that's on that search warrant, right? And went in the scene in Hyde Avenue, right, where we heard a lot of evidence. And they walked through and they didn't see much of anything. They walked through and they left. They took off and were gone for, though there was a little quibbling about it, it was about an hour and 45 minutes, something like that, before they decided they were coming back for the new search warrant, right? This was no monstrous bloody scene, blood everywhere, any of that sort of stuff. And we know that from the actual testimony we heard in the witness stand. But that's not what the prosecutors want you to think. They want you to picture it different. I'm going to ask you to remember what the real evidence was from this real witness stand. We heard that the police weren't even able to videotape the scene. It sure would have been helpful for all of you. It would have been helpful to me. If there had been a videotape showing us what it really looked like that first time they went in, or the second time they went in. They said they had new evidence. They're going back 2 hours later, approximately. And on the third day of trial, we get handed a videotape, the missing videotape, which is completely, utterly black. Doesn't show that. That's not helpful. That doesn't help you. Doesn't help me. Doesn't help anyone understand anything.
He's talking about a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter.
It's important to remember what you actually saw, what we actually learned from the witness stand. You know, there was right here these photos that I tried so hard to find the other day. Found them in advance. You know, there was all the testimony. We saw it on the big screen, this dramatic, lighting up blue. And that's the drama. And you see it, and it has colors and lights. But the actual testimony is that none of this was black. That's, I'm going to suggest to you, that's smoke and mirrors.
Objection. We're bored.
I don't know what's showing you these photos where stuff lights up and then it turns out it's actually not evidence. That is not helpful. It's like anti-evidence.
Okay, let me shut him up for a second and tell you he's wrong. When they showed the Blue Star and they said that this is where it lit up, it was in the car, and Blue Star can also light up for cleaning products. So if he's cleaning and bleaching things in his car to cover blood evidence, it's still evidence.
That is not something that is useful or helpful, and it definitely is not something that helps them prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the opposite. But it is concerning when people get on the stand and they talk about their degrees and they talk about how hard they worked and they did these things, and then they act like they found something when they really didn't.
Wow. Wow.
It's always weird when to stand up here and beat up on the police, right? Police do good things, they also do bad things. We know it, right? We all know it. Anybody reads the newspaper knows it. They're not perfect, they're not completely imperfect. But the important part, the part that matters to us here, is what they did in this case. I don't know, maybe it's normal to not do a report for 2 years. Try and do it from memory 2 years later, all this time later, try and get those facts, and then come into court and act like they know what happened. Maybe that's normal. Seems a little bit weird to me. But we know from this witness stand that that's the sort of thing that was happening in this case. That one officer said when he had to fix something in his report, he went and did an addendum and typed it all up and showed right up. That first detective who talked to us said it's impossible. Once it's down there, it just stays there. And that was his explanation for how he made a big mistake. How he said there were 6 shots when there was actually 1 shot. He said, I couldn't possibly go back in and fix it. It's been 7 years. Couldn't possibly do another report that explained something as important as 6 shots, 1 shot. I know that's not 6. I don't have 6 fingers.
Oh,
but what are some of the other things, some of the really big things, some of the very important things that were alluded to, but not really explained from this witness stand? They told you, multiple witnesses, most recently Detective Tanetta, but multiple witnesses told you that there were other adults at Hyde Avenue that night. Detective Tonelli said there was the dark-skinned man and the light-skinned man. There was also a Caucasian woman. I think they finally sort of agreed that the Caucasian woman had left before much happened, maybe, but she had been there. They're unable to figure out who this person was. It is confusing to me why, when they have Carter and Taylor, and we're going to talk a lot more about Carter and Taylor, why Carter and Taylor couldn't inform the police who this missing woman was. I would have liked to hear from her. I would like to know. I have investigators who work for me. If the police don't want to interview her, I want to interview her. I want to know what she has to say. Because I don't think that what we heard on the witness stand about Hyde Avenue is honest. I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's credible. I don't think it's true. We don't get to hear that. But we also heard about the light-skinned man and the dark-skinned man. Now, Detective Tonelli said, well, we just never were able to figure out who the light-skinned man was. I can't invent somebody. Remember? It just happened, right? It's Friday. But he didn't say he didn't know who the dark-skinned man was. In fact, he told us who the dark-skinned man was. Why in the world was that man not on this witness stand? There's another eyewitness to all of this, and he knows who he is, and we never heard him. Never heard what he had to say. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Just gone. The police were picking and choosing. The government was picking and choosing what they showed you in this courtroom. Now, the police had already decided who they wanted to charge. They already had their guy. And no matter what you think about the police, good, bad, or in the middle, when the police think they got their guy, that's what they do. And the problem is, sometimes they're right, but sometimes they're just wrong. But they are tenacious. I don't know Detective Tonelli, and I'm not up here trying to say I do. Never met him before this trial started. He strikes me as someone who had made a decision and decided he was going to charge Brice Rhodes no matter what. And then he did. And then he just stuck to it no matter what. I want to suggest to you that that is not the way our legal system is supposed to work. The good news is that final 12, I know it's 14 of you now, who sit on this case act as a check to that. Because no matter what the police think for the last 7 years, no matter what they did for the last 7 years, no matter what the prosecution thinks, it's your verdict that counts. You know, when we're talking about things in this case that don't make sense, it's funny. I have kids. After a while, when your kids do or say the same goofball stuff, after a while it seems normal to you. My kids pronounce the words "I love you" "alaboo." That's just how they pronounce it. After a while, it seems normal to me. I type it like a made-up word just for my family, right? That's normal to me. That may sound like a strange thing to say, but what I want to explain is that the folks involved in this case have been hearing the same story over and over and over again. And after a while, it just starts to, it must make sense. I've heard it for 7 years.
Oh, Lord.
The death of Christopher Jones, it's not making any sense. I hope with your fresh sets of eyes and your ears, you heard that. And the first time you heard it, said, what? What? This doesn't make any sense at all. It's a fake or made up hit on someone where maybe the wrong person gets, it doesn't make any sense. This is not a plan. What kind of a plan is that? They couldn't make it make sense on the witness stand, and they tried a little bit. And then, when it wouldn't make sense, they just passed the buck. But you know what it does sound like? It sounds like the sort of story, sort of explanation that would get cooked up by two teenagers.
Oh, Lord.
When they're trying to come up with some version that makes them look a little bit good. Or maybe I should say less bad. Doesn't make any sense. And when I say two teenagers, of course, I'm talking about Taylor and Carter, two cousins, two people who had an opportunity, time to come up with something, both before their arrest and then time after the arrest. I have to talk about this car seat.
Seatgate.
I don't even know what to say about the car seat.
I'm sure you're going to say plenty.
It's so bizarre. It stands out like a sore thumb. But when the prosecutor's trying to say our police officers, had the highest level of integrity and honesty and professionalism, and you should take for granted all of the testing and all the evidence they collected, I want to suggest to you that the car seat really explains why you should not. We certainly don't have a car seat. We don't have one in this courtroom. You never saw one. I never saw one. But the police, under oath, said, we got a car seat. Said it a couple weeks later. And a month after that, they were under oath again. And they said, we got the car seat. And they're writing, Detective Tonelli says, write this police report. After that, writes, he's got the car seat. Now, I know he's saying there's a lot of evidence, it's hard work, can't know everything all the time. I hear that. But there's a few problems with it. One is that when somebody testifies under oath, like in this trial, to you, you have to be able to rely on it. That's why we have people testify under oath. They're supposed to get it right. It is their job to get it right. And if they don't get it right the first time, we certainly expect them to get it right the second time. If they don't get it right the second time, we don't expect them to put it in their police report, which gets sent to all of us, so we can do our job, so we can have the evidence, so we can explain everything as best we can to you. But that's not really the part that's a shocker. The part that's a shocker is 3 years later. You can have all the excuses about overwork and lots to do and everything, and I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath, and I'm sorry I testified incorrectly under oath again, and I'm sorry I put it in that report, I didn't fix it. But none of that holds water 3 years later. He said I didn't realize until the fall of 2016. Okay. It's going to be up to you to decide how much slack you want to cut him. It is. It's not me. It's you. But I'll tell you this. 3 years later, in this courtroom, when he tells a judge, a different judge, but a judge in this case, we've had cases we've gone so long, we have had changing judges. When he tells a judge in the courtroom, when we're having a whole big hearing, like you heard, on all the evidence, what's the biggest piece of evidence? He says, well, I guess it's going to be the big car seat that I bring up here. He told you under oath that he didn't realize what was really going on until the fall of 2016. How can that be correct when he's still saying we got the car seat 2019? The prosecutor may get up here and say, everybody's overworked and sometimes people are sloppy. Sometimes the police are sloppy. If that's the case, what else was done sloppy? If sloppiness goes to the point of incorrect testimony under oath, how can we judge the credibility of the evidence that you have seen? It raises serious doubts about the credibility. Judge even read an instruction that went to you about tainted evidence in this case. It's not just the defense attorney up here talking to himself talking. Right? That's the law from the judge in this case. But what I want to talk to you about, what I think the most important thing in this police investigation, part that literally woke me up last night thinking about it. It's not the car seat. It's not. They probably thought it'd be the car seat, but it's not. But you know what I really would like to know, and what I think all of you have a right to know? I want to know about that truck. That burned truck. That stolen truck. I want to know a lot about that truck. Where was that truck stolen? I want to know when it got burned. I want to know where it got burned. And most importantly, I want to know why it got burned.
The truck that had nothing to do with this. Okay.
Because I'll tell you, there was an awful lot of mud thrown at Brice during this trial, but nobody ever tried to say he stole the truck, drove the truck, he burned the truck. You never heard those words from anybody. Why in the world did that truck get burned? And why don't I know more about it? Why don't you know more about it? Why didn't we hear more about it? Why didn't the police seem to care about it? So what do we know? What do we know under oath from this witness chair? Well, we know that Carter said he stole it. We know that Carter and Taylor said that he stole it and drove it on the night of Christopher Jones' murder. But we also heard Carter say that he hit Jones with the truck. Now, the ME talked about blunt force injury. I don't know if that's from the truck or not. I have no idea. I know he had blunt force injury to his head. It might be, it might not be. I don't know. The prosecutor might have some opinions about that. They may not. I don't know. But he had an injury to his head. But what I do know is that Carter said he hit him with the truck. He said he hit him while he was down on the ground with the truck. He said he ran him over. The prosecutor asked him, I don't remember the exact question. He asked him something along the lines of, well, you know, by mistake. And he said, no, I hit him with the truck on purpose. That's the prosecutor's witness. That's the believable, credible person the prosecutor has put on this witness stand, is a guy who said he hit poor Mr. Jones while he's on the ground with a truck. For what reason? I don't know. I have no idea. I think the prosecutor didn't know he was going to say that. I certainly didn't know he was going to say that. We know that about the truck. Do you really want to know what I want to know about that truck? I want to know if Maurice Gordon or Larry Ordway's DNA from that truck. Because you remember from what we heard from the witness stand, their DNA was not in the Mazda. There's so much talk about this Mazda. Their DNA wasn't in the Mazda. But from what I heard, there's this truck being driven by someone who has confessed to being involved that is burned. We don't know why. We don't know when. That never got tested. I want to suggest to you that maybe that truck is actually what was driving the two bodies of those young men around. That sound like idle speculation? I don't know that it is. Because why did he burn that truck? That night, there's all this talk about people trying to burn evidence, right? Was the truck burned the same night? The perfect and logical reason for burning the truck would be, in fact, that it had been used to transport the bodies of those two young men.
The stolen truck was 3 weeks earlier. Like, this was 3 weeks earlier.
The story that Taylor and Carter told about how the bodies were removed from the house. Now listen to it again. They're put in totes, those big blue bins. That's what they described. One of them said the sort of thing you put your Christmas ornaments in. If it's big enough to fit a person, it's not going to fit in the trunk of a Mazda. And we don't have a Mazda. I wish we did. You know, we'll open the trunk, take out a tote, try and fit it in. But we don't have that. But use your common sense.
Yeah, please.
All of you who had a car, anything like that, those big totes don't fit. They're certainly not going to fit two in the back. You know what they fit in real easy? Back of the pickup truck. No problem. No problem. So you get to decide completely if all the things I just said don't matter. You get to decide. You're completely empowered to do so, right? But I'm going to suggest to you that they're worthy of discussion. They're worthy of discussion because the story you heard from Taylor and from Carter, I don't think it's possible. It doesn't make sense. But the part that really bothers me is the lack of investigation and follow-up by the police of the truck. And I want to suggest to you that I believe it's because they had just decided who they wanted to charge. They decided and they were charging, and that's it. And since he's not associated with this truck, they're not investigating the truck. That's not the way it should work.
Here's the judge typing.
It's not the way it should work. It's not the way evidence is supposed to come into this courtroom so that it can be explained to you so that you can do your job. So let's talk for a second about Taylor and Carter's specific. They're cousins. It means they know each other. They're tight. They said they were. They said they were close. How can we evaluate their credibility? Well, one way is, do their stories change? Well, yes, we know they do. The police and prosecutors admit they do. They admitted that they did. There is no question that Carter and Taylor lied. The police are just saying that they like the last version, so that one's not a lie. But there's no question that they lied. There's no question they changed their story. They admitted they did. The police admitted they did. The prosecutor admitted. They changed their story. And that's one of the things that we look at and think about when we're trying to figure out if someone is credible, someone's being honest. Do they change their story? We know that specifically they lied. That's another thing we look at. Not just a changed version, but a full-blown admitted lie. They admitted on the stand that they had lied. They said they were telling the truth on the stand, but they admitted they had lied in the past. Now, Taylor said he was just trying to do the right thing. They were trying to do the right thing. I want to suggest to you that that is nonsense. How do we know it's nonsense? We know it's nonsense because when he first came in here, he refused to say a thing. If he is so gung-ho to tell you that's why he's here, he's going to do the right thing and say the right thing, then why did he refuse to say anything while you sat here? You had to leave the courtroom. He's still on the witness stand after you came back. Remember what he said? I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. He had to be threatened in order to answer questions. That is not somebody who's just in here trying to help, just in here to do the right thing. He's doing the opposite. What he admitted when I asked him was he actually didn't ever want to be in a courtroom like this. And he didn't ever want to tell anyone because he didn't think he was going to get caught. It's going to be up to you to judge the credibility of that witness. But I want to suggest that he's not credible. He's not. He came in and told you is not credible. And neither was Carter. Now, ironically, maybe you say, well, if Carter wasn't telling the truth, he wouldn't have admitted he hit some guy with a truck. I don't know what he was thinking in this courtroom. Incarcerated, he was the guy who had, came in incarcerated, right? Testified. Think about some of the other just cold things that Carter said. Said he hit Mr. Jones on purpose with a truck, no reason. When he was holding a cell phone that he stole from somebody he helped kill, or maybe just killed, he got phone calls. He got phone calls from that young man's mother. And he kept the phone. And he just lied to her. So they're sleeping over. He actually said when asked, I didn't care about her. It may not be an exact quote. That's what he said. He said, I think he might have said, I wasn't worried about her. That's the prosecutor's witness. These are the prosecutor's star witnesses. Confessed, admitted, actual murderers. Their final version is the best of the best. Their final version is, we participated in murders. That's the winner in the contest. They would have said anything the police wanted them to say in order to get out. And they both admitted that their testimony in this courtroom was so they could still have their deal. That's why they're here. But I want to highlight 4 things. I'm going to put them up here on this chart. Those 4 things I think are very important. I could have gone back through the versions they gave the police, the 126-page version, which is all nonsense. This is all basically jackknife. And then their later version, and the later version. But to be honest, at some point, I think it just gives everybody a headache. We have a headache part. But so here's what I did. I went back through only what they said in this courtroom. Only what they said under oath in this courtroom to you, Carter and Taylor. And I picked out 4 things. Why are they important? Because they both are claiming they're telling you the truth under oath. They say the opposite. So when you're judging their credibility, even if all you judge them from is what they said under oath to you in this courtroom, I'm going to tell you what those 4 things are. The first thing, I'm going to put Carter here. Judge, if you need me to give it this so you can see it.
It's okay, thank you.
It's okay. She's busy typing.
Carter was the person who testified first. It's N1. Over here, I'm going to put Taylor. Mr. Taylor testified at the end of the day on Thursday. The first thing that they testified to you about under oath that they disagreed about, we just talked about, but I think it's worthy of the list. Carter said that he hit Mr. Jones with a truck. Taylor said, no, he didn't. He got asked, he said, no, that didn't happen.
He also said that he assumed he did because he saw him in the road and he felt a bump.
Didn't hit Mr. Jones with the truck. And the person who was driving the truck, and we already talked about why I think that's important, because I think the truck's important. But let's talk about a different fact, and one that hopefully jumped out to you folks. The gun that was used, according to the testimony in this courtroom, to shoot Mr. Jones. Mr. Carter was asked point blank, where was that gun purchased? I can't ask you. I'm going to tell you what he said. What he said is, purchased in a trailer park. Said that under oath in this courtroom right there. And what Mr. Taylor said? Taylor said, I purchased it at the home of of Larry and Maurice. Same gun, same day. Both prosecution witnesses under oath. There's no wiggle room there. One of those two, I'm going to write it up there. Specifically, he said he purchased it from a relative, Larry Maurice. We don't know all the details of that purchase. But I was surprised when under oath the prosecution's second witness had a completely different version of those. Not some far off 7-year ago statement, folks. We're talking about Tuesday and Thursday. No, Wednesday and Thursday. Those statements are made 24 hours apart. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying to everybody in this courtroom, and most importantly, that means they're lying to you.
But none of these have anything to do with the actual murders. And he already said that he's the one who bought the
Prosecutor may
gun.
say this next one doesn't matter. I think it does. Remember all the testimony about the vote? I'm going to call it a vote. I'm going to quibble about the vote. There's people talking about whether or not someone is going to be killed according to the testimony. Pretty serious stuff. The kind of thing that you want to get right if you're testifying about the details. Carter said that he was the only one who said no. And he was asked specifically about Taylor. And
He has an hour.
Taylor voted for death.
He actually didn't say Taylor voted for death. He said, I'm the only one who voted that he would live. He never said Taylor voted for death. He never said Taylor voted.
Taylor didn't even mention it when the prosecutors were asking questions. He didn't even bring up the conversation. When I asked him about it, he didn't want to call it a vote. Don't call it a vote. I don't care what you want to label it. But he didn't want to talk about it at all. When push came to shove, he testified under oath that he voted for life. He said, no. They can't both be telling the truth.
But he already said it wasn't
Carter said
like
Taylor voted for death. Taylor
vote.
self-servingly told you all he voted for life.
Hi, Todd.
Why do you think Mr. Taylor didn't want to tell you what really happened? Maybe it's because Maurice threatened him with a knife. Remember what Mr. Taylor told you about that knife? Mr. Taylor said the same knife he got threatened with by the victim was the one he held in his hand when he stabbed the victim. Same knife. Taylor have something to hide? Yes, he does. He admitted it. He was angry. Of all of the testimony, he's the one with an actual motive to do violence on that night. And the last, but very significant difference is about those Timberland boots. The boots. What did Carter tell you? Carter said Taylor stole boots off one of the victims. That's what he said. Taylor stole boots. I bet you remember what Taylor said.
Taylor said that he owned the boots first. He gave them to him, and then he took them when he left.
About 12 questions about it. That he said,
He's so
I didn't
slow.
steal any boots, those were mine. Taylor said they were his. He didn't steal anything. Those were his. You know the problem with that? No matter how much these guys put their heads together and came up with a story, they did 7 years ago. They did 7 years ago. Their story from 7 years ago is going to have pieces that they never talked about. And also, 7 years is a long time. Always a few pieces here and there. Funny thing about the truth, you don't have to hold on to that quite the same way. No, if somebody tells me a story and it's true, I'm going to expect that if they tell me that same story 5 years down the road, it's going to be pretty much the same. Now that I might ask it different, they might tell it a little bit different, but it's not going to have these sorts of whoppers.
I know he's doing his job. Man, it makes me mad when like evidence is misrepresented because he's trying to get a murderer put back on the streets.
They didn't have the benefit of when they were putting their story together. They didn't have the forensics reports.
Alternate
Because
facts,
when Mr.
anti-facts.
Taylor is saying, I didn't steal those, I own those are mine. Detective Vance told you that they belong to the victim, right? I asked Detective Vance, I said, Mr. Carter had an item that belonged to the victim. She had the phone. Detective Vance said, yes. I said to Detective Vance, Mr. Taylor had an item that belonged to the victims. He had these shoes. Detective Vance said, yes. Then I said, and Brice Rhodes didn't have anything that belonged to the victims. Detective Vance said, yeah, that's right. He didn't. But what else do we know about those boots? We know they were tested for DNA. They were tested in multiple spots. We heard the testimony from the DNA folks. And guess what? Mr. Taylor's DNA isn't on his own boots. Oops. It's not his boots. Stolen. Just like Detective Vance said. He's in here trying to look good. He's in here trying to protect himself and cover himself. And he doesn't want to tell you the truth. When you're evaluating the credibility of the witnesses that you heard from this witness stand, remember these things. Testimony under oath spoken to you within 1 day. And it can't be true. They can't both be true. We already talked about
Found the mic.
Mr. Taylor and the knife. You know why they're in here? Because of these. Now you'll have copies of these. These are yours, right? Everything that got marked as exhibits. It's mostly a lot of photographs, to be honest. And these, we're gonna go back, and you can have them. You can look at them as much as you want, right? But I want to suggest to you that you really do look at them. Okay. Those two witnesses, the ones who confessed to being part of murders, 3, who we know lied. Nonetheless, this shows what they were looking at was up to life in prison on each murder, on each one, looking up to life. And what did they get? Because they're willing to come in here, they're willing to say, the police wanted them to say in this courtroom, it got reduced from life in prison for each murder to 5 years. 5 years. That's a pretty big drop. That's a pretty big motivation. just to make sure that they stayed motivated. In this document, it says, even after you serve your time and you're out and you're done, you still have to come back to this courtroom and you still have to testify under oath. And if we don't like it, we want to say that we don't think you told the truth. If we can convince a judge that you didn't tell the truth, then you're back at life imprisonment. Times 3. So you better do your job and get in here and say what you got to say.
It's been 84 years.
It's in black and white. So all of this, we're talking about credibility, all of this matters. Because you're going to have to decide whether or not the prosecutor really proved beyond a reasonable doubt their case. So I want to stop for a second. Why do we even have that? Why does that matter? Why is that the rule? We have that rule because there used to be a time that the police and the prosecutors could literally go out and grab somebody if they didn't like them. Grab them if they just thought that they were guilty. And then there was stuff. There are legal systems where you are presumed guilty and you have to prove your innocence. That's horrible. And one of them is Iran. I never want to get arrested in Iran. I have nothing against the country per se, but that legal system, I don't want anything to do with it. For a variety of reasons. Imagine how horrible it would be if the police got to say, I think you, I don't want
Oh, what in the upper respiratory infection is going on there?
And from now on, you're in jail forever. So you can prove you didn't do it. How horrible is that? We made a choice in this country and we live by it, and we have excelled because of it. That the government doesn't just get to do whatever they want and charge whoever they want and arrest whoever they want. Because when they do, it may take 7 years, but finally they end up here. And they end up with you. You are here to make sure that it's not a guess. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not a maybe. It's not a probably. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not going to try and tell you what a reasonable doubt is. I'm not going to try and define it. That's up to you to decide. But it's a big deal. It matters. Didn't matter, you wouldn't be here. I'm going to ask you to remember all the way back, and I said it once before, that there are 2 jobs. When you go back into that jury room, your first job is going to be to figure out the best you can what the prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Then, I'm not going to, the judge will read them all. I'm not going to read them at you. I'm not going to, you guys can all read them if you want to. Right? But to apply the law and the instructions to what you believe the prosecutor proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm not suggesting that's easy. Right? It may take a while. I don't know. It's going to be up to you. It's going to be up to how the foreperson, frankly, runs the show back there a little bit. But I have complete faith that you have. I've watched You're all paying attention to taking notes. I think that you will do both halves of the job back there. And I appreciate that you're going to do it. I'm going to ask you when you're doing that to remember the credibility of the folks who testified, and remember all the other things you know about the investigation. Things can't be, shouldn't be taken at face value. In the final analysis, the prosecution did not meet their burden. I think the police always assume, and government assumes, that if they can put on a big enough show, bring in enough people, that the jurors will just fall in line. Don't do that. You make your own decision. I'm not going to tell you what it is. But you're more than just pawns for the police. You're the jurors in this case. And what you do matters. In the final analysis, the prosecution did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of an intentional murder that involves Brice Rhodes. It did not. Now, if you look at those instructions, in there, it's a definition of wanton. It's a word that probably none of us ever use, but it's a word in our language and the law likes it. So that's why it's there and you get a definition of it.
Oh my gosh.
That one's a little bit more wide open because it covers an awful lot more territory. Just because it's wide open and may seem more like the prosecutor met their burden there, it's not. You will decide. And there are two different offenses that both require wanton rather than intentional. Again, that's all written down. Judge read it. You can look at it as long as you want. And hopefully it will make sense. There's 12 of you. That's how it doesn't make sense to one person, it makes sense to somebody else. But I'm going to ask you, when you go back into the room.
Oh, God.
Think about all the evidence you heard from this stand. Think about the lack of credibility of so much of that evidence. I ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
Okay, they should have spent more time, more focus on Lysol wipes and less focus on typos. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh. All right. Loud. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it was Brice Rhodes who decided that Christopher Jones was going to die that night. It was Brice Rhodes who shot him. It was Brice Rhodes who decided that Larry and Maurice had to go. It was Brice Rhodes who stabbed them over and over and over. It was Brice Rhodes who gave the knife to Anwan Carter, to Ja'Cory Taylor, to Tieran Coleman, to the unknown man, to make sure they were all in it. He learned his lesson last time about people talking. It was Brice Rhodes who took those bodies to River Park and burned them. There are so many profoundly tragic parts of this case. I don't know which is the worst. There's Christopher Jones, father of 3, crossing the street in the West End. Nothing to do with any of this. Shot dead for the stupidest of reasons.
Show the victims, yes.
Larry and Maurice, killed because they did what we would want any teen to do in this circumstance. Go to your mom. these 4 children so desperate for adult male guidance that they keep hanging out with Brice Rhodes even after they became scared of him because of Christopher Jones's murder. There's Jacory, who had nowhere else to go, sleeping in stairwells, going over there even when he didn't want to, because that was a place where he could spend the night. Maurice tied up with a sock in his mouth, bound, knowing his little brother's in the bathroom. It's Larry stuck in the bathroom, not knowing what's going on outside, we hope. And then Larry struggling when he comes out and sees the blood on the floor. Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor feeling they have no other option but to follow the orders of that man who forced them to participate in the murder of their best friends. Forced them to clean up after, forced them into this life that they now have. Arrest, prosecution, juvenile custody, adult custody, felony convictions, prison, having to come to court and testify. That is what this man has done to this entire group of children. Now, how do you know, based on the evidence presented here, that Brice Rhodes is guilty? A lot of it does have to do with the statements of Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor, but their statements were corroborated by other evidence in this case. So let's go over what we have. First of all, this case is charged in complicity, and you'll have this definition with you. It's on your jury instructions. But it means that you don't have to worry about who stabbed the fatal stab. If you believe that Brice Rhodes orchestrated this, if you believe that he was in on it, if you believe that he was commanding or soliciting or engaging in conspiracy with them, you don't have to worry about what stab wound killed them. He is guilty of the whole act. To return to how do we know he is guilty, we will start with the murder of Christopher Jones. Now, Anwan Carter told you he was following behind the blue Mazda. He knew that Rhodes was in the driver's seat, or the driver's side rear seat. He saw Rhodes shoot out the window and kill Mr. Jones. He admitted, Mr. Carter did, that he drove over Mr. Jones. And Dr. Lippincott told you that there was a wound on the head, a bruising that could be consistent. We don't know if that head bruising was caused by running over. But whether it was intentional or not, we know that Mr. Jones would not have been in that road lying prone to get run over by the pickup truck if Brice Rhodes hadn't just shot him. So again, complicity, he's in it. Now, Jacory Taylor told you he was right next to Rhodes, inside the Mazda when Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones.
Stop the car. You see somebody in the street. And Brice told me I was shot him.
Who shot him?
Brice.
Brice Rhodes shot him. Jacory Taylor told you he saw Brice Rhodes shoot him. Now, both of them described the Mazda in front, the pickup truck behind, and you saw on the Ring video that Detective Griffin found on the block that night, from that night, that there is a small car driving past, immediately followed by a pickup truck. And that tells you that they're not making this up. Jacory and Anwan aren't making this up. Again, the shots that night, the one shot followed by 5. You heard that came in on the 911 call. Somebody said one shot followed by 5. Anwan Carter told you that after Brice Rhodes shot Christopher Jones, they drove down the block a little way and he fired off about 5 shots at a house. One shot followed by 5. Now the defense pressured Detective Griffin on, why didn't you change the report when you only found one casing on the street? This is an example of why you don't change a report. Because it is a fact that the 911 call came in that way. Then later they talk to Anwan Carter, they find out why there are 5 shots following. And this goes to show that they're not making this story up. Anwan Carter was there that night. He wouldn't have known about the 1 shot followed by 5 that came in on the 911 call unless he was there. Now, this, he was in front. Jacory was in front in the Mazda. I don't know if he turned around, saw what was happening, and makes total sense that he wouldn't have seen. He just saw Brice Rhodes kill a man. Makes total sense that he didn't turn around and see what Anwan Carter did with that car. So we know that they were there. I guess the defense wants you to believe that these kids just, took a Mazda and a pickup truck over there to commit this murder for no reason. That's what doesn't make sense. 15 years old, Larry was 14. And so Larry 14, Anwan 15. Then you have Maurice 16, Jacory 17. But these 4 teenagers drove over there. They were there because Brice Rhodes brought them there. And the rest of the story doesn't make sense except how they told it. Larry and Maurice started telling their mother Brice Rhodes was mad about it and he killed them for it. This crime had an effect on these kids, as Jacory told you.
He don't see nobody get shot. I'm not gonna lie, it was also, it wasn't just him too, it was also. All of us.
You were scared? The words and emotions of Jacory Taylor, now age 25, having been to prison, having lived 7.5 years since that day. It affected him. It affected Maurice and Larry. And the defense pointed out that when Jacory Taylor first came in here, he wouldn't testify. He started to, then he stopped. It took a while. As they said, he was threatened, but that was with contempt of court, the same thing any witness has to abide by. You come in here, you have to testify when you're under subpoena. He was here for what is possibly the scariest thing that happens to anyone, to come into a courtroom, to talk about what happened, tell about something that's horrific, public speaking. And he had to do it in front of the defendant and in front of the families of the victims. So it is no wonder that he was scared, that he was emotional, that it took him a while to get there. So they were scared. Larry and Maurice told their mom. What did he tell you he wanted to do to them?
So we gotta kill him.
Brice Rhodes said, we got to kill him. And we'll talk about the instructions later on, but this is how you know it's an intentional murder. He told them they were going to go kill somebody with Brice. It ended up being Christopher Jones. And look, we have no reason to think that Christopher Jones had a price on his head, and I'm not saying that the person who did have a price on his head, if that person exists, deserved to die either. No one deserves to die that night. But he told that there was a person with a price on their head, and that's why they were going down there to collect this money. You heard from Anwan and Jacory that the money was never distributed, so we don't have any proof whatsoever that Mr. Jones was anything but crossing the street. But that was Brice Rhodes' intent, to kill Christopher Jones, and this is his intent, to kill Larry and Maurice because they were telling. All right, now we come to Saturday, May 21st. Christopher Jensen told you that Rhodes borrowed his car that day, the Dodge Charger. Rhodes admitted in a statement that he probably was in front of Larry and Maurice's house in that car. Later, you have Jacory Taylor and Juan Carter riding around with Q. They stop by Maurice and Larry's. Boys aren't home. They eventually head over to Rhodes's. Q drops them off. Imagine how relieved Q is that he decided not to go in there that night. So Anwan and Jacory arrive. Everything's fine at first. People present are Rhodes, Larry, Maurice, Tieran Coleman, unknown male, unknown female. I have a few things to say about that while we're here. The unknown female and the unknown male have never been identified because Detective Tonelli has nothing to go on with their complexion and their gender. These were a 15-year-old and 17-year-old witnesses at the time. They went into a house. They weren't introduced enough that they retained names from this situation, if they were introduced at all. Hung out with these people. Female left. The other guy stayed, but they couldn't describe him any more than light-skinned male. So Detective Tonelli can certainly not go rounding up every white female and every light-skinned male in this county, nor do we want him to. He could not continue that investigation without more to go on. But Anwan Carter was able to give him more about Tieran Coleman. At the time, he was describing him as a dark-skinned male and was able to point out a rap video, local rap video that fellow had appeared in. So based on that, Detective Tonelli was able to build a photo pack, show Anwan Carter, he identified it, and then the investigation into Tieran Coleman took off. So with enough information, of course, he continued the investigation. He would have liked to have done it with the other individual, but he did not have that extra clue as to what direction to take the investigation in. Now, Tieran Coleman is obviously not here. You know that his case is being handled separately. If you believe the rest of this beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's one of those things I talked about in voir dire. Sometimes you do have questions. You're sitting there in the jury room, you might be like, well, I really would like to know why Tieran Coleman wasn't there. If it's not A or B or C on the jury instructions, if it does not affect your reasonable doubt of those questions, set it aside. It's a question that you can ask afterwards, but do not let it affect you now if you believe everything else beyond a reasonable doubt. All right, to return to the events of that evening, we heard from both Anwan Carter and Jacory Taylor. Jacory and Maurice got into it. Maurice grabbed a knife. Jacory jumped back. Brice Rhodes took the knife from Maurice and hit Maurice. He then powwowed with everyone else. What Anwan Carter described as a vote and Jacory described as a conversation. Anwan remembers being the only one. Jacory remembers that he and Anwan did not want to do it. I don't know how he was phrasing things. I don't know what Anwan picked up from him. They are both telling about their memories here. I skipped over this one. Purchase in a trailer park. I don't remember that, but if you do, go with your memory. But obviously, as far as the events of that night with how this gun was purchased, as Jacory Taylor was the one who purchased the gun, we have a great memory of it. Anyway, votes for conversation, discussion. But what is important from that is that Brice Rhodes was still planning to kill them. He still had the intention that they die that night, but he wanted to make sure that everybody was involved. So he tied up Maurice, had Jacory punch him in the stomach as a violation, discipline, I guess. And then he began to stab Maurice over and over.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab him? Where did he stab him? Was he standing up or was he on his knees?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest.
Chest, stomach. His chest, stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him other places. How long did this go on for?
I've never seen them do this before, where they play back a part of testimony.
Saw the autopsy
It's
photos.
wild.
You know that he was stabbed over and over. Larry was in the bathroom. Rhodes dumped Maurice by the door and had them bring Larry out. And he stabbed Larry over and over. And again, you've seen the autopsy photos. We'll have them back there. I don't want to show the courtroom, but we heard the testimony.
Did he know what happened to his brother? Was there blood in the spot that he was at? Did he respond to that?
Kick everything off. Get his hands intact. His hands free stuff.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
He did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know.
Brandi had to step out. She'll be back. Don't worry.
He stabbed until he was dead.
Brice did.
He passed the knife on him.
Who did he pass the knife to? Why did he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
Yeah. He said, so we all would be in it. So no, it's good.
He said we're all going to be in it. He wanted it to be on all of them now. He had learned his lesson on people talking. Jacory's description was similar.
I just think you see me every time I look. Time to look. Not recently.
Who stabbed Maurice?
Brice.
Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up? Okay, who did the tying?
Brice. Somebody else that was there. I saw he was tied up. He was silent.
Where did you see where he was stabbing him?
Stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on? Who was in the room while this was happening?
I just want to give him a mama hug. Baby.
Yeah. It's me, brother. Brice, two other people. He's pretty much fighting. Like trying to, he made him one stab. Once he one stab. To the door, to have me staring at him.
You were standing by the door?
two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there with jackets, so I'm thinking, I can't do nothing, stay in there. Wondering if somebody's gonna do some hustle. I'm trying to interrupt the thing, so he kind of took my wrist to the door. They all, I don't know, but that's when he goes to the door. Larry was in the bed. Larry come out the same day after Larry. Once he did Larry.
Okay, all 550 of y'all are getting emotional support chicken. What you needed an emotional support chicken about now? Oh my God.
Dr. Lippincott told you that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. She said Larry had 21 stab wounds. You can see in Maurice's autopsy photos that he has 8 to his abdomen alone, other wounds to his back, other areas of his body. Dr. Lippincott told you the areas, abdomen, torso, pelvis, back, groin, genitals. Rhodes made Anwan and Ja'Cory clean the house while he took the bodies over to River Park and set them on fire. He later drove the boys around to various dumpsters burning evidence. The knife was never found. We introduced photos of the knives that were collected to show you that police collected what they could find. We don't know, maybe those are the murder weapon. I don't think so. They don't match the description. They drove around different dumpsters that night, setting different dumpsters on fire. I would assume that's where the murder weapon is. As Detective Peters told you, there were approximately 7 reports of dumpster fires that day. And by the time 2 days later that he was checking, most of them had already been emptied. It's actually amazing that the pink blanket with Maurice's DNA on it was located. Anyway, that night, they noticed the back seat was bloody. So Rose tore it out and dumped it behind someone's garage, as Anwan Carter told you. Before I turn the page here, whether Taylor stole the boots, he said that he and Maurice both had those boots, that they started at his head, he went to Maurice. He didn't remember how the boots got there that night. He took the boots at the end of the night, though, and they had blood on them, which is all part of the investigation. Now, yes, their stories are inconsistent on these points. I think there's an explanation for each one, but I also think this shows you that these stories were not concocted. They didn't sit there and memorize each other's statements. They came in here and told you about something they remember from 7 years ago. And these are all minor points, sorts of things that would become fuzzy after 7 years. The things they did say, the things they do remember, that Rhodes tied up Maurice, that Rhodes stabbed Maurice, that Rhodes made them participate, that Larry was stuck in the bathroom, that Rhodes tied up Larry. Those are the things they remember because that's what you would remember from all of this. All right, we've heard a lot about the police investigation over the past week, so I'm just going to summarize because I know that you all took in all this information, witness after witness. The response to River Park, the lack of any identifying information on the victims, how the police were trying to figure out who they were. It was not until Olmsted Academy contacted police and they realized that it was Maurice and Larry that the case moved forward. Detective Tonelli went to Elizabeth Wren's house, spoke to her brother TJ. TJ Wren led Sergeant Vance to Brice Rhodes' address on Haight Avenue. Vance saw Rhodes go into and out of the apartment and then followed him until they could take him into custody. In the defendant's interview, he admitted knowing the boys. You might have noticed, though, that he chatted with the detectives for quite a while. They were phrasing it as a missing persons conversation. Chatted with them for a while before he said, "Oh yeah, TJ told me they were dead." Which would be a little odd if he weren't involved with this. He admitted he was probably in front of their house in the Charger the last day they were seen.
Yeah. In front of that police.
And yes, Detective Tonelli said that was on video, and it wasn't on video. But that's a police investigative technique. Police don't walk into an interview room and say, "Excuse me, have you participated in 1 to 3 murders lately?" No? Okay, well, thanks for your time. They have to use techniques to get people talking, and that was one that they were attempting. And he did admit to being there, probably. Okay, meanwhile, while this is going on, detectives are over on Height serving a search warrant. And no, there was no bloody scene when they walked in. Why? Because the boys spent all night cleaning it up at the direction of Brice Rhodes. They collect the knives because they know that this is a stabbing case, possible murder weapon. Meanwhile, you have Sergeant Vance and the marshals pinging Maurice's phone, finding it with Anwan Carter, who was so young and naive that he didn't know that police could track a cell phone. Anwan Carter was interviewed. And he didn't change his story multiple times. He changed it once. In the beginning, he told them that he didn't know what happened. Then his mother and sister arrived. He spoke to them. He asked to speak to the police again. And that is when he changed his story. That is when he told police about his involvement and the involvement of Brice Rhodes in this case. Months later, he repeated it at a proffer at the time of his plea, and in court, he repeated it to you. But it's important to note that he was already saying this long before the prosecution of the case and any sort of plea negotiations had started. He admitted his involvement, and he talked about doing anything he did at the direction of Brice Rhodes. He talked about Brice Rhodes wanting to kill Maurice and Larry and killing Maurice and Larry, wanting to kill Christopher Jones and killing Christopher Jones that night that he was picked up, May 24th. Thus the second search warrant, because now police knew where the murder happened. And you saw the pictures of the carpet being pulled up. This is not something police are going to do willy-nilly at everyone's apartment that's involved in a crime. They needed a second search warrant because now they knew that this was a murder scene. And so now they had enough probable cause to go in and rip carpet up. And yes, the video was dark that you heard from Rebecca Kimmer. They tried to get it on video. It was dark. That's why they turned to the next step, which was just taking the carpet itself and testing that for blood. The police also interviewed the person who had rented the car that Rhodes was driving that day, who happened to be his neighbor, who was able to direct police to the blue Mazda with no backseat, reeking of bleach. Both cars were processed. Other people were interviewed, some of them with no further information. There was a child at Olmsted who was interviewed, Brice Rhodes' mother, cousin Q. The next day, Corey Taylor was arrested and interviewed. Detective Peters and Metzler were finishing up the dumpster search, and later Sergeant Vance collected the boots. So what do we know from all of this? From the second search warrant, we know that the carpet was covered in blood, as was the carpet's padding. And we know, because Stephen Barrett, the analyst from the lab, told you, the blood matched Larry at estimated frequency in the nonillions, which is far higher than the billions of people that are on the earth today. So there's a 1 in nonillion chance that that wasn't Larry's DNA. So they took various cuttings from the carpet. On one of them, exhibit 24-1, it was Larry plus one other person. On the other one, it was Larry. From the carpet padding, same thing. Larry and one other person. The DNA for the other person was too limited to make a determination. But this makes sense as Larry was the second person to bleed out on the carpet. What else do we know about from the apartment? Thought that was interesting. I'm not saying that everybody that bought White Castle that weekend was involved in this, but I do think that's interesting. All right, we know that these sheets were off some of the beds, pillowcases off the beds, and we know that a lot of bedding was found in that dumpster, burnt and bloody. What do we know from the dumpster search? We know that Detective Peters, Detective Metzler were faced with a dumpster full of trash. We know that the reason they were looking in dumpsters at all was because the back seat was missing. They wouldn't have gone out just to search for one pink blanket. But fortunately, that's what they found. But we'll get there in a second. So they come to this dumpster, it's full of trash. They call in and say, found it, thinking that some of this was going to be the backseat material. And that's what Detective Tonelli was left with. This search you heard took hours. It took well past midnight. He'd been told they found the back seat, and they did not come back to him at the end of this and say, we found a lot of bloody sheets and blankets and towels, but we didn't find the back seat. He just did not get that information. So when he went to testify, he testified in the probable cause hearing that he believed they had found the back seat. He qualified it. He said, further testing, we're awaiting further testing, but we believe we have the back seat, because that's what he believed at that time. And it was not until he started getting all the reports, and really, he's got other cases going on. I mean, we all wish that we were all straight on the back seat from the very first moment. But yes, he's got other cases going on. We were sitting here. The judge said, what's the biggest thing you've got to bring in? He's speaking from memory about reports that he looks at from time to time, but didn't study up on before every court appearance. And he said, probably the back seat. If he could find the back seat, he would have brought it to you. He would have tested it. But that back seat was never found. And we know what happened to the back seat. Something that police only found out about later at a subsequent interview when Detective Tonelli did say to Anwan, what happened to the back seat? And Anwan told him and tried to show him on his phone, tried to show him where the garage was, but only knew the neighborhood, didn't know the exact location. All right, so we have the dumpster. We have the pink blanket found in the dumpster. As Stephen Barrett told you, from the pink blanket, in two different spots, Maurice's blood was recovered. Now, while we are on the subject of the labs, what else do we know? The tire tracks from the scene were compared to the Mazda's tires. Scott Doyle told you it's really difficult to get a comparison on tires, and in fact, in this case, he was not able to identify or eliminate the Mazda. The shoe prints, he was able to eliminate those shoes from the shoes that Brice Rhodes was arrested in. But we don't know what shoes he was wearing that night. I wouldn't be shocked if they weren't burned in that dumpster or a different dumpster. From the Mazda, swabs were taken from the driver's seat back near the headrest. They were presumptively positive for blood, and Stephen Barrett was able to find a partial DNA profile mixture of at least two individuals. Due to the limited nature, no meaningful comparison could be made. So blood was found in the Mazda. It was not found on the parts near the where the back seat would have been, either because that area was bleached. Two different detectives told you the car smelled heavily of bleach, and the analyst told you that bleach can degrade a sample, or because the blood was on the back seat that got ripped off. Anwan told you that that seat was covered in blood, and that's why Brice Rhodes decided it had to go. That's where the blood was in the car. And the reason that it is not here in these lab reports for analysts to tell you about it is because Brice Rhodes got rid of it. Now, Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found anywhere but on the gear shift or the steering wheel. That's true. But you know who else's DNA is not anywhere on these lab reports. And Juan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. The reason that Rhodes's DNA, Ja'Cory's DNA, and Juan's DNA is not all over the place is because they are not the ones who are bleeding out on all these pieces of evidence. It is Larry and Maurice who are bleeding on the evidence, and it is their DNA who is found. If they want to say that because Rhodes' DNA is not on anything, he wasn't involved in this, the same would hold true for Ja'Cory Taylor and Juan Carter. Their DNA is not on it either. We know they were involved in it because they told you. So the same logic does not exonerate him from that analysis. The DNA in Rhodes' apartment, the DNA on the blanket in the dumpster, the ripped out back seat, these all corroborate what Juan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor told you. Obviously, the defense does not want you to trust them. They asked an opening, why are Taylor and Carter still alive? Well, one, they weren't the people who told their mother. Two, he had learned his lesson and made them get involved in the second one. And three, police put an end to this before anything could happen in future. We don't know what would have happened 2 weeks later. Carter told the truth 2 days after the murder, after initially not, but then talking to his mother and sister. Do you think that his mother and sister came in there and said, I've got an idea. Why don't you tell them that you're involved? Why don't you tell them that you stabbed them too? That's a great idea. No, they went in there and said, tell the truth. If this were not the truth, he would have said, I was just an eyewitness. I just saw it happen. I didn't do anything. The fact that Carter gave them so much information that led to his own conviction for facilitation to murder corroborates his statement. Ja'Cory, the next day, May 25th, said he didn't know anything about it. I'm sorry, there's the Mazda.
What do you all notice about the car?
Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
So
Why didn't you? Well, he was gone.
You're welcome, Judy K. McGee.
So 2 days after this whole situation, he's forced to participate in the murder, scared, not leaving. 2 days later, he's in an interview room, alone, no father, no mother, no one to talk to, knowing that the last people who told what had happened had ended up stabbed multiple times. So he told police he didn't know what happened. It was not until later, when he had been in custody, ironically safe from this whole situation, until he had an attorney, until he had time to think about this, that he came forward. I'm going to return to the slide that I had skipped. This is back to the back seat. I just wanted to play this for you in case you missed it. Oops.
What do you all notice about the car?
the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
Cut the back seat up.
And who cut the back seat out? What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
He put it in the back of somebody's garage.
So that's why we don't have the back seat. Okay, hold on. I'll get to this in 1 second. But first I wanted to say, if you don't like the plea deals I did with these co-defendants, that's fine. I mean, that's my signature right there. You can write on the back of your jury forms, I think they got too much time. I don't think they got enough time. I don't think you should have amended down. Well, I don't know how you feel about this. So you can call me up later, look up my office's number, call my office. But if you believe what they told you, if you believe that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, then your feelings about this plea deal don't affect your verdict. I had to make a decision on what to do with Jacory Taylor and Anwan Carter. And one of the things that I knew was important was getting you all the evidence that you heard in this courtroom. And these are the sorts of things, sorts of decisions that we have to make in courtrooms all the time. Because the witnesses to crimes are often also the participants in crimes. So if you are mad at what I did, that is fine, let me know. But that doesn't mean that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of murder. And so let us talk
That was kind of badass what she just
about
did.
what you need to find under the instructions. So it's actually very logical. You go through page by page. You start with 1A, and then the language for murder and the language for manslaughter second is the same for each victim. I just picked Maurice here because he's the one in the middle. And what's in parentheses is the things that change from instruction to instruction. So for Christopher Jones's murder, it says the 4th day of May, 2016, and shooting him with a gun. Obviously for Larry's, instead of Maurice, it says Larry, but the date and the manner are the same. But so for each count of murder, your analysis is the same. You shall find the defendant guilty if you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that in Jefferson County, the instructions actually say in this county, but it's obviously Jefferson County. You saw the map. On or about the dates in question, that he killed each victim by himself or in complicity with others. And we've gone over all that. By shooting Christopher Jones, by stabbing Maurice and Larry. And that in so doing, he caused the death of each of them intentionally. And there's going to be an or that I'll flip to in just a second, or wantonly. You know it was intentional because he planned it, he premeditated it, he told the witnesses in advance that he was going to do it, and then he did it. But let's go to the or that in so doing, he was wantonly engaging in conduct which created a grave risk of death to another and thereby caused the death under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. So I'm going to flip up to the definition of intentional and wanton. Intentional is what you think it is when the objective is to cause that result, in this case being death. Wantonly is when someone is aware of and consciously disregards a risk, a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. And the risk must be of such nature and degree that disregarding it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct, standard of care that a reasonable person.
What happened? Come on, computer. Come on, computer. Look, even the computer needs like a break. Oh, they must have called for sidebar. Okay. It's crazy to me that y'all keep talking about coughing. I am not hearing coughing at all. And I'm like, my little inner ear things are so loud that I'm just like, wait, is it ghost coughing? Is the coughing coming from inside y'all's houses? I don't hear a thing. I wonder what they're talking about. Honestly, to be perfectly honest, I have not really followed this case that closely because, you know, therapy and mental health. But from what I've seen of this guy, he's looked guilty to me. Can we just sentence him right now? I mean, because to my mind, maybe I'm crazy. It's pretty clear he's going to be found guilty. Also, he just looked guilty. Oh, who is the individual in the pink
You
shirt with the
believe
tie?
that he's driving down the road, shooting his gun, not specifically intending to hit and kill Christopher
I'm
Jones.
sorry. Can you all approach for just a moment?
Oh, they're just back and forth and back and forth. Who is the gender nonconforming individual in the blue suit number 1, 2, 3? Who is that? Somebody tell me. Yes, someone asked about the chickens. I stress craft during the Melly trial. I don't even know what I was knitting back. What was I knitting? Somebody who was here for the Nelly trial, tell me. Not Nelly. Melly trial. I was knitting something or crocheting something, but I'm a stress crafter. And so I have some emotional support chickens. Also, they're good for absorbing tears. And it's like, I can't take it. Oh my God. They absorb tears.
Sorry, to make it clear, I'm giving you an example of how this could be a
Sounds.
wanton murder. I'm not saying this is the only way it could be a wanton murder. So for an example, because wantonly means that somebody is aware of, okay, first of all, wantonly is not intentional. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we've moved past you. This is only in the circumstance where y'all think it's not intentional. So it would be wanton if you believe he's aware of and consciously disregards a risk. So he's aware that shooting somebody is dangerous. He consciously disregards the risk that shooting out the window he could hit a passerby. And that the risk of him hitting a passerby is of such nature and degree that disregard thereof constitutes a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do. So if you think a reasonable person would know, I shouldn't shoot out the window because I might hit somebody, and that disregarding that is a gross deviation from reasonable care, and that he understood that risk was there and he consciously disregarded it, that would be an example of a wanton murder. So just to go back to this, if you believe that he intentionally murdered Christopher Jones and or Maurice Gordon and or Larry Ordway, or you believe that he wantonly murdered them, so the same with the stabbings, like that he was engaging in conduct that he didn't intend to cause murder, but it was such conduct that one would know could cause murder, that he knew it could cause murder, and that he did it anyway, and a reasonable person wouldn't continuing to stab somebody. That would be an example of a wanton murder with a knife in this circumstance. So if you believe that he intentionally murdered, let's just say Maurice, that he intentionally murdered Maurice, or some of you believe that he wantonly murdered Maurice, all you have, because you see that this is an or situation, as long as all of you believe.
We're going to take some cleansing breaths to clear our psyches. We need all 4 of the Golden Girls to help us out. Wait, we might also need Tina, because prayer works. Just saying. Tina, ooh. This case. I hope everyone is taking really good care of their mental health at this time. And I just realized during the course of this closing that I have a lot of family that lives in the county that these Mama Lukes live in. And so now I might also need Leslie Jordan. I'm just saying.
So as long as you all believe that it was intentional or wasn't, then all of you believe it was murder. Obviously beyond a reasonable doubt. So to start at the top, because I know this is really complicated, but I don't want to think that I could have explained it better and I just failed to. So in Jefferson County, on the date in question, by himself or in complicity with others, he killed Maurice Gordon by stabbing him with a knife. And we went over the complicity instruction earlier. That it was intentional or that it was wanton. So as long as you all agree that it was murder, then you can sign the verdict form for murder. Now, there is a sub part down here in your instruction for example on page 14. So the foreperson would sign either not guilty or guilty. So that part, you have to sign one of these, not guilty or guilty. Then, if you found him guilty of murder, you add in there if you agreed all 12 that it was intentional murder. So your choices on each of the murders is either not guilty, no more signatures, or guilty, and then maybe you all agree it's intentional and you sign there, or you don't all agree it's intentional and you don't sign there. So one of these top two has to have a signature, and then it's up to you as to the bottom whether it is in agreement that it's intentional. I apologize that our state gives, these are the instructions that we have. All right, so those are for each of the counts of murder. Now, if you don't find him guilty of murder, you go on to manslaughter in the second degree. If you do find him guilty of murder, you skip the manslaughter in the second degree. So it's murder, or it's manslaughter, or obviously not guilty, but you wouldn't find him guilty of murder and manslaughter for the same victim. It's one or the other. Now, you only go to manslaughter in the second degree if you have found him not guilty of murder. So if you do, you will see that the main difference is that there's no intentional on there. And that in the second clause, it just says that he was acting wantonly. So that A is he killed Maurice Gordon by himself or in complicity by stabbing him with a knife. And B, that in doing so, he was acting wantonly. So it omits the intentional and it omits the grave risk of death to another, etc. But you don't get there unless you found him not guilty of murder.
Think they'll get it today. We'll see.
Obviously, that we have proven, for all the reasons I've stated, that this was an intentional murder. Now, there are 3 more charges. We have abuse of a corpse. And as you can see, that instruction defines each of the elements as on the 22nd day of May, 2016, he, alone or in complicity, placed the body of Maurice and the body of Larry in a yard off an alley and attempted to burn it, that he had no legal authority to do so, and that in so doing, he treated each body in a way that would outrage normal family sensibilities. I think that's obvious. The other, well, here is Ja'Cory describing his knowledge of this. And he told you the body.
Okay. Run some hot water on it and bring it back to me.
Larry's out there?
And there she's left her now.
West End somewhere. Then the physical evidence, you have to find that on May 22nd, he, acting alone or in complicity, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered items from the North Height address, including a pink blanket or the knife or the back seat. If you believe that any of those items were tampered with, then this would come into play. That he did so because he believed that an official proceeding may be pending. That would be the investigation and prosecution. And that he did so with the intent to impair the availability, so that he burned the bloody clothing so that police couldn't find them and that we couldn't bring them into this courtroom. He ripped out the back seat so that police couldn't test it. We couldn't bring it into this courtroom.
Who's driving the car? Where do you go to?
We're going to like different houses. Houses on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
Just to spread evidence.
That's a little gossip. I'm trying to open a jar for him. to mute myself and I made my head gigantic. I was like, shit.
What type of evidence?
My channel is gossip, rumor, and innuendo. All of my favorite things.
What stuff with blood on it? What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burned the stuff up.
And that is how you know he is guilty of tampering with physical evidence. I have one last slide to show you.
Presented with, all of us pretty much learned. This is guilty. I saw
Ja'Cory Taylor was 17 when this happened. He's 25 today. Anwan Carter was 15 when it happened. He's 22 today. They've both been to prison. They have both paid a heavy price for not having the courage, confidence to stand up to that man. Nothing compared to the price paid by the victims, obviously, but a price nonetheless. Brice Rhodes preyed on this group of children. He killed an innocent man for no reason. Then he killed 2 children for a horrible reason, because they confided in their mother. There is no other explanation, no other possible motive or defendant to explain why those children were murdered so horrifically. Please bring this 7-year nightmare to an end and find Brice Rhodes guilty of these murders. Thank you.
And do it before dinner because he's guilty of sin and he
Ladies
needs to
and
go
gentlemen,
down.
at this time, we are going to draw who our random jurors will be. Counsel, would you all mind to come up?
Brandi is on her way back home. I've gotten word. Now they're going to draw the jurors, and then I think they will convict them in the hallway on the walk back to the jury room. But I don't have any inside information. I'm just saying that is my mere speculation. And for those of you who may be having a slight mental health crisis and who do not have an emotional support chicken handy, please gaze longingly at the lovely sunset on the beach because you will need it. You may also need one of our delightful prayer candles. They're not for sale. You can just make one yourself by printing out a picture from the internet, or you can weep softly into a pillow. In other news, all of Charlie Adelson's jail calls are out here on Beyonce's internet, and honey, I have to tell you, they are juicy. He is trash, as is his entire family. All of them.
All right, I'm going to tell you who the alternate jurors are. I'm sorry. John, would you mind to move that easel?
Did she say something about a mud flap? Diesel? Oh, easel.
All right, so I have drawn randomly, literally out of a glasses case, our 2 alternate jurors. Those 2 of you, I'm going to ask you to remain seated. The rest of you will go with Deputy Mills back to the deliberation room. And Deputy Mills, I just need to swear you, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors together and allow no person to speak to or communicate with them on any subject connected with the trial, and you will not do so yourself? All right, thank you. So the 2 jurors who will not be going with Deputy Mills are a juror ending in 8801 and juror ending in 9462. So if you all could just stay here, please. The rest of you will follow Deputy Mills.
Wait, is that the how come her robe is not closed? Ma'am, I feel like
No,
I've seen her
no,
naked.
that's up to stay here.
So the only thing we can take is this.
Stand up, you idiot, Mama Luke. Ugh.
Cannot take your notepad with you. I said this. Yeah, sorry. I did say that at the beginning as well.
Can we send the judge something better than a glasses case? Ma'am, Kentucky. Y'all got all that Derby money. What are
You'll
y'all
have one
doing?
copy that you'll have the foreperson sign.
Adelson phone calls are on
All right, for
Pretty
the
Lies and Alibis live stream. I mean,
can come up as well.
channel.
The camera will need to go off now.
Okay, the courtroom is surprisingly empty. Oh, a black lady judge on the wall. Hey sis, how you doing? How you doing, girl? What's her name? I need to know everything. Anytime we raising up minorities and women and people who look like me, is that my cousin? Tisha, girl, is that you? Unclear. Okay. Y'all don't even understand. My house smells delicious right now. My son is making homemade pizza, which is why he was trying to get me to open a pasta jar, where I accidentally made the whole screen my face. It was ill-advised. But my house smells really, really good. Hey, Kelly P, it's good to see you too. Oh, the courtroom is very hot. Oh, but what's the temperature in Louisville today? It's not that hot there right now. My mom and them live in Louisville, among other places. Hang on.
Hello.
The what?
Hello.
Scared me.
Look how pretty. I don't know if y'all can see this. This doesn't do it justice. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
I was just talking. I was 31 degrees in Louisville. I was just talking about if people need emotional support, if they don't have a chicken to like dab their eyes, they should look at the your sunset. Can she even hear me? I'm just talking to myself. That's okay. Half my life is me talking to myself. Sometimes I record myself talking to myself and then I put it up on the YouTubes and y'all like, oh look, Kathy made a video. Really? I was just talking to myself. True Crime Ranch. There was a big rainstorm and rain was coming out of my fireplace this morning, which I have never seen before. Also, our portable shed blew away and we had to go find it in the neighborhood. Welcome, new neighbors, because our new neighbors got it and it might have broken some things in their backyard when it landed there, but you ain't heard that from me. Liberty Mutual or whoever my homeowner's insurance is has had enough of my mess.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so
God, it
we are
smells good
going
in
to
here.
go ahead and let you all go since I have your contact information. But like I said, there's a slight chance, something could go wrong. We could need one of you to come back. So in the meantime, you remain under oath as a juror in this case, and you remain subject to the admonition, which I'm going to read one more time just to be clear. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented within the four walls of the courtroom. You must not use internet search engines, websites, blog, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research, post information, or help you deliberate. During the course of the deliberations, do not communicate online with anyone connected to the trial, including witnesses, lawyers, other jurors, experts. And if you accidentally encounter any information about the case from any source, immediately bring it to the attention of the court. The other thing that I'm going to do is because I think what I'm probably going to do is just call you all when we have a verdict, since I've got your information, and then you'll know. I will call you and say, hey, we have a verdict. You're officially relieved from duty. And then if you want to know what it was, I can share that with you as well. Okay. All right. So you all are free to go. And the next time you hear from me will hopefully be me telling you that we have a verdict and will not need you. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phoenix Rising, honey, no lies detected. None at all. But normally when I'm talking to myself, if I happen to turn on my phone, you guys get the beauty experience of seeing me rant and rave like a lunatic. Because when I talk to myself, I'm like, oh, let
And
me
you
tell
all
you
do not
something.
need to go to the jury pool room. You can go straight on out. Thank you. Do we have anybody that might be able to just kind of watch them walk to their car?
So they're leaving?
Yep. Those are the alternates.
I'm wondering
The
if we
alternates
have
got
somebody that
released.
can just kind of observe them walk to their car.
Sure, which ones?
The people who just left.
Okay, I'll have to catch up with.
Okay, well then let's go. I mean, you
Why
also have walkie-talkies. Maybe you could call down to the first floor or something.
So she's sending the alternates home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why do they need an escort to their car? Are they not safe? I'm scared. Look, she got her purse. She's like,
All right,
listen.
Mr. Griffith and I have your all phone numbers. I do not have your co-counsel's phone numbers.
Okay, let me show you. This is
but typically what I'll do is send a group text to all of these
this is zoomed
attorneys
in.
when there's either a verdict or a question.
Wow.
Isn't it beautiful? That's what I was saying. Like, this isn't doing it justice.
So
Like,
pretty.
so
No, we'll let him go back, we'll let him stay up here for a while. Who knows? We might get a verdict pretty soon. But he doesn't really matter to me, honestly.
I don't think he ever really had food. You ever really get
Brandi, you're the biggest cheerleader for the Panhandle. I'm like,
I mean, the jail's not going to
people up
deliver
there.
food on demand, Mr. Griffiths. I don't know if you've met our jail. But you all are welcome to get him food.
Great.
Yeah, I might actually visit at some point.
it is insanely beautiful. Like, this is, and
honestly, I shouldn't say that. They probably would.
this is my favorite part, though. Like the
But
sunset.
I bet Mr. Rhodes would. Yeah, I know. They wouldn't be happy about it. That's for sure.
Like, that's
so pretty.
It's insane. Like, the whole sky out there is just pink right now and orange and
all right,
just insanely beautiful. So that's what I was trying to show on this. Like, but this is
first three,
just like a yard cam, so it's like zoomed out and you
Okay.
can't really.
It's okay. I got it.
See it.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put you all in.
Do they have black people up there, Brandi? Do they have black people up there?
Yes.
Okay, that pause sounded like a no to me. I'm like, it's not enough of them if you have. Yes. Okay. That sounds like a no.
No, there are. But it's like it's really weird here because it's like different times of year for different events, like, because there's always like events going on. So like certain events, like, it's like you won't find
Talk
a whole
about
lot.
the residents. I'm talking about the people who live there, who just like if you
Oh,
go
who
to
live here?
Piggly
Yeah.
Wiggly.
Yeah. Yes, there are.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I was about to get nervous. Like,
Oh yes, there are.
Y'all not kidnapping me,
I thought you
shooting
meant,
me,
like-
calling me names.
I thought you meant like some of the events, because some of the event, like most everything is like, pretty much everybody. But then we have like some events where it's like very specific to different groups. So like there will be oh my gosh, we have we have Bike Week, which is great because then you see like everybody from everywhere, which is awesome. It's like people come from all over for that. And then we have like Off-Roading Week, like in Jeep Week, and stuff like that. Like there's all kinds of different events out there. They do like big car shows. They have like big festivals. You were on, when I went to that one music festival, you were on the WTF show that night. Remember, that was like a big country music festival. So there's like always stuff going on, which is great. But as far as residents go, yeah, like there's a mix of everybody down here. It's awesome. I love it.
Holly Berry child, I know. We're not gonna tell her, but I know. It's okay.
Well,
I mean, listen, I live in the suburbs of New York City, and I work in the city. So there's like tourists and all kinds of people all the time, lots of languages, lots of like whatever. But where I live, like literally on my block, there's Black families, Muslim families, Orthodox Jewish families, Indian family, like lots of interracial, adopted kids, like interracial, intercultural adoption. There's just like all kinds of everything. Gay families, like, two mommies and kids, two daddies and kids, live like just on the block that I live on.
Yeah.
And then there's intergenerational households. There's all kinds of families. And so as a woman of color, my first question is, where are the Black people? And it doesn't have to be like black people, but you could be like brown people. You could be like naturally wavy hair people. I just want to know I'm not going to be a little raisin in a bowl of milk. I just need to keep myself safe. I'm just saying.
No, not at all. And it's funny because like it's like in my building, it's mostly rentals. Like most people that own here are like renting them out. There's only a few of us in my building that live here full time. So it's like me and Mr. Bill next door, who is about 122 years old and bless his heart, can't hear a thing. When he's got like Amazon package out there, I had to like beat on his door. Mr. Bill, you got a package. There's like a few, like, because I live in a studio condo, so mine is tiny. Mine's not like, this isn't for a family, this is for like,
Right.
one person like me, or like, there's, a few retired people that live here, and then my kid has one in the building right next door. So it's all for like one person, but most of these are rentals. But I mean, everywhere else where it's not just like a studio, there's like a little bit of everybody. So it's awesome.
Okay.
I love it. Come on down.
Okay, you are not wrong. I did not say, because it goes without saying, white people are everywhere. It's America. Y'all everywhere.
Yeah.
It might not be that many of me. But also, if it's certain places, I'm like, are there any women there? I want to know. Are there any gay people there? Are there short people? I need height diversity in the crowds that I hang out with. Although I prefer to hang out with short people because then I feel tall. I'm just saying.
Well, see, and I if you go to like a lot of places in Atlanta have, is it Atlanta? I think that was like, at least I know when I lived there, but that's been 8 years ago when I moved out of Georgia. But Atlanta was like predominantly women, so it was like women outnumbered men like 2 or 3 to 1 or something like that for a long time. It was crazy in Atlanta.
Really?
Yeah.
That's wild. I mean, I
Yeah.
always just assume that there's just going to be a lot of white people. And I always assume that men and women will be like equally balanced. Right. So I'm like, those things I don't even worry about. Like, that just seems so odd. All right. Karina grew up in Bergen County. Oh, I think you told me this. Didn't you grow up in like Hackensack or Teaneck or someplace? I think she told me that before. She grew up in Bergen County. I love Bergen County. Like the same way you're a big Panhandle cheerleader, I'm a big North Jersey cheerleader. Although you kind of have to be a non-millionaire to pay these property taxes. But I still love it here so much. It's I pay more in property taxes than most of my relatives pay in mortgage. Like it's ridiculous. And we've talked about moving to Florida. Oh yeah, Teaneck. I love Teaneck. I study the history of all the little towns in Bergen County just because it's so fascinating to me. And I'm upstairs on my bedside table. There's the book of Teaneck, and I think Ridgewood is next for me. I read all of them.
Yeah. The town that I grew up in, it's changed a lot now because it's grown, but the town that I grew up in, there was no diversity. I mean, there was none. And I was actually talking the other day, and like, this shows you what a small like town it was. I mean, it was like nothing but like a little bitty map dot. And there was like a couple Methodist churches. There was a couple Baptist churches. That was it. And so, when I used to volunteer, there's a special needs summer camp that my friend's family ran on their farm like every summer. So I would when I got old enough, I would help like be like a volunteer counselor or whatever. And so I went, and there was this other she was a teenager, so I thought she was so cool because I was only like 12 at the time, and she was like 16 or 17. I thought she was so cool, and she had on this really pretty necklace, and I was like, oh my gosh, where'd you get that? And she was like, the temple. And I thought it was like a store. I didn't know. Like that's what my town was like when I was growing up. There was no like, you didn't hear about like there wasn't a lot of anything else other than just what we saw. So I never made that mistake again. I remember I was so embarrassed when I was like, oh, where's that at? Is that at Gwinnett Place Mall? Yeah, she's like,
nah, girl, nah. A friend of mine grew up in the Carolinas. I forget north or south. Also, I don't know the difference between them anyway. But she said she has she's a white lady and she comes from a Catholic family, and she said they were the outsiders because they were Catholics. And I was like, really? Like it's wild to me. I mean, I guess people sort of break themselves up however they break themselves up, but it's kind of wild. But here it's like, the little Muslim kids are always like teaching the Orthodox Jewish kids like the traditions and the holidays, and then the little Orthodox Jewish kid, like all the kids teach each other. And so it's so sweet because the little Orthodox Jewish kids are like, happy God, like during Ramadan, and they're like, we're gonna fast too. And their mother was like, you're not fasting. Like it just, they're so cute.
Yeah.
I love it.
The town that I grew up in though, like that area has grown a lot, and it's weird because like when I was growing up, everything was so like my little bitty area which I was like in the smallest part of my county. Like we were like in this, like Walnut Grove was like just a little, like a little
Wait,
nothing.
Walnut Grove, like where Laura Ingalls Wilder grew up?
Yes, that's like the area I grew up in. It was like, it's Loganville High School, because Walnut Grove wasn't
Oh
like, it
my
didn't have its own
God.
high school, which now it does though. Walnut Grove has its own high school now. There's a
It's
high
a
school in Walnut Grove,
beautiful
Georgia.
name. I love the
Yeah.
name Walnut Grove.
It was such a cute little area, but there was like one little intersection that had a gas station on like catty corner from each other, and then there was a liquor store and a barbecue joint right here. Like that's the one that got the pig stolen when I was in high school. 20 years later, still unsolved mystery. Nobody knows where the big old pig
Wait,
went.
well, it's probably still not alive 20 years later. How long do pigs
No,
live?
it was the big ceramic pig on the
okay.
on the sign. Yeah. And it was huge, and it got stolen.
So funny.
And that was like the Walnut Grove landmark. Like that's because that's all there was the liquor store and the barbecue
Right.
restaurant. So that was like the landmark. And now, like 20 years later, still to this day, nobody knows that pig is in somebody's granddaddy's barn, and it will, but nobody knows. It's
That's so funny.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up in Indianapolis, so it just was a city. And I didn't know anything from anything, but my mother worked for the phone company, like all my aunties and whatever. And then we moved up to the Chicagoland area, and then I went back to Indiana for college. And then after college, I moved out here because, a boy made me mad, and I was like, I will not stand for this.
Yeah.
And I moved out to the East Coast, where number one, I didn't know anybody, and number two, I didn't have any money or a job. It all worked out. It's fine. I've been here for 30 years. But people are like, wait, you moved to New York City with no money? And I'm like, yes, in the fine tradition of idiots everywhere. Of course I did. So it's worked out. It's worked out.
When I moved to Ohio, I didn't have I hardly had anything. I was miserable. Because I've been married twice, and so my first marriage had just ended. My dad had passed away. My mom had moved to Florida. My brother had moved to Ohio. I hated my job. Like I got to the point where I hated my job because I used to love it, but then I was working so much that I started resenting it, and I wasn't spending any time with, I was missing out on all this stuff with Jacob, and I was just miserable. And I drank a bottle of wine on the phone with my brother one night, and he was like, you should move to Ohio. I was like, yes. So I texted my boss, like my district manager, because I was a store manager. So like, this isn't just like oh, hey, I'm gonna dip out. Like I was a store manager. So so I had to give my 2 weeks, and I was like drunk, like texting her, I've just decided the best thing for me is and so I quit my job on a drunk text one night after talking to my brother. And 2 weeks later I was in Ohio. So no plan.
I had dated like this very, very popular boy in college, and I was just like, everybody knows me and everybody knows him because I'm with Mr. Popularity. P.S. He's like a waiter right now, but that's another story for another day. Anyway, so I was just like, I love him and we're gonna spend our lives together. And we had a fight, and he's like, it's not like I'm in love with you, but you're never gonna leave anyway. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? And everybody was tired of hearing me complain about him. And so I called this one girl who had not heard all my sad stories. She was living in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And I was like, oh my God. And then I said, and then she said, girl, move here. And I was like, okay. And I moved into her apartment was the size of like my family room. And I slept on her floor for a few nights. And her landlord was like, that apartment is too small for two people. Your friend has to find someplace else to live. And I was like, my car? I don't know anybody here. So I just rented a room in the house and just made it work. And I was like, New Jersey is great. I'll come back here when I have kids and stuff. But right now I'm headed to New York City, and I just moved to New York City.
Yeah.
It worked out fine. It was terrifying. But a bad situation will push a girl to do some amazing things.
Yes. And it's better to move cities than to cut bangs. So, I mean, it's like the lesser of two evils. So,
I've been known to shave my entire head in like a fit of like I'm upset. Like the sides are shaved now because I'm middle aged and I need that middle aged lady air conditioning because them hot flashes are no joke. But I'm like, I'm so sad with the clippers. It is a situation.
I have never, when I've moved cities, I have never regretted it. But when I've cut bangs, I've regretted it every single time. So, I mean, if that tells you anything.
That's hilarious. I mean, I love to move. I'm like, oh, a new adventure. I would move to other countries. But my husband is such a homebody. When we moved I told him I want to move to New Jersey when our kids were relatively little. My guy was about to go into kindergarten, first grade. He's about to go into kindergarten. And I was like, I don't like the city schools. I want to move to the suburbs. And he was like, right. I'm a New Yorker. He was my boyfriend at the time. He was like, I'm a New Yorker. And I was like, I want to move to New Jersey. I think I'm going to buy a house in New Jersey. And he just kept saying, I'm a New Yorker. I can't move to New Jersey. I'm a New Yorker. And I was like, okay. And so I bought a house. And I was like, we really going to miss you. You were real cute. But and then I bought the house and he was like, I'm never moving. We're living here forever. And I was like, okay. So I put the house on the market. And when he would go to work in the morning, I would stick the sign in the yard. And around 4:30, when I knew he was coming home, I'd pull the sign up out of the yard and put it on the side of the house. And I bought this house we live in now. And if you ask him right now, how long does it take to close on a house? He would tell you, I don't know, a day or two. Because I just bought the house and hired movers and got a bunch of boxes. And I was like, babe, you should come and look at this house I kind of like. And he was like, why? I was like, just look at it. I'm showing him. Don't you like it? It has this, it has that. He's like, it's okay. I was like, okay, we're going to move in here. And he was like, wait, what? So I sold the other house, bought this one. It was fine. It worked out. Although he did make me promise not to buy any more houses behind his back. So there's that.
There's that, yeah. kind of a big deal. But it worked out. Yeah.
I'm still here. He's like, look, all I had to do is make him a good meal. He'd be like, I'm super mad. Oh, is that meatloaf? Like, it's easy.
Yeah.
Rice and beans? Okay, all is forgiven.
That's awesome.
How long do we think it's going to take for this verdict to come back?
So I did a poll. And the poll's up there right now. And right now, everybody said, or not everybody, 65% say under 2 hours. 29% say 2 to 4 hours. 6% say between 4 to 6. And nobody says more than 6. So.
Yeah, no, I think I would be surprised if they didn't have a verdict tonight. They might not read it until the morning, but I could see them having a verdict tonight.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, the way she was talking, because when they asked about how long they're going to be here, she was telling them, go ahead and, make any calls you need to and tell them that, you're going to be late or whatever. So, I don't know how long they're going to keep them, but I wouldn't, I don't think this is going to be a really difficult, decision.
How long did the trial run? What was the length of the trial and all of that? Not including
this is day 5. This is day 5. So and one of the days, the first day, was it the first day was a short day? First day was a short day. So and then today was a short day. So today is day 5, but technically, if you'd have not done 2 short days, it'd have been 4 full days. So.
That's a pretty fast trial though, no? That seems pretty fast compared to a lot of the stuff you've done before.
Yeah. Some of them have been like that. Some of them are so long and involved. And then some of them have been, 2 days and we're,
1,
done.
2, 3.
But a lot of the ones that have a lot of evidence, some of the ones that are okay, look at Murdoch. That one took so long, but there's so much evidence against him, but so much of it is circumstantial. So then you have to have all of these, extra people to come in and corroborate everything and all of that. So, I think this one's kind of cut and dry. So
when I pulled out my emotional support chicken, people started saying, somebody in the chat said, it's a chicken. And then all these Alex Murdoch quotes started coming out. It was really funny. Yes. I was like, okay, a little moment of levity among all the like, this case is super crazy and so heartbreaking.
It's so heartbreaking. Yeah. Hearing like this stuff and I didn't show it on here because I said when we first started this, like, when we first started this, we were running like a little bit behind because we were finishing up our other trial. So I knew that they had showed the pictures of those children. And I was like, I told everybody, I was like, I'm not going to show that on this channel. There's no way that I would show somebody else's babies in that position. Like, it's not going to happen. But I had to see it because I had to on this side, like to, cover it and all of that or whatever. And I just like my whole, like the hairs on my arms and everything stood up. It was so, and the jury had to see that. So to me, after seeing that, I just feel like this is going to be a quick verdict. And bye-bye, Brice. Like, off to your forever home you go. And I hope that he freaks out and they shock him. So
This is not a death penalty case, I imagine?
No, they were going to seek death penalty, but according to his mental whatever evaluation, they said that he is not a candidate for death penalty because he had serious mental illness from an early age, and he had low IQ, learning insufficiencies or something. So like they had like some reasons why they didn't think that he was, they weren't going to pursue it anymore after that. So, but
I mean, listen, maybe it's better that he live. He might do fine in prison, right? He might just be like, whatever, Some
well,
people blend.
While he's been there, he's already been causing problems. Like he's already gotten more, so I feel like he's going to end up being, maybe
his stay is going to be shortened.
Yeah.
His stay is going to be shortened.
He's going to end up in isolation, because nobody can deal with him. Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, if he's not unalived by another inmate or something terrible like that, like all of it is just so terrible.
Yeah. And that's a good, that's a good point because those like, he did that to children, and an innocent man. I don't want to take anything away from Christopher Jones. He is an innocent victim in this too. And he has a family. I don't want to take anything away from him, as a victim too. Like he mattered, his life matters just as much as, the kids do. But I am mentioning the children specifically because in prison, that's not something that people, a lot of people take lightly. So,
because those people want to see their kids. It's like you might not like your wife who you unalived or your mother, the neighbor up the street, whatever it is. But a lot of people would give anything to see their kids. And this guy is just out here doing terrible things to children. It's not going to go well for him, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how he reacts.
I would imagine poorly. I would imagine poorly. What trial is up for you next after this?
I am not really sure. I just found out I have another doctor's appointment Thursday morning. So
you're popular over there. They love you at the doctor's office.
I know. It was for a while I had a doctor's appointment almost every single day, like at least 4 a week. And this is even after like chemo and radiation and stuff. But I remember it came up on my Facebook memories a couple days ago where I had my first time of having a full month without having to go see a doctor. And that was a huge deal. And I've actually, it's been pretty like once a month-ish, for a while, until recently, with the issues. But I, hopefully, after all of this and get this taken care of, then it'll go back to like the, once a month thing. And I don't have to, I used to joke about like, being a cancer patient is a full-time job because it's literally just takes up all day, every day between different doctors and specialists and treatment and, napping.
And then stuff to recover from, like, there are side effects. There's this, there's that. I got to run to the pharmacy. I got to go get these test results, whatever it is. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. It's constant stuff happening. So, but after, I've got a couple months of, treatment, knock everything out and do another PET scan in 3 months. And then, everything will be hopefully like, back to normal and, smooth sailing.
Here's to a healthy, long life with very, very few doctor's appointments.
Very few doctor's appointments. Yes. Cheers to that.
Very few. It's so weird because I wasn't sure what I was going to do on my channel between the end of, I don't remember the last trial I even covered, but the end of the last trial and then something new starting that wasn't going to give me like nightmares. And so I've just been sort of bouncing around to see what's out there. And so many jail phone calls have come out. Like I know that show, that channel, Phone Calls from Prison, sort of started it with like the Alec Murdaugh calls and Susan Smith calls and now the Shirley Strawberry calls. But there's so many, like, I guess it's a big business because now everybody's got all kinds of jail phone calls. And so I've done a deep dive on jail phone calls the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Which is like equal part boring. I listened to Charlie Adelson's jail phone calls all weekend. I'm so much dumber now. So much dumber.
I haven't listened to most of them yet. I haven't had a chance. So,
girl, you did not miss anything. They're horrible. Those people are horrible. And they talked about Charlie repeating himself. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, they said he repeats himself. Oh my God, does he repeat? And every time he says it, have you ever dealt with like an older person or somebody who has had like mental like deficiencies where they would say something as though it was new every time?
Yeah.
He constantly repeats himself as though it's new every time. He's like, the Georgia says this, Georgia says this, but like the same sentence over and over and over. And I'm like, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Charlie. Okay, Charlie. By the way, it's your fault that he got convicted. It's my fault. It's everybody else's. It's not his fault. It has nothing to do with him. It's everybody's fault. Oh, also Wendy's fault. Not his mom's.
Oh.
Not the crazy email. Wendy's fault, our fault, your fault, my fault. Because this was all just a coincidence. In case you didn't know, it just was a coincidence.
Yeah. All of it.
All of it.
And all of his like, recorded crap. And
he has an excuse for everything. It's fascinating to watch like sort of the mental gymnastics that he and his mother go through.
Oh, yeah.
The best, I saved it on my channel. There's a Adelson crime family playlist, and there's one call that Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis did where it's the reason that they arrested not Ruth Ada, I always call her Ruth. The reason they arrested Donna Adelson is because she's on the phone with Charlie. The reception is terrible, and so she thought the call was disconnected. It hadn't disconnected, and so she's talking to her husband and people in the room, and she gave up the whole plan about how she planned to escape, how she and her husband had an unalive pact, the whole thing. And I'm like, really, girl? I was perched. I was fascinated. And she did it. And when it first came out, they were like, there's some problems with the call. And I was like, what problems? She didn't realize she was still being recorded. And so, yeah, she goes on for 40 minutes telling all the things she's going to do that are wildly illegal and extradition and all this stuff. It's so amazing. The rest of them is Charlie saying everything is George's fault and your fault and my fault.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
so you should really take responsibility for unaliving those people, Brandi. I'm just saying.
He never will. He's Murdoch's never going to take responsibility.
You should take responsibility. You should take responsibility.
Oh, me. Oh, yeah. I take full responsibility for this weird, look, just because I'm from Florida don't mean I claim everybody from Florida. It's not my fault. Look, he doesn't like my neck of the woods. He wants to stay down there, in South Florida. So I can't take responsibility for it when he don't even want to be a part of what we got going on up here. So that's his own fault.
That's the truth. That's the truth. He's just like Tallahassee. He says Tallahassee like it's a curse word. Oh my gosh.
I know. And now look at them all. Tallahassee's fighting back now, ain't they? Real quick, Jamie, thank you so much. My two favorite ladies, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. We appreciate it. And Nurse for God gifted a membership. Let's see who it went to.
Nurse for God is awesome.
Nancy, Mammy DeMay. Happy Green Day. Green Day? Green Day. Happy Green Day, because you're green now. Happy Green Day. Thank you so much,
Brandi,
Nurse for
how
God.
long have you been doing this? How long have you been live streaming? It doesn't seem like 7 months.
I just hit, I'm going on 8 months now. Like, the first one that I did was Valo. So,
Right.
so yeah,
Those phone
so my
calls,
member,
no video. It was just like
no
the phone
video.
calls at night.
Yep. And,
Oh my God.
that was my very first one. And then, and that was in April, I think. And then, so I didn't get monetized until like we were, maybe, I think it was during that trial, wasn't it? So, yeah, so like the memberships it's been almost 8 months now. I was doing like videos before that, like recap videos and stuff, but my streaming didn't start until Valo. So
that's
Nurse
so
Forgot just get to
cool.
5 more memberships. Let's see. Nursey Dog Mom, Welshie, Karen Beachy, Fun and Funky, and JM were all gifted memberships by Nurse for God. Thank you so much, Nurse for God.
Nurse for God is making it rain over here. She's like, it's
I
raining
know.
memberships.
I know. Our mods are awesome. They're so great. And Nurse for God has been here like since, since the we have so many the OGs that are still here for the very beginning. Holly Mack, get to 5 memberships. Thank you, Holly Mack. Let's see. Angela Morgan, Melissa Laurie, Drew P. Gambino, Lady Glencoe, and Stephanie Willis were all turned to green by Miss Holly Mack. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are awesome.
That's
Our members are great.
cool. That's so cool.
When are you doing your
Brandi.
interview with, I love you too. When are you doing your interview with
Justin Bamberg,
our favorite South Carolina attorney?
He never called. I reached
Oh,
out
really?
to him. He never reached back out. And I'm like, I'm letting it go. I honestly prefer to just like lurk in the bushes and talk about people. Well, like if I have to actually ask them questions, I strongly prefer to talk behind people's backs because I have manners. That is just good manners.
Talk behind their back on the internet.
Yes. And when Will Folks started talking about me, I was like, y'all did not tell me Will Folks had the internet. I did not know. It was an utter surprise to me. Why would he pay attention to me, a big mouth lady from New Jersey? Like, I'm up here minding my business, talking about nothing. And people are like, hey, you heard what that heifer said. And I'm like, who, me?
That's hilarious.
It wasn't me. So he did not reach back out, and that's fine. I have a lot of mixed feelings about him. He seems like a really good attorney, and a cool person, honestly. He's just a little too in love with himself for my personal taste. I'm like, okay, calm down. You're supposed to like yourself. You're not supposed to be obsessed with yourself. Like, okay, fine. Nikki Zebiz, Justin Bamberg. I said something about him, something nice about him. And he's like, oh, we should get together and, do a live for your members or whatever. And I was like, really? It makes me nervous because like live streaming is what Brandi does. That is not what I do.
But
oh, there was a flash in the courtroom. What's happening?
I know. That's what I was looking. I was like, make sure nothing did anything crazy. Oh, I saw somebody walk.
Yeah.
This would be way too soon though, right? Right.
There's no telling. I mean, those pictures were pretty horrific. And I didn't see all of this case, so I don't know like how much evidence there was or there wasn't or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dog Mom, Justin Bamberg loves his hair. Did y'all see Coming to America? Let Your Soul Glow. He's like tossing his down. I'm like, girl, calm down. He's a lot. He's a lot.
He is, but he's funny. He's so good though. Like he's got such a big heart and he does so much for people. So I love that about him. So
Yeah. That part is really cool. And I follow his Instagram. Shh, don't tell him. But he's always out there like shooting guns and riding on 4-wheelers and all that like outdoorsy stuff. And I'm like, that's awesome. I could watch that all day on TV. I would not want to do it. No, thank you. Because bugs, dirt, that's not my jam.
yeah.
But I like looking at it. And his puppy fell in the pool, and then he rescued his puppy from the pool, and I was like, and he's a hero too! Oh my God!
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, he's
good. He does a lot of good for his community too. So
he does. And the town that he's from is named after him or something like that, which is kind of wild.
Yeah.
Or the county, Bamberg County. which means he's from, that's basically like his ancestral home. Because if your name, for people of color, or for Black people particular, or anybody who was like a slave or whatever, slaves were named, they got their owner's last name. And so like my maiden, I almost said my government name, child, but that name is like, it's because whoever owned my family had that last name. And so the fact that his last name is Bamberg and he lives in Bamberg County, that's it means that his family was once slaves in that county for probably a large landowner in that county. And now he's come so far that he's an attorney in the same county. It's really wild. And whenever I see that, particularly in the South, I don't think you see it as much up north, but I've seen it a lot in the South.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. And I'm just like, particularly if somebody's doing something good, you know?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Nurse for God, thank you for the super chat. Kathy, they want you to log in so that they can talk to you too.
Oh, where's my, oh, it's over at church. Hang on.
Can you see, you can see chat though can't you? You can see chat.
But if I type in it, it comes up as you.
Oh yeah, because you're in StreamYard. That's right.
Yep. Yeah, I'm in StreamYard. I can jump on my phone now. That way I can log in as me. And also I can give you extra likes. Although I think I liked this live stream already, but let's see. Brandi is the red dot. Turn the volume down so I don't get an echo. Oh, I'm looking at my face on the TV. I mean, on my phone. Oh, now I see the poll. Okay, I say under 2 hours. There, and I gave it a like.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
And my little symbol, just so you guys know, is the ball of yarn. I was seeing this in other chats. Have you guys seen this where different streamers have different symbols?
Mm-mm.
So on some of the other I forgot to click send. On some of the other channels I watch, the streamer has a symbol, like they have different color hearts. One lady, like Grown Woman Vibes, has blue hearts, and so like these guys are the 13th jurors. Her followers or whatever are called the Blue Heart Gang. And so whenever they show up in other chats to sort of like symbolize and say hey to each other, they drop blue hearts in the chat. And I was on one live stream and there was like a bunch of blue hearts, and then there was like somebody giving a manicure, and there were all these different, like everybody had a different emoji, and I was like, emoji, an emoji. And so we voted on my channel whether we should have a brown heart. I forget what the other ones were. But a ray of sunshine, because I have that mug that says I'm a ray of sunshine. And but because I'm always like knitting, crafting, whatever, we chose a ball of yarn. So instead of disturbing other people's chats and say, hey, Kathy Graham, just drop a little ball of yarn. And so see a ball of yarn. But some people also drop brown hearts, which I like that too. But I have a bunch of side chicks over here. A whole bunch of side chicks.
So
many
cute.
Side chicks. Yeah, I started knitting. I like one thing turns into another thing. I think I started crocheting bunnies, and somebody was like, you should crochet chickens because I have a chicken. And I was like, I will not crochet chickens. And then I crocheted like 100 chickens and I sent them out. So I'm down to my last 10 side chicks.
You sound like my ex-husband. I digress. I need to figure out one. I need to. Every time he's down to his last 10 side chicks, he would have to get on Tinder again and re-up. Yeah, we should. I don't know what mine should be.
Gavel. Like it's something that's like easy to find on every phone. I mean, listen, I had to do a little digging to find that yarn. But I'm like, let's see. You're the juror. There's a judge with a gavel. Let's see.
Lisa said it's like gang signs.
It totally is.
Throwing our signs in everybody's chat.
Oh, there's the scales of justice you could do. I'm trying to think.
Oh, Nina Canadian said I need a sunset and a gnome.
Was there a gnome?
I don't know.
Hang on.
I love gnomes. I know there's a sunset one.
Oh yeah, sunset would totally work. Just something that like your people know is you, and they can sort of, symbol to each other.
Oh, the
Like a
beach.
gang
The
sign.
beach would be a good one too. The beach would be a
Yeah.
good one. And happy 4 months, JM.
There's a wave. I have a wave emoji. It's like people are waving to each other.
Oh, I like that. And that one's beachy too.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Mary, let's see who it went to. Nikki, Julie McBride, Ethan Witt, Lauren Farmer, and Michelle Jones were all gifted memberships by Mary. Thank you so much, Mary. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are generous. I love our little family. Paul Prince, oh, did you see this? The camera moved.
I'm ready.
I guess I just bumped into it. Oh, maybe not. There.
Oh.
See, it moved again.
Ruh-roh.
Okay, maybe nothing.
Meanwhile, I'm looking for your gang sign over here. Like there's a heart because you have a big heart. What is this one? There's one that goes like this. What does that mean? That's a for real gang sign. I don't know what that means.
West side. Well, I am on the west side of Florida.
Oh God. Let's see. I'm looking. I also love like the little investigator with like the private eye with the little, the little glass thing, eyeglass thing. Magnifying glass. There's farmers. In my mind, you're like you would date by looking for a man on Farmers Only. I just make up stories about people in my head. It doesn't have to be, associated with reality or anything.
Well, I mean, that like if you knew anything about my hometown, I mean, that would be like where they would go. Probably.
You could do the dancing lady for your clogging. I love the clogging. I was like, look at Brandi River Dance, because I don't know nothing about no clogging. It looks like river dance to me.
It kind of is like river dance.
It's kind of just like river dance.
It's like Southern country river dance.
Mm-hmm. I guess everybody sort of has their version of it,
Yeah. It's like, but instead of like symphony type music, it's to like, a fiddle.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Like very energetic. I love a square dance. I cannot river dance, but I can square dance my ass off. You want an Alaman left, grand right, and left? I'm your girl. You never would have guessed that about me, now would you?
No, but I like it.
I love square dancing. You know what? I learned to square dance in gym class when I was in high school. It was mandatory, and I liked it because you didn't have to change out. I was like, great. I have to put on those ugly shorts. Fine, I will square dance all day. But I really, really love square dancing.
They had square dancing in my high school. There was in PE we had to do like different dances and stuff, and like square dancing was one of them. And we did square dancing and line dancing. I can't remember what else. Clogging, I'm sure.
We did ballroom. we did. I can still ballroom dance. I can still square dance. Although I struggle not to lead because I got that takeover spirit.
Hey,
wait.
She's going nuts. Oh, kid's here. Hold on.
Okay. I wanted to peek. I was hoping for a hot mic moment. Why do you think he's there? Let's just make up reasons. He's dropping off a bag of food, some Dunkin' Donuts, a large coffee, and a kilo of cocaine. Maybe not the last one, though. Okay, in terms of symbols for Brandi, there's like a Statue of Liberty thing. Oh my gosh, I've never scrolled this deep into my emojis. In travel and places, there is She could do a rocket because her channel has taken off like a rocket. There's a bunch of beachy stuff and camping stuff. Just say no to camping. Nobody needs to pretend to be homeless. It's not good for you. Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be the beach. Somebody should do a poll. I can't do it from here. We'll have to wait till Brandi comes back. Okay. Oh, I should probably be paying attention to the comments. Okay, wait. What is this symbol, Karina? That looks like the fart symbol.
Okay, I have to show you this. My kid just brought me supper. He made this burger.
That's
and
amazing.
He made burger and fries.
I love it so much. He's such a good boy. Oh my God.
And he loves to cook.
That's awesome.
He cooks like, and he'll bring me a plate. So he cooks like probably 3-4 nights a week.
Should I drop my address in the chat so he could just come and bring me a plate?
Mm-hmm.
I would not be mad at a plate.
Look at how good that looks, though.
It looks amazing. That's a good juicy burger. Oh my God, with some onion on there, cheese, what?
Onion, cheese, bacon, lettuce.
He's the best son ever. Okay, second only to my 12,000 sons. I got like a bunch of kids. A bunch of kids.
He's awesome. He takes good care of me too. He's very respectful. I love him.
That's so sweet. Mine are like we have 4 boys. My sister-in-law has 4 boys. So there's 8 grandsons in my family. So it's all boys all the time. And then the first two grandkids were boys. Everybody was like that. Then I got myself a couple of granddaughters, so it balanced it out. Okay, Brandi, I think unless there's a particular color of heart that you particularly like, I think we should go with a beach theme symbol for you.
Okay.
So let me type in beach. And we'll see. Oh, there's the little bikini. Do you want to do the bikini?
I don't no bikini. I'll do a beach. Bikini it is
Like something's making weird noises back there. I think it's my composter. Somebody must have thrown something weird in the composter.
Flip flop. Flip flop is very beachy too. That works too.
Oh, yes. I love the flip flop because that includes Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Flip flop. Let me see if a flip flop comes up on my phone. Oh, it comes up, but it's not very cute. It's hard to tell what it is actually on my phone. I'm gonna have Jacob. Well, I don't say people's kids' names. I'm gonna have your son train my sons. I have one that cooks. Actually, one's in culinary school. You think he cooks for his mama? He does not. You'd be wrong if you thought that.
Really?
Mm-mm. Although I have one son that's the most like me cooks, like a lot, and he's pretty good at it.
Yeah. Lucy's wanting some too. Here.
She's like, that looks delicious.
Yeah. She has good hearing. She can hear, like she started freaking out before I even heard him coming in. I have like one of the things where you press in the code to get in the door. And as soon as somebody hits that first thing, she can hear it. I can't. So she's
got dog hearing.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, She's ready to protect her mama. She can growl and bark with the best of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait. I'm trying to narrow down the perfect beach. I have a couple of beach options. Okay, there's a beach with an umbrella and there's a beach with a palm tree. What do you prefer?
A beach with a palm tree.
Okay, let's see what it looks like. We posted. Oh yeah, it looks cute up there. And like if you knew what it was, you would not necessarily know what it was. Oh wait, did Marie Moss put up a tiki? I think that's a symbol. I mean, maybe you want to do like a vote or whatever, but the tiki, I think we need to be about that tiki life.
Freaky tiki. Oh my
Of course,
gosh.
the freaky tiki. Wait, does a tiki come up? I don't have a tiki emoji on my phone. How is that even possible? I need to write a strongly worded letter. Hang on, tiki. Nope. Just type in hut. Okay, I have a hut. Let's see. Type it on my phone. I'll see what it looks like. Okay. Okay. The fornication freaky tiki.
I'll never forget that morning. That was hilarious.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, not that I'm in charge of it, but like I said, I got that takeover spirit. I think that your symbol should be the tiki hut. Your new official gang sign is the tiki hut. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Well, ma'am, actually need to go cook dinner for my husband because he will be home soon, and I am a very traditional housewife, as you well know. I
Okay.
only do exactly what he wants me to do at all times.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Raise your hand if you believe that.
Stand on your head if you believe that. Oh, he wishes I would shut up most of the time. Oh Lord, he wishes I would shut up. But he married me, so he knew what he was getting into. But thank you so much for having me. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so grateful.
Thank you. Thank
And
you. I appreciate you coming in.
I'm glad. I'm
and
happy
running
to
things.
help. And reach out, and when I can, I'm happy to jump on when I can. Lots of times I can't because work and whatever. But
Yeah.
when I can, I'm happy to see you guys. And otherwise, I will see people tonight at bedtime check-in, like we do, or
Yes.
back early in the morning on Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo to talk about all the latest Charlie Adelson phone calls or whatever madness I happen to scare up. Or if there's a verdict in this case, oh, child, I'm going to have thoughts and feelings. And I will be there to share them, all of
Yes.
them.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate it.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here? Where's the exit? Leave studio.
Yay. I'm glad that she was able to come in and keep everybody company, keep this party going, so that I didn't have to stop. And I'm glad that my appointment didn't take long at all. Oops. Sorry. Oops. Oops. Dang it. Oh no. Oh no. What did I just do? How do you... What if I accidentally just deleted something on my phone? I don't know what it was. Like, you know how like when all of the apps start doing like this on accident? I just deleted one of them and I don't know what it was. Oh well. It's okay. I'll figure it out if I needed it, I guess. I don't even know what I deleted. So right now, everybody's saying under 2 hours. Now, if you're all right, which y'all are generally pretty good about that. Y'all are usually really good about that, actually. So if y'all are right on this, then that means that we should have a somebody just walked by. Somebody just walked by. I'll be able to when the apps go like, when they go like, you know what I'm saying. I've been the app. How do you people know these things? Do they like teach classes? How do you just know? How do you just know that like the answers to these questions. Like, how do you just know these things? My kid has to teach me half the stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Thank you, 80s. I forgot I had my sound effects. I'm so excited. We ask our kids. Yeah, that's what I do half the time too. I ask my kid. He's constantly having to do stuff for me. A lot of we are knowledgeable children. Yes. I instantly panic when my apps start shaking. Yeah, I end up, I don't know how I do them. Like I guess when I'm doing something on my phone, I don't know. I do it all the time. Ben deleted. Oh. Got it. I understand now. So if I says, tell them to hurry up, I need my beauty sleep. Me too. Me too. Okay, I'm about to take a bite of this burger. We're going to see what kind of cook my kid is. I already know what kind of cook he is. Let's see. That's really good. Just really good. This is amazing. I cooked for him for 18 years. Almost 19. And now he cooks for me. So good. So good. So good. Let's see. Ask yourself. I know. I call him back up here. He was standing in the hallway. Like he wouldn't come in because he didn't want to be seen on camera. So he was like standing in the hallway while I hid the camera. See, it used to be when he would come in, when I had my desk facing this way, you couldn't see anybody when they walked in. But now you can. Where are my gnomes? They're right here. Right here. This is the wall that y'all used to see behind me. I have not gotten the panda blanket yet, but I have to go back. I haven't been back to the post office since Friday. So I'll go again tomorrow, since it looks like we might not have court tomorrow. Unless they're still going to verdict watch. Either way, they're going to be done. If this doesn't if they don't come back tonight, then it won't take long tomorrow if they don't. I think they'll come back with a verdict tonight. I think so. I gotta take another bite of this. This is so good. So good. Good. I hope it drives them crazy. I hope they hate it. And I hope it makes me so tired I yawn afterwards. They'll have to do a penalty phase, right? Well, let's look up Kentucky. Let's look up Kentucky. Let's see, Kentucky. In Kentucky State Court, you're usually looking at 4 to 6 weeks between a felony guilty plea or guilty verdict in your final sentencing hearing. So Kentucky does not do it right away. Oh, yeah, y'all did get to see the bug man the other day. And I was trying not to say it as he was walking by. I was like, bug man. I didn't want y'all to like see a random dude in my house and be like, oh my God, there's somebody back there. I don't know what trial is next. I don't know yet because there's not a lot of stuff starting around the holidays. It's been there since December 8th. Oh, then I'll have to, then why didn't they give it to me the other day when I was there? I'll have to go ask. I'll ask because I was just there. Oh, you would think Tinder. You would think wrong, Virginia Little. Zap him. I do hope they zap him. With his record, they're going to want a PSI. It depends on what, it depends on what, I mean, I think that the judge will end up doing, I think he's going to be guilty of murder. And I think that the judge will end up doing life without parole. That's what I think. But mine was delivered on the 8th too. I'll have to go. I'll ask them. I can only go ask them when I can make it up there during like regular hours, which unfortunately is usually when we're streaming, other than Saturday. So I'll go up to the counter and ask them what they have for me because normally if there's something at the counter for me, then they put like a little sheet thing in my post office box, but I didn't have anything else in there. Bacon Bit has no interest in all like cooking food, but she enjoys baking desserts. Isn't that funny how people usually like to do one or the other, but not a lot of people like to do both. Cooking, you have a lot more freedom to do stuff. Baking is more precise a lot of times, I think, because you can throw in extra crap when you're cooking and it'll still just turn out whatever. But if you put in like the wrong amount of, you have to like measure stuff when you're baking. It's crazy. I have to ask for big packages. Our post office is so small and the line is always so long. So long. I don't know. I might get a bigger one. Drew P. Good night. We will see you tomorrow. Disc day, yes. I think Wednesday is what they decided on. And I think it was 7 Eastern, I believe, was the final. And I think it was it National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, I think was the winner. I think that's what it was. Good night. Good night. Good night, Sonia. I'm taking another bite of my burger. I have to lean over so I don't make a mess. So good. Not yet. You notice I took the timer down though. Why did they take the timer down? Oh, now it's back up. I got excited for a minute. It's like they fake us out. They like to tease us. I don't know. I know a few people have asked what we're doing next. I don't have another trial in mind for right now. There's not a lot that's starting right before the holidays or right in between holidays. So I don't really have a plan yet. I don't have a plan yet. In Kentucky right now, it is almost 7 o'clock. I'm going to end the poll since we're already more than an hour into. No zaps yet, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm shocked it's taken this long. Yeah, me too. I actually did think that it was going to. I was thinking like maybe a little over an hour. It was so good. Maybe he's just cooking for me so much because he wants a big Christmas present. Just joking. Jurors are still here, Kelly P. They are still deliberating. One zap. That's all I want. Just one zap. One zap. Oh gosh, new poll. Which will happen first? Verdict or sinus infection in the courtroom clearing up? How crazy is that? It's so it was so bad. It was so bad. Why are you whining? Here, you want some more? Here. Anytime I eat, she thinks she's got to eat too. My favorite Christmas movie, I don't know. I really like Elf. It just cracks me up. And there's so many things in there that are like just quotable moments. So I love Elf. Can we do an unboxing party? We all send you boxes and you open them on live stream, like Dave Porny Marshall guy. As long as you don't send me anything like that, I'm gonna be embarrassed to open. I just don't want anybody to send me like a toy or something that I'm gonna have to open and then like to do it like specifically to see my reaction. I would never do it again. Yeah, no adult toys. I'm already turning red talking about it. I don't. I'm uncomfortable. My favorite Christmas movie is Muppets Christmas Carol. Oh, look, the flag's moving. Flag's moving. Muppets Christmas Carol. Wonderful Life. Elf is just hilarious to me. I love the Muppets. Home Alone 2. I loved Home Alone. I loved all the Home Alones. Look, it's moving again. Every time this moves. Love Actually. Jingle All the Way. The Santa Claus. Oh, I loved the Santa Claus. Actually, I went to the movie theater with my brother and my parents to see. Is that the one with Tim Allen? Santa Claus? Christmas Vacation is a classic, yeah. Dolly Parton, Dakota Many Colors. I love that song too. Nurse for God said, "Oh, you and Lucy's gifts were delivered today. Check. I will check. I will check. I'm hoping that we can be, because apparently I have to go up to the counter too. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to do that tomorrow if they can come to a verdict." He never got shocked. Not yet. Maybe when they read the verdict. He never got shocked. We were all hoping for it, though. Sure hoping for it. My kids are watching Home Alone right now. I just, like, and I've seen people, like, there's, like, that meme that goes around that's, like, you know, we all watched that as kids and we're like, you know, thought it was the coolest movie. And then you go back and you watch that as an adult and you're like, what the heck did they do for a living that allowed them to live in that house and then fly all those people to Paris for Christmas? Like, what was he doing? How did he get all that money? I saw that meme and I was like, yeah, that is exactly right. How did he get all that money? Wasn't he a lawyer? What kind of lawyer would you have to be to get all that money? That's a whole lot of money. Who's he defending? I gotta take another bite of this. Oh, good. Yeah, and he had like hella kids up in that house. I'm eating a burger that my son made me and brought me over. It's so good. Welcome, Susan. Susan said late. Okay, really late. Welcome. Yeah, I was hungry. I haven't had a chance to. Did I eat today? I didn't eat today, did I? So this is like perfect timing. It's so good. He's got like pickles and onions and lettuce and cheese and bacon. He did this all up. I just dropped my pickles off of it. It's so good. Lucy's really mad. I keep giving her some of the french fries that he gave me. Hi, we're still here. We're in Verdict Watch. We're in verdict watch. Nursey Dog Mom member for 7 whole months. I live here now. You live here. Yes. You live here. Happy anniversary. Oh, wait. It's our anniversary. It's our anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. So glad to have you here. So glad to have you here. Let's see. Coach Hill says, oh, what a good son you raised. Good job, Mama. Thank you. I'm very proud of that kid. He is a good kid. He's my biggest accomplishment. I'm actually surprised the judge let them. Well, she said today, she was like, I wanted to push on through. She wanted to get this over with. I think she's wanting a long Christmas break. Every time they walk by, you see their little heads go like right there. And I'm like, oh, we got something happening. Got something happening. And I get excited. The real question is Lethal Weapon a Christmas movie? Yes, of course. We'll do a poll. We'll decide it right now. This will determine it. Is Lethal Weapon Christmas movie? Yes or no? Camera movement. Yes. Yes. Ruby Frankie pled guilty and will testify against Jody Hildebrandt. Yes. Yep. Oh, Die Hard. Die Hard. Wrong verdict. Oh, wrong. Hold on. Wait, I'm ending that poll. Die Hard. Die Hard. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? What did I say? Lethal? Oh, I said Lethal Weapon. Die Hard. All right, we're gonna solve it once and for all. Die Hard. I don't even think I've ever seen Lethal Weapon, but I've seen Die Hard and it's a Christmas movie. Which one's Lethal Weapon? Have I ever seen Lethal Weapon? Hold on, let me look up what I don't remember it. Lethal Weapon. Oh, it's got Mel Gibson. And Danny Glover. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one. But Die Hard is a Christmas movie. 50% of you are right now. 56%. It's definitely a Christmas movie. Like, if it wasn't Christmas, you couldn't have, like, without Christmas, you couldn't have that movie. So it's definitely a Christmas movie. Like, he's going home to his family for Christmas. So, and his wife's name is Holly. Hello, Christmas. It's a Christmas movie. It's got Christmas songs. It's a Christmas movie. Wound up watching Rocky Horror Saturday. Is that a Christmas movie? No. See? Told y'all. I respectfully disagree. What? You don't think it's how is it not a Christmas movie? He's not just trying to get home to his family for like Easter, then it would be an Easter movie. He's going home to his family for Christmas. And it takes place on Christmas Eve. Like, because he's trying to get to them for Christmas. There's Christmas songs in it. There's Christmas songs in it. It's a Christmas movie. I don't know how anybody thinks it's not a Christmas movie. Harry Potter is Christmas. Because like it's different if like you just have a Christmas, like if it just happens to be Christmas in the movie, that's different. Like, but this is like all around him trying to get home for Christmas. It's totally a Christmas movie. %59% of us know that it's a Christmas movie. So, and this is like this is what decides it. Okay. Isn't there a violent scene in Die Hard? Okay. But you know what? Christmas is all about like, you know, look, childbirth is violent too. So let's not get it twisted. So it's a Christmas movie. Home Alone is one of my favorites too. Die Hard is about family at the end of the day. Christmas theme. Boom. I'll die on that hill. It's a Christmas movie. I don't care what anybody says. It's a Christmas movie. Home Alone was very violent. Yeah. Jinx, Buffy, Home Alone was very violent. Literally exactly what yes. See? Buffy gets me. Jack Frost is a good one too. I don't know if I've seen that one. You've never seen Die Hard? It's a good Christmas movie. You should check it out this holiday season. It's totally a Christmas movie. Frosty melts. Frosty melts. That's a slow. All know it's going to happen unaliving. Die Hard is all Christmas with hope, joy, family, love, and fireworks. See? See? Rudolph has a bunch of bullies. Gosh, Christmas movies do kind of have a violent theme, don't they? Come think of it. Home Alone, Rudolph. Anyone mentioned Bad Santa? I don't know. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, didn't they? Bad Santa. I live 2 hours from a Christmas Story house and I've never been there. Didn't it just go on the market recently? Or did I just dream that? I may be totally wrong. Oh yeah, it was on the list originally. He said, nope, Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. End of story. I beg to differ. You might know 80s music, but I know 90s movies and Christmas movies, and it's a Christmas movie. And 64% of us agree. So I see movement. Is not. I see movement. Every time my head walks by, I think it's like something exciting happening. Just got here. Any mention of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation? Yes, that's actually the one that won the poll earlier for the Discord watch party. We're at an hour and a half. Roxy says, Brandi, I work for a court reporting agency. You'd love it. I get paid to read transactions. Oh, receipts. After Brady's explanation, I can't see how it isn't obviously a Christmas movie. I'm going to watch it now. Yes, Hollyback. Yes. One Christmas, my brother and cousins went to see The Exorcist. It's like a feel-good Christmas movie. I'll be so mad if they come back and say, come back tomorrow and we will read the verdict. I don't think they would. Right? And like my birthday's Christmas Eve. So if anybody knows Christmas movies, it's me. I figured that's what you meant in transcripts. You gotta love Cousin Eddie. She hears people in the hall and she's like, she's doing that thing where like she hasn't fully committed to the bark, but she's kind of like just letting him know that she's ready to attack if she needs to. She's like, my favorite Christmas movie. I think it's Elf because it's just so funny. Michelle Jones says, I have a friend who shares your birthday. My grandfather, who I lost last year, I was born on his birthday. He and I were always very, very close. And he passed away last year, but he and I always had the same birthday. I have his eyes, like nobody in my family has blue eyes except for me and him. Everybody else has like green eyes or hazel eyes. But everybody else in my family has green or hazel. He and I are the only ones who have blue eyes. And we have Christmas Eve birthdays. Yeah, there's definitely more activity in the court. They're moving around in there. They're moving around. Oh, I was born on my pawpaw's B-Day too. For those of y'all who were here earlier, I was talking about my grandfather that passed. For my grandmother's Christmas present, I got her like a bangle type bracelet, and it has a charm on it that when you hold it up to your eye, and like look in it, you can see a picture, and it's a picture of them dancing at a wedding. Good night, JM. Good night. Good night. My son's birthday is on the 23rd of December. Oh, happy birthday to him. My mom's is July 4th. Mine is October 31st. And one of my brothers is Christmas Eve. That's kind of crazy. I went into on Labor Day with Jacob. They're moving the camera again. And so he's a Labor Day baby and I'm a Christmas baby. Miracle on 34th Street. That one's a good one. It's so good. Let's see. My nephew's is 12.25. He hates it. Yeah, I'm sure. It sucks to have it around Christmas. I hate for my kid's birthday to be near Christmas. They'd get one or the other. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. That's why we all hate it. When I was married, I had my birthday was the 24th. My stepson's was the 28th, and my stepdaughter's is January 4th. And my ex-husband's was, when was his? His was, I think, the 23rd. I think his was the day before mine. 23rd, or was his 22nd? I think his was 23rd. I don't know. I remember the kids. I think his was 23rd. So like it was like boom, 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 boom. All these birthdays right around Christmas. It was crazy. Oh, my Jacob was an Easter baby. My son is a Labor Day baby also. Oh. I used to want to change it. Dog Mom get to 5 memberships. Let's see. I went to SoCal Guy 13, Susan Bond, Oh Snap Sharon, Rosebud, and Tam. All gifted memberships. Congrats. You look good in green. Dog Mom, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love it. You still mad? I love it. I love when people see. I'm not sure who gets me a membership, but I thank you so much. I love it when people notice that they're in green. Get excited. That's the best. Hush that fuss. My son's a Cinco de Mayo. I can already see his birthday parties when he's older. Oh, Lord. While we're waiting, can you look at Tiffany Lucas? That's a case I really want to watch. Sure. Don't have anything else to do. Tiffany Lucas. Okay. Oh, I know who this is. Oh, this one. This is the one who shot her kids, isn't it? Yeah. Ugh, the one who shot her kids. Tiffany Lucas, mom accused of killing her 2 sons, looks like she doesn't have a care in the world in court, per a relative.
$1 million. Family says it's not nearly.
Her, look at her. Mm-mm. Kimberly says, I just talked with Marie. She is staying strong. The family is still at the courthouse. Oh, I know they're ready to get this over with. Watch him be taken away. We're all ready to see him get taken away. All right, let's see. Accused murderer Tiffany Lucas looked stone-faced as she appeared in court, charged with shooting dead her 2 young sons, infuriating relatives of the slain boys, including one hoping to see her put to death. 32-year-old Kentucky mom kept a serious expression throughout her appearance Monday as she pled not guilty to 2 counts of capital murder for the boys, aged 9 and 6. She looks like she doesn't have a care in the world. One of the dead boys' aunts, Bobby Baker, told Wave after the hearing. I think her sitting in jail for the rest of her life is a cakewalk, she said, of Lucas's unemotional expression. Ultimately, the only fitting penalty is for her to be put to death, the aunt said. Wow. Lucas of Shepherdsville was arrested last month after a neighbor discovered her sons, Jaden Howard, 9, and his younger brother, Maurice Baker Jr., covered in blood next to a gun in a bedroom at the family's home. The boys died from multiple gunshot wounds. Ugh. Look at those sweet babies. She doesn't look like, she looks like just Lucas could be eligible for death penalty if she is found guilty on both counts. Oh, they had mix-ups with the coroner's office. Maurice had his visitation and we got Jaden's body instead, the grieving aunt claimed. The responsibility for identifying and labeling the boys' bodies fell to the Norton Children's Hospital. Oh, yeah. Cajun posted this one on the 13th juror Twitter the other day, and we're looking at like, really another horrible mom. Like I don't get it. Like how I don't get it. Like, you want to see justice done for those kids, but like, it's so hard to watch stuff like this. It's so sad. I mean, not that all death isn't sad, but it cuts extra deep when it's the kids. Lisa Dempsey found out this weekend my mom's friend's cousin was found to be a murderer by an ancestry DNA test. Did it in 92 and was a famous DJ, married with 2 kids. Wow. Wow. His dad and stepmom are pushing for death penalty. Ugh. Lola's mom is saying this is taking way too long for a verdict. Almost to 2 hours. They had a lot of jury instructions, though. This is moving. This is moving. What happened to the guy that shot his 3 boys? Oh, this is the one in Claremont. I can't believe he pled not guilty, especially because he even talked to, that's Chad Dowerman. He even talked to police about like that he did it and stuff. Like when they got, I mean, but yet here he, oh God, he's another one that just deserves whatever he gets. Hopefully. Why the kids? Marie's birthday is tomorrow. I pray she has the best present of a guilty verdict on all counts. Oh, I hope so. Well, remember, wasn't it was it Lori Vallow's sentencing, or was it her verdict that was Larry's birthday? Was it sentencing? That was his birthday, and Larry Woodcock, and then he was excited because he said he got exactly what he wanted for his birthday. It makes me so sad. The one with my friend, my college friends, remember her friend allegedly murdered her husband, and we know she buried him and buried him in the backyard and built a fire pit over him. And my friend was over there, like they were roasting marshmallows on this fire pit, not knowing that her dead husband was buried underneath there, who was missing, or he ran off to. One story was he went to New York. One story was he went to Afghanistan. One story was he went to, I don't even know where all. That one keeps getting delayed. Like they're pushing it off more and more. She's out on bond, so they don't want to have. She doesn't want to have that trial. She wants to stay out on bond as long as she can. She even tried to like have her daughter take responsibility for it. Her daughter, who was like 7 or something at the time, 9, I don't know, something young. She tried to have her daughter take responsibility for shooting piece of crap. People just shock the shit out of you sometimes, don't they? We will have victim impact statements here. That will be hard. Those are always really hard. That'll be really hard. So that's always the hardest part. It's the most important part, but it's also the hardest part. I did not hear about the guy who unalived the cheerleader in Texas. I don't think I heard about that one. Has anyone watched I Love You Now Die? Yeah, I watched that. That's that trial was interesting because it was the first of its kind, the Michelle Carter trial. It was the first of its kind. Where she was held legally responsible for his death by, they said, pushing him to commit suicide. But I'll tell you this though, watching the documentary, I feel like there were some times where I could see her own depression and like screwed up way of thinking coming out. Like sometimes it did seem like because she had talked about being suicidal herself and stuff, so there are some times that I could see their conversations kind of being based on that. But then all the times where she's like, was literally saying stuff to get attention, I think that's the part that did her in. I think if it would just have been the stuff where she's talking to him about, like supporting him on how to do it or whatever, that would be one thing. But the fact that she was using the situation to get attention is, I think, the part that really, really did her in. There's movement. The kid stuff gets me. Michelle Carter, I was obsessed with that case. She deserved more time. But did you even see like the stuff with like her, changing her appearance and stuff because she knew she was going to be in front of cameras and stuff like that too? Like there was a lot going on with that. There's a lot going on with that. There's a lot of gruesome murders in Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, Louisville. I love Louisville. I've gone to visit a few times, but there's a bad crime rate in certain parts, like violent crime. Protective Services is notified numerous times about Tiffany. Oh. Almost 2 hours. Sheila says, member for 5 whole months. My favorite place to be so late at night. I am glad that you are here. I'm glad that this is your favorite place to be. It is my favorite place to be with y'all too. Even when it's 1,000,000 and we're still sitting here waiting. Happy, happy anniversary. Happy, happy anniversary. Oh, I forgot we had that poll up. So Die Hard is officially a Christmas movie. 59% said yes. And 59% of us can't be wrong. I had a good friend who had 2 sons were in Louisville a year apart. Oh, gosh, that's so sad. Various people that have intimate knowledge of the family in case. I was told she was on drugs heavily. The boys were always dirty. She was going to be evicted. So sad. Cricket says, despite how we all feel, what do you feel will be bring the jury back guilty? Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be guilty. I think that Ja'Cory's testimony more than anything. I mean, obviously the physical, his car smelling like bleach and the back seat being pulled out, the carpet in the trunk being pulled out, all of that stuff too. But Ja'Cory's testimony to me is what really was the most impactful. Working overtime. Well, yeah. Still hoping for a verdict. We're about to hit 2 hours. 2 hours. So whoever said, most of our people thought it was going to be 2 hours or less. We live here. This is an Eastern time zone. I need to take another bite of my supper. Mm. We live here. Can we take this Die Hard vote to this? No. We won fair and square. Fair and square. I'm just ready for them to come out and say, guilty, guilty, guilty. And for him to know that he's never going to see light of day again. And he's never going to have a chance to do this to anybody else's baby again. It is 7:41. With the judge saying that she wants to push through, I don't know how much she wants to push through. I got to listen to some of it in my AirPods while I was at the doctor. I didn't get to hear all of it, but Lisa's didn't even take this long. I honestly thought it would be under 2 hours too. I know that they had to go through a lot of jury instructions, and that takes time. My boyfriend's friend played the lawyer in that series about I Love You Now Die. The girl from Plainville. I watched that. That's cool. Do you know how Travis Rubb is? He seems to be doing pretty well. I haven't talked to his family in probably about a couple weeks, maybe. But he's been doing good. Well, Lisa and Nina go to the same prison. A lot of times they try to not have them do that. In for a penny, in for a pound at this point. Judge will be having the marshal check on them to see if they believe they can finish tonight. Yeah. They need to. We waited this long. Yes, Nina took a plea deal. Or they dropped the murder charge against her. Thami was not sentenced. He is, all about delaying everything and taking us along on his stupid wild ride. So Detective Dean O'Kelly said that he, I guess, filed a motion to get rid of his lawyers again, like he always does. Shocker. And now we wait again. Because Thami's going, I'm going home. It's as simple as that. Oh, God. Thami. I can't stand him. I need to make that into a sound bit. I'm going home. I'm going to ruin your day. I'm going to ruin the state's day. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to tolerate it much longer. Shut up, Thami. Oh, God, that guy. I don't know how. I'll say this about you, Dean O'Kelly. Mentioning him. And then him making the comment about, is your wife good looking? Oh, gosh. How do you not just punch him? I don't know. I'm going home. I'm buffering? Mine doesn't say it's buffering. So I have no idea. See, no buffer here, buffering here. It doesn't show buffering on my end. No buffer. See, it did that the other day too. Like half the people, I buffered for half the people and the other half I didn't. I don't know why. He also put in a motion to have Judge T. Jones recused, although he says recuse. Ugh. Tommy. Can't stand him. Recuse. I'm going to recuse the judge. You need to recuse yourself. I'm going home. I like how he just tells the judge what he's going to do. Oh, God. Detective Dino Kelly has way more patience than I do. Him nodding off during court. Mm. We don't have a verdict yet because Brandi forgot her eyebrows. I didn't put my eyebrows on because I was going to the doctor. I was going to the doctor. He sounded like a spoiled brat. And he thought, like, he just didn't know it all. Such a know-it-all. He drove me nuts. It's the eyebrows. It's like so late though now to put eyebrows on. Let's see. Look who decided to come back. Let me get her camera up. Thank you. Dang. Really? I had to put them on now? It's so late. Fine. We've only got 3 more verdicts. So we'll have this, and then you've only got 2 more verdict eyebrows. But if they don't come back with it tonight, I'm not putting more on tomorrow. We'll just have to have like partial brows tomorrow. Whatever doesn't come off while I'm sleeping. The things that I let y'all talk me into. Okay. I'm not even getting the mirror or anything. We're just gonna do it based on the camera. Okay. I don't know how to draw them on. There are people that can do that really well. I am not one of them. In case you can't tell, I'm not real big into makeup. Okay, let's see. Lucy's looking at me like, just gonna wing it. Vert's gonna come back. I'm gonna have one eyebrow on. I'm not real big on makeup. I'm in Florida. I would sweat it off anyway. I'll wear mascara sometimes. I'll do some mascara and eyeshadow sometimes. That's about it. Oh, the little bitty end of the tail. Whatever. It'll be fine. You got most of it. It's a little high on the edge, but that's okay. Okay. Things I do for y'all. Judgment-free zone. See, Buffy says, you watch. After she gets them on, the judge will send everyone home. I'll be mad. But that's the way my luck works. Okay. You got verdict eyebrows. Now you watch. Judge is going to send everybody home. And I'm going to be stuck with verdict eyebrows. Thank you for Super Chat. Even though it meant I had to put on eyebrows again. I'm getting good at it. Getting quick at it. But if they're good luck, if it'll get Brice sent to his forever home quicker. And I'm here for it. Look at Lucy. She heard me say her name. She's so pretty. Did you hear me say your name? Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Pretty girl. Gosh, I can't believe we're at 2 hours and 17 minutes. Lucy needs her RBG robe. She doesn't have the robe. She has her little like attorney outfit, but it's in the laundry because it's one of the things I haven't had a chance to wash yet. All of this, I had to wash everything because it had so much dust on it when I got home from my condo being closed off. Brooke said 2 to 4. So far, you're still in the running. I just can't imagine it taking this long. But also there are 3. There are 3 victims. So there are 3 different sets of instructions they have to go through. So maybe that's why it's taken longer. I keep looking for updates to see if there's anything else happening. Still nothing. She says this court day is too long. It's time to play with mommy. Yeah, she doesn't like it when I sit here for too long. She gets annoyed. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with his head. Ugh. Everybody's been trying to figure out what's wrong with his head. Normally, if they pause for dinner, they'll pause the verdict clock. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm ready for them to come back, though. It's past time. It's too late. Where are you going? Oh, no. Our junior juror, he has a double ear infection and a virus, running 103 fever. Oh, poor baby. I hope he feels better soon. Poor junior juror. I used to hate that when Jacob was sick. I hated it. Hated it. Especially the high fevers. I always felt so bad. Little baby's not feeling good. See, this is this has been one of those days too where, a lot of times we'll sit here and watch a lot of that stuff, and then, we'll talk about it and all that, like during the breaks. But this has been our 10-minute break that was like an hour and a half or almost 2 hours, whatever it was. And then another long break. And now 2.5 hours in verdict watch. It's like at some point, there's not, I feel like I run out of interesting things to say. A lot of us have sick kiddos. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going around right now. I hate that. Thankfully, Mama caught it quick and got him to the doctor right away. That's good. What is taking so dang long? I have no idea. Tracy Jen, welcome back. I'm back and we are still in wait. I see. Yes. Almost 2.5 hours now. Still waiting. Still waiting. I'm going to take Lucy out. I'm going to take her out real quick and then I'll be back. And watch, we'll get a verdict as soon as I get like down the elevator. Maybe. I'm going to take her out. I'll be right back. Look, she just heard me say that and she came running over here. I hear her little paws going. I'll be right back. Okay. It got cold out there. Chilly. Did anything happen? No. Of course not. Come here. Do you want to sit with Mama? Okay. Or not. Or not. You sit with Mama? Come here, my little darling. Oh, okay. What I miss? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Can't believe this is taking so long. Me? Neither. Me neither. Not a zilch. Yes, it's like 55 out there. Hold on. Let me see. It's colder than that. Oh, 57. It's cold. We all ate mushrooms and had margaritas while you were gone. Great. Y'all won't know what's going on anyway. Buffy Bot voted 4 to 6 hours. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Did the judge say how late they would deliberate tonight? I don't think so. She just said they wanted to push through. And then when somebody asked, when one of the jurors asked, she said something about, well, that's up to y'all, or something like that. Like basically saying depends on how long it takes for them to come to a decision. She made it sound like she wanted them to get this done. Like, be done with it. Chunk of bacon made us do it. I believe it. Her and Bacon Bit. Problem children. Oh, what if they really did go home? Well, if they have the camera still set up, because they can't leave the camera in there overnight. I learned that when I went to the Charlie Adelson trial. They have to, or the camera operator person or whatever. Like they have to do all that before they go. So they would at least cut the feed once they close the courtroom. Dang, that's what they did to us when I was on jury duty. We didn't leave until 3 a.m. I ain't staying on here till 3 a.m. I love y'all. But we ain't go until 3 a.m. I hope it's soon too. Yep, they are still deliberating. They would not let us leave. That is so late. 3 a.m.? That would be crazy. Keep watching. I can only go so long before I pass out these days. Slumber party. It's 7:21 my time. Which means it's 8:21 their time. Slumber party. True Hermit says, I usually get up between 3 and 4. I was getting up at 5 a.m. every morning. The last few weeks since I've been feeling crappier and crappier, I've been sleeping in some. Still get up at between 5:30 and 6 most days, but some days, not so much. Corey Nuwu, hello. Hey, I'll just pop in to say hi. Caught whatever nasty virus is going around. Oof. I hope you feel better. Everybody's sick. Feel better. Feel better. Let's see. I'm winning. It's only 6:21 here. See, normally our mountain time and the West Coast are annoyed because most of the trials that we watch are Central and Eastern time zone. But it works out better for y'all during this when we're running late. Excited to see we were on Verdict Watch. Yes. We're ready. Still no verdict. 2 hours, 40, whatever. 40 whatever minutes. Six or eight. No news. None at all. They don't tell us anything. Oh, gosh. They're going to have to do something soon, though, because my back's starting to hurt. I keep looking, too. I have, like, on some of these screens over here, I have, like, update things where people have been posting updates and stuff just sporadically, trying to see if anything is posted where to let us know anything. Nothing. Nothing. Guilty on all charges, period. Go tell him, Tommy. I don't know what they're questioning. It seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. I thought so too. But yet, here we are. Hello, Arlene. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I'm going to cover the Courtney Clinton case. I don't need to go spy on RA. Everybody is already going to RA anyway. We get announcements every 4 minutes that everybody's going to RA. Everybody's like, hey, everybody, let's leave here and go to RA.
That's how Jay Hatch isn't denying care to kids with cancer to keep.
There, now you spy on him.
I bet he's not working pro bono. Nancy, I don't know. I think the hospital is still doing what the hospital's done as far as care goes a long way. And I will say that that there are
Maybe Brice
probably
got one of the jurors.
hundreds and hundreds of families out there who are seeing.
I don't know anything about the Maya trial. I didn't watch it. I wouldn't think he would have. He couldn't have got to one though, because he's inside. I hope. Although he did get to Corey. Can't believe they have so much to deliberate on. Guilty, guilty, guilty. We always spy. We always spy. We always jump back and forth. Every time this flickers or whatever on this screen, I think that something is happening. I'm like, and then I realize nothing's happening. And then it's like this. It's like when the balloons like inflate and then deflate. Like I get so excited and I'm like, oh, no, it wasn't anything. It wasn't anything. So close. He had people on the outside. Yeah. Well, you know, he didn't have anybody in the courtroom to support him. I don't blame him. One of his domestic violence charges or whatever was he grabbed his mom by the neck and punched her in the temple. So, I mean, I don't really blame anybody for not showing up for court for him. Right? Good evening. Good evening. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Jersey Jen says, I did not leave you to go to all right. Most people just will go back and forth to do both. But it's just funny because we'll have people that will literally come in and be like, hey, everybody, let's leave here and go over to another channel. Like, who does that? Can you get information on what the letter was he sent to Corey? Yeah, he sent, there was a couple of them. He, and they actually put him in for evidence too. We didn't get to see them though, but there was one, they said it was written on one of the police reports and it said something about, rats get exposed. And then there was another one that said something else about like rats or whatever, but like basically saying, like threatening him, like don't talk or whatever. And like, he sent those, I guess they're like, they were in the same jail or whatever. And he had it sent to him and like trying to threaten him, intimidating him. That's crazy. It's crazy. You think maybe they aren't believing the two boys on the stand? I don't think it's, I think that I'm wondering if it's the one, the like drive-by one. I wonder if that's the one that they're stopped on because there's not quite as much evidence on that one. So I would feel like with the kids, it would be a little bit easier. What do y'all think? I think if they're hung up on anything, I would think it would maybe be that one just because there wasn't as much actual physical evidence on that one. Maybe. That's just a theory. I don't know though. Yeah, he punched his mom. Isn't that crazy? Like it said that like the thing said he like grabbed her by the neck. She was like putting up groceries or something or trying to bring in groceries or something, I think is what it said. Oh. I mean, he's not a good dude. He's got like these are not only his only, you know, charges. Like he's got all kinds of stuff. Like he's not a good dude. He's not going to get out and just all of a sudden, you know, not be a twat or whatever. I don't know what I should call him. Whatever. Play some videos of his antics pre-trial. Yeah, we've shown a few of them before. Let me pull some of them up. He's definitely To me, that would be the only thing that I could think of that maybe they would be hung up on is the possibly the drive-by.
Honor roll student, and his
Not what I meant to go to. Let's see. Let's see. Oops. Not that. Okay, so here's one of them. This is the one where he accuses the judge of being racist, and he accuses the judge of sleeping with the prosecutor.
You think this is the best?
Even though you show favoritism to the Commonwealth, you denied every motion I've ever filed in this courtroom. I'm still gonna, it's my right to file a pro se motion, and it's my right to speak what I need to speak on.
Well,
I don't know if y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on or what y'all got going on, but I'm definitely gonna speak my mind.
Detective Detelli and I have no sexual relationship.
Now I'm talking about you and a prosecutor over here, sir.
All right.
You denied all my motions. Every motion I filed, you didn't deny it.
I'm pretty sure I've denied the vast
Every
majority
motion I
of pro
filed.
se motions that have ever
Are
been
you some
filed.
type of racist? Are you y'all got some type of sexual relationship going on? Which one is it?
Or are you just wrong in everything that you've made a motion for?
Are you a
It could be
secret
that.
Ku Klux Klan member?
No, sir, I'm
Is that
not.
what you really are?
Nope,
Okay.
I'm not.
But like I said, the higher courts, they'll deal with it when time comes necessary.
That's exactly right.
Exactly.
And
So say less.
Like, oh wait, hold on. Let's see. There's more.
is, can we do a fair trial in Jefferson County? But then another part of it is, if we have a concern, what's the alternative? Because then if we might get into a situation under the law where I'm supposed to weigh the pros and the cons. Ma'am,
Stop it. Look at me.
ma'am.
I hate him yelling at her for that.
I told you once before, let me please help you understand. You can't just talk out like that, okay? If you can't handle him looking at you respectfully, all I can tell you to do is don't be in my courtroom, because he's going to keep doing it, particularly now that he knows that it irritates you. So you either are able to control yourself or you're not. And I would understand why you could not. I get that completely. But I can't have you talking up in court. Okay?
I hate it.
The next, I need you to hear this. The next time it happens, there will be a consequence. You understand that?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Rhodes, you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling.
Because I can.
Well,
Because I can. It's not a crime to smell.
it's not a crime. to
Continue
smile,
what you were saying.
But it doesn't help you, all right, to irritate people.
All right.
And you have a lot at stake in this case.
It's not a crime to smell, is it?
I didn't say you were committing.
Okay then.
I'm saying you're
Continue
not
what you were
helping
saying.
yourself.
Continue what you were saying.
I'm
I'm allowed to smell.
I would suggest
All
you
right.
do what helps
Okay.
you, not what hurts you.
Okay.
That's
Do what I
all.
want to do.
Well,
Let's
do
get
what
that
you want to do.
understood.
That's fine.
Let's get that understood.
I'm sorry.
Let's get that understood.
Well, you made
All
that.
right. Continue what you
clear.
were saying about the motions.
Okay,
All right.
I'm saying I want to have a hearing on it, and we'll be happy to give you the date when we can come back and talk about that. Is there work we need to do to be ready for that hearing, or we basically have what work needs to be done?
Judge, we haven't received their motion.
But we
Yeah,
have,
so-
yeah, we haven't filed the petition yet. Judge, we wanted to have a date from your honor. We have some exhibits. Some of them may be lengthy, so we're trying to get all that.
Here's my thing. When he's sitting there talking to the judge and he's like, continue on. And the judge says, okay, and then continues on. What? I would not, this is how I know I could not be a judge. I would be like, who do you think you're talking to? Like, I'd be like, give me this zapper now. Like, I could not handle that. I would not be able to. I don't get spicy too often. I'll get like mild spicy, but to be disrespected to that extent to somebody who thinks that they're something when your ass is going back there and sleeping on your cot and I'm going home. Like, you don't get to talk to me like that. You're in this position because of what you did. That level of disrespect that he just showed, I could not have just been like, okay, and continued on. I would flip out. I would flip out. I would not be able to contain my temper. I couldn't do it. I would not be the one. I would not be the one. Let's see.
Accused triple murderer threatens a Louisville judge while claiming his. Another day in court with Brice Rhodes and another.
Oops.
Cursing and outbursts.
That's what I'm saying. Do your job, not to worry about me. That's what I'm saying. Well, I worry about me. You worry about yourself.
In typical Brice Rhodes fashion, he once again had that outburst.
I can't play with theirs. Hold on.
Rhodes was arguing that
I can't play their stuff or they'll strike me. I'm trying to get to just his stuff, but
detectives, Mr. Tonelli and Mr. Griffin, both fabricated testimony and evidence. They committed perjury.
He's facing the death.
Well, this is when he was facing death penalty.
Give me a fair chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should give you as a lawyer?
I'll write the Bar Association and the ACLU.
Ordway and Gordon.
He's just so cocky. Like, who do you think you are?
Outbursts in court Thursday.
You worry about yourself.
He had some parting words for Judge Cunningham.
You're gonna find out, though. You're gonna find out real quick. Promise that. Promise that.
That's when the
Ew.
victim.
Wait, did you see that? Hold on. Look at his head right here. That's what he has the. That's something like real wrong. That's something like real wrong. Ew. Ooh, right there, look.
That's when the victim's grandmother.
It's gross. It looks like all of his hair follicles are like chronic. What is that?
Thrown out on a.
Threatening the judge. What a freaking. Oh, I can't stand him. All right, we're hitting 3 hours, y'all. It's gross. You know what that is? That's karma eating up his stupid head. I can't stand him. All right, let's see what else we can find. 3 hours. 3 hours. We're at 3 hours. 3 hours. All right, let's see. Let's get to. This is the one where he called his attorney a coward.
Him. He says everything was calm, and then Rhodes spit on him.
He spit on him.
Was led into the
that is
courtroom in his
disgusting.
red jumpsuit, marking his protective.
Do you know how pissed I'd be? Well, I have had somebody spit on me actually.
About being spit on.
Nice cheek shot. You a coward. Nice cheek. You a coward.
I'll see you when I get out.
Like, that's ridiculous. Brooklyn, here's a happy message. Always grateful and blessed to be amongst the 13 jurors. I'm grateful to have you here, Brooklyn. Happy, and oh. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. 4 whole months.
This morning, he'll find another attorney.
4 whole
Leaving
months.
court, he had a question. He'll need $2 million to get out of jail. Rhodes is also
$2
charged in the shooting death
million
of Christopher Jones in early.
$2 million to get out of jail. Yeah, he spit on his attorney. He spit on him. Let him spit one time with that zapper on. Ooh! Do it in a heartbeat. I would do it in a heartbeat. He was also charged with assaulting a jail nurse.
Accused triple murderer assaulted a nurse inside the jail. Investigators say Brice Rhodes hit the nurse in the face during a medical assessment on Saturday. Rhodes
hit the nurse in the face during a medical examination. This is a nurse.
And burned in the backyard of a West Louisville home. Rhodes evidence in that case, but prosecutors disagree. He is facing the death penalty and now has an additional charge.
What a loser. What a loser. Loser. It is karma eating up his stupid head. It could happen. Makes sense to me. Let's see. What other outbursts do I have from him? Yeah, he's getting coal for Christmas. He's getting an extra beef stick. Get an extra beef stick. Hit a dang nurse during that's ugh. Ugh. Let's see what else we got. Got that one. Assaulting a medical staffer. Accusing the judge of being racist. Oh, Brice Rhodes accused of threatening to kill corrections officer and his family. He's such a little peach, isn't he?
They're added to a long list of charges he already faces.
Long list of charges he already faces. Let's see.
Wednesday, while behind bars at Metro Corrections, he's accused of killing Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon in May of 2016. A trial
threatened a corrections officer. What a loser. Let's see what else. Oh, this is the one where he threatens the other judge.
Mr. Rhodes, you can just bring him up right here.
Why y'all have me come out like this for?
I think you know why.
What?
You know exactly why. Now, listen, stop talking. Have been. Are you done?
No, I ain't done.
You've been charged in the 4th degree. I'm going to keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this.
Where you live at?
You think I don't know where you live at?
None of that. I ain't do.
So you're saying you're going to find out where I'm out?
None of that. You got family, I'll be out.
Okay.
Yeah,
You've been charged with assault in the 4th degree, minor injury, terroristic threatening in the 3rd degree with physical contact. New charges. I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. Would you like me to read the arrest warrant to you?
No, I'm not guilty.
I am setting a bond of $15,000 full cash on that on those charges, and the other case, once this actually gets served on you, is going to be dismissed without prejudice as duplicate. Do you have any questions? Would you like appointment of a public defender?
Not guilty.
I just said that.
Not guilty.
I just said that.
I'll be out.
Okay, I
right.
just said that.
Right.
And would you like an attorney?
Take me back to my cell.
I'm not taking you anywhere. They can take you back, but would you like an attorney?
All right.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office.
He said, take me back to my cell. She said, I ain't taking you anywhere.
Ms. Shoring, that was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the county attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do with that.
Like, for him to say, like, you don't think I can't find out where you live? Like, how does he?
And
I don't understand how he's still. That's why I think that it's his ugly head. Let's see what else we could find. I need the jury to get it together. Oh, and that other one he had asked for that in that one that we played where he was talking about his attorneys not being good. He asked the court to dismiss the charges. Okay. What a loser. Let's see. What else can I find on there? This is all in Louisville. So this is Eastern time zone that they're in. Let's see. It's the only ones I see on him right now. It's crazy though. What frustrates me is that the jury can't see all that. So they see him in there behaving and they don't get to see everything we see. And that's frustrating. Ew, remember this guy? We watched that in night court. Look at.
A dramatic scene unfolds.
This is you can see her going after him.
Marie Wren was
saying, lock him up, lock me up, let me get to him. He's sick. Like I don't blame her. And him just laughing and being it. I don't blame her. That's the boy's mom going after that loser in court. Yeah, give her the zapper. Yes, he knows. Can you hear what she said right there? I can try. I just don't want them to. If I play too much of somebody else's footage, then I get.
Ain't nobody gonna sit in court and hold their composure and have a demon turn around and laugh about them killing their kids.
Rhodes is
I don't blame her. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I have not been able to get the full interviews yet. I filed the FOIA request to get them, but they haven't written me back yet. They've opened my FOIA request, but I'm just waiting on it to get approved. They took death penalty off the table because of his mental health and intellect. Oh, I just want to, ugh. I just hate. Is he even allowed to turn around? No. And the fact that the judge like yelled at her to, you know, that was annoying too. How long has it been verdict watch? It's up here, 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 56 seconds. Have you ever seen an eye for an eye with Sally Fields? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not good with names of stuff, so maybe if I saw it, I would remember. Why is this just now in court if it happened in 2016? Well, there's been a bunch of delays. He had to get his mental competency evaluation done, and they were backed up, and then there was COVID, and then there was all this other stuff with him having to get different attorneys and stuff like that. So there's been a bunch of delays. Do you think he'll act out when the verdict comes? I hope so. And I hope they zap him real quick. I bet he acts up during impact statements. That's a good point, Chunk of Bacon. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I don't think they would keep going if they didn't feel like they could reach a decision tonight. I'm hoping so. The jury should be able to see how he acted in court. I agree. I wish they could. I think they should be able to see all that. I think they should be able to see him threatening the judge. I think they should be able to know about him attacking the nurse in the jail. I think they should know about him throwing his urine on people in the jail. I think they should know about him grabbing his mom by the neck and hitting her, and his domestic violence charges and his sexual assault charges. And I think they should know exactly who they're dealing with. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. I wish it did, man. Are we still here? Just got a birthday dinner with my parents. Yes, we are. We were waiting on you to come back, Courtney. Waiting on you to come back. I'm surprised it's taken this long compared to other trials. Yeah. The only thing I can think, like I said, is like if maybe they're hung up on, was there enough evidence for the drive-by shooting for Christopher? That's the only thing I can think of. They're not sequestered. They're still there. They're not sequestered. So if they go home, the way I understood it, I don't think they're going to make them stay until like 3 a.m. like Buffy said her court did. I hope not. I ain't going to be on here till 3 a.m. I agree. It bothers me how much is kept from the jury that would help them decide. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's frustrating. I wish they could know who he is. It's been more than an hour since what? I missed something. I'm yawning. Somebody's going to leave comments. Will the same jury decide the sentence? I believe the judge decides the sentence in Kentucky. I think it said 4 to 6 weeks after the verdict is kind of standard, and the judge will do the sentencing. Isn't that weird how every state does it so different? That's it. Unsubscribed. I yawned. Bye. I'll miss you. 1 star. What's on the agenda next? I'm not sure yet. I am not sure yet. Because there's not a whole lot going on, like starting around the holidays, you know? Because they don't want to start something and then have to pause it. 1 star. You should have been better prepared. My bad. But at least you can focus since you've got eyebrows. I need to do one of those mean tweets thing, like Jimmy Fallon does, where he like has the celebrities come on and read their mean tweets. I'm just gonna start doing that on videos sometimes. Just, well, maybe not, because then it'll like inspire people to write more mean, ridiculous, stupid stuff. Amy Young says, I got maybe another 45 minutes in me. Maybe. Maybe. I'm with Lucy, totally comfy and ready to sleep. Yeah. She's always down for a good nap. Lucy is. She cracks me up. Who gets so mad? Yeah. Legend has it, if you listen real closely, to the sky, you can hear him whining in the wind. Ugh. Yes, Lady Lever loves my voice. She loves it when I sing. That's a lie. She mutes me on Discord. So she said lies. So rude. So rude. I just wanted to sing. She muted me. My best friend has a YouTube channel with over 150,000 subs. I had to take over the comments for her because she couldn't handle the mean, rude ones. People are so rude for no reason. For no reason. It's over stupid stuff. I don't get it. Wonder how Lisa's doing in her new home. Her forever home. Being a chameleon. Like she does. Too late. Too late. Amy Young says, I think they're just shooting the breeze over dessert and they'll be out. Ooh, dessert. Dessert. I need something chocolate. Has Lisa been moved yet? I don't think so. I have not gotten any notifications on her moving yet. We're all on pins and needles. Imagine how the family feels waiting. They've had to wait how many years now? I can't imagine. The pressure and the anxiety that would come in sitting there waiting for that, I cannot imagine. And the longer it takes, I imagine the worse it would be. I can't even imagine. It'd be so hard. I'm still waiting for a rap remix of Go to Sleep, Thami. Oh gosh. That was my one-hit wonder. I was searching for chocolate and you could only come up with chocolate chips. That we'll have to do. I have Yoo-Hoo's. Actually, a Yoo-Hoo sounds really good. It's on her new album. The album is called Not a Fan. Yes. I'm a bit obsessed with Scientology. I watch a bunch of cult docs too, and it's wild that they all have so much in common. Have y'all seen Hold the Front Door? Have y'all seen the documentary that it's something about, it's on HBO, it's something about Love Wins or something, where this woman starts telling people that she's God, and they start calling her mom, like instead of like Father God, she's Mother God. And she starts telling people that she's God, and she basically like isn't eating and stuff, and she like dies in the bed, and they leave her there because she's going to come back to life, and they swear that she has like that she's still warm, but she's literally like her body is just like this. There are people that like, this is real stuff. Like, people actually are doing they cover her in Christmas lights. Buffy, yes, they cover her in Christmas. Hold on, let me pull this up. You got to see this. What's it called? Love Wins, right? Love has won. Love has won. The true story behind HBO docuseries. This is did you see the video where they showed her mummified eyeballs? Like, they had like her hands and feet and stuff like oh, and she had all these other, I forgot about this part. She had all these other lives. She, over the course of more than 500 past lives, Amy Carlson was once Marilyn Monroe, Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, among other famous historical figures. That is at least and then didn't like Rosie O'Donnell come in and give her the answer that she was looking? What was it? Rosie? Who was it? It wasn't Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell's still alive. Who was it that came in and told her? It was some random, like some random celebrity that came in, and Robin Williams. Is it Robin Williams? Oh, she got guidance from Robin Williams. That's who it was. Robin Williams. What? And she has like all these spiritual, like, hold on, we're going to get to that part. I hope they had that on here. This some people just shouldn't be allowed to have a Wi-Fi password. I'm going to tell you that right now. Like, these people find each other and okay. Carlson, whose enshrined and mummified corpse was discovered by police inside a Colorado home on April 29th, several weeks after her death at the age of 45, had spent years building up a devout following of people who believed that she was the incarnation of a deity-like savior they referred to as Mother God. And when it says enshrined and mummified, yes, they had Christmas lights over her. And she was literally like mummified in the bed. I mean, could you imagine being her family and knowing that like your daughter has passed away and there's like, cool, let's throw Christmas lights on her. She'll come back. What? In Love Has Won, The Cult of Mother God, a 3-part HBO docuseries which premiered November 13th and is also streaming on Max. The director chronicles the life and death of Carlson and how she convinced her supporters that she was a holy being destined to save humanity by taking on its sins. Through interviews with Love Has Won devotees, a number of... And look, the people that they're interviewing are actually like, they're still believing this stuff. Like they're talking, like they still refer to her as mom. Like they don't call her Mother God, or they call her mom. Like people that are like older than her or same age as her are like, yeah, so mom died and we put Christmas lights on her. So they have interviews with them. They have live stream footage. They have other videos shot by members of the group. Olsen shows how Carlson, with the help of a string of male partners she referred to as Father God. Yeah, so there's different dudes, like whatever dude is in her life at that time is Father God. Some of them seemed okay. Some of them, as in the last one, totally off his rocker. And like one of them was like, he's a good bit older. He's old up there in age compared to where she was. One of them was like seemed like a pretty normal dude. One of them was like this, kind of like peace, love, and hippie type. And the last one was the one who was like, yeah, cool. So you're just going to die. We'll see you when you come back. But until then, we're going to throw some old Christmas lights on you. Make it make sense. So whoever was in her life at the time was Father God. Came to preside over a house of about 20 acolytes who worshipped her. So details about how she connected with her first Father God counterpart on a spiritual community message board. On the spiritual community message board, lightworkers.org. Well, now we got to check this out, right? If all I needed to find a Father God was this instead of all the meditation I do. Let's see. Join us on a journey of self-realization. Keys to the realms of high magic. My word is lore. Exploring the healing powers of unity consciousness with sacred journeys. Email updates for future events, journeys, and adventures into other realms. Okay, so we're just gonna. Okay. All right. Okay. So she met her first Father God there. Subsequently left her family and moved to Colorado to be with him. As she became more assured of her own self-professed godliness, self-professed being the key part here. Self-professed godliness. Carlson started spreading her message online. She moved on to new Father Gods, whose partnership better suited her goals, and began recruiting people to come live alongside her at her mission house. Her teachings revolved around the idea that she was the 534th incarnation of Mother God. I want to know how she got to that. Susan CP said, I'm signing up. Susan CP, no. No. How many of y'all are on that site right now signing up? I know how y'all are. Nosy. Is that the judge? Is that the judge? That looked like the judge to me. We'll keep this part down so we can see the top of her head if she comes again. All right, so she's the 534th incarnation of Mother God. I don't know. I know who some of the other ones were. I'm sure she made a list. A deity who is destined to lead exactly 144,000. See? It's another 144,000 believers. Her and Lori going to battle it out. Well, I guess not anymore. She's dead. And Lori can't. Unless there's 144,000 in her cell block, she ain't going to be able to meet her quota either. Out of this superficial reality of our 3D world and into a fifth dimensional plane of higher existence. To accomplish this, she needed to regularly commune with the galactics and spiritual ambassadors. They're her spiritual ambassadors. The spiritual ambassadors are largely made up of deceased celebrities like Robin Williams, John Lennon, and Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is her spiritual ambassador. That stuff's crazy, right? Also makes the appeal of Mother God's largely unhinged worldview legible. Let's see. Many of her followers. See, here's the key to cult. Here's the key to making a cult. Get your notebooks out. Here's the key to making a cult. Backstories include poverty, abuse, addiction, or just lack of opportunity. One explains how graduating high school amid the 2008 recession exposed the trappings of material success illusion. Okay, here's the key to grab your pens. If you want to start a cult, this is how. It's always like look at Lori Vallow. Look at Manson, Charles Manson. Look at all the. This is how you like. It's the people who are looking for something. They're in need of something. Don't take notes, really. I was just joking. Nobody start cults here. Nobody start cults. Everybody go back to being non-culty. Non-culty. Is that a word? It'll be a word. Hello, RA. Hello, RA. Late night virtual. Yes, we live here. We live here. We don't get to go home ever. Yes, we are home. Right now, we are to pass our time, we're learning how to start cults. So passing the Kool-Aid. Personally, rather be a part. There's the judge's head again. I feel like it's like every time her head pops up, it's like I feel like it's like the whack-a-mole thing, like where their head pops up and you're like, bam, there it is. But I don't want to like hit her. I just want to like point to her and be like, there she is. Medicine's wore off. Medicine has wore off. What's the name of that movie? Love Has Won is the name of that. It's like a 3-part docuseries. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. She literally, when she dies, they throw Christmas lights on her. Who does that? For the record, when I pass, I don't want Christmas lights on me. I already told y'all, I want you to stuff me in put me on the mantle like an elf on the shelf, and y'all can pass me around like the class pet, and everybody gets me for 1 week before you have to go meet another juror to pass me off. I think that'll be so fun. I'll get to travel. Start me my own Facebook page. And then everybody that has me for their week, take a picture with me on their mantle and then pass me around to the next person. I feel like that would be so fun. I feel like that'd be so fun. It is not that weird. Well, I wanted the beach until I came up with this idea to stuff me like taxidermy. I feel like, and then pass me around class pet. I think it'd be cool. I'll be your own Flat Stanley. Weekend at Brandi's. See, Gailey May. Look at Gailey May. You're part of the team. I do that for you. Yes. Yes. I see her head keeps popping up over here. See? She's still right there. Sisterhood of the Traveling Brandi. See? I feel like this is going to be so fun. Think of all the places I'll get to see. I think it's way past Brandi's bedtime. This is what happens when my medicine wears off and I haven't had enough sleep. I come up with my best ideas. I can't believe I missed the Love Has Won cult. I've seen nearly every other. I had not seen it before. It just that docuseries just came out last month, and that was the first I'd ever heard of it. Oh, Twitter just popped up saying verdict reached. Oh, dang. Clock stopped. Who said between 2 to 4 hours? It was the eyebrows, Kaylee May. It was the eyebrows. Yes. It's the eyebrows. Oh, let these kids get justice. Verdict reached. Some of y'all said between 2 and 4. The majority said between 1 to 2, and then the second highest group was 2 to 4. It's about dang time. I'm getting tired, and I'm like one delirium away from signing up on lightworkers.org. Or not. Yeah, we'll join a cult another day. I don't really have time for it in my schedule right now. I'm so ready. I found my twin flame. It's Lucy. Lucy is my twin flame. I love her. We're meant to be together. Here we go. Justice for these families. Well, I'll be back on live. I'll miss it here. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out.
They're on the elevator.
They're on the elevator. I'm gonna figure out what we have coming up. There's just not a whole lot going on during the holidays, but we'll find some stuff to do during the day. We can watch some parole hearings and stuff like that too. Oh. Here we go. Join a cult day. Here we go with the coughing. When is that one?
Everybody's getting it. Okay. Does anybody want me to poll the jury? Okay. And then was there anything else I was going to ask you?
Judge, before they leave, if there are signed forms, we'd like to examine them with the Commonwealth bench.
That's fine. Oh, okay. The only other thing I was going to do was talk to everybody about reactions in the courtroom. So I'm going to bring the jury in a moment. I want to thank all of you for being so respectful throughout this trial. I most certainly hope that that continues. You know, if there is a guilty verdict, we will be back another day. Please do not behave in a way that makes me say you cannot come back another day. That goes for everybody. But like I said, everybody has been really respectful. I appreciate it. And that should continue as the verdict is read. Okay, would you mind to, I told them I would ask somebody to signal them. Thanks.
Oh, just want justice for those families. What he did so terrible. I just want justice for them. It has to be guilty. There's no way 12 of them in that time frame thought, nah, not guilty. It has to be guilty. Ugh. Yeah, impact statements and sentencing will be another day. Get your zapper finger ready. I'm nervous now. You're back right in time.
All right, everybody may be seated. Who was the foreperson? Thank you. Has the jury been able to reach a verdict in this case? All right, if you could please hand the form to Deputy Mills. Thank you.
I wouldn't want to be sitting beside him either.
All right, the court will now read the verdict. Verdict form 1A, murder as to Christopher Jones. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty of murder. Having found the defendant guilty of murder, we found that the murder was intentional.
There you go.
Verdict form 2A, murder as to Maurice Gordon. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty of murder. Having found the defendant guilty of murder, we found that the murder was intentional. Verdict Form 3A, murder as to Larry Ordway. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty of murder. Having found the defendant guilty of murder, we found that the murder was intentional. Verdict Form 4, tampering with physical evidence. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty. Verdict Form 5, abuse of a corpse as to Maurice Gordon. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty. Verdict Form 6, abuse of a corpse as to Larry Ordway. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty. I'm now going to ask each of you by just kind of pointing, beginning with the back row and going down and then the front row. Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Counsel, can you all approach?
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. They wanted to, he said something about wanting to look at the sign stuff with counsel or whatever. I'm assuming that's what they're doing. He's gross.
All right, so I just kind of want to give you a sort of an idea of what will happen from here. First of all, thank you for your consideration of these matters. In Kentucky, jurors also handle sentencing. And so what we will
they do
next
sentencing.
is called the penalty phase of the trial, but we're certainly not going to do that tonight. We have some witnesses who cannot be here until Wednesday, but we also don't want to slow this down too much. As you can tell, we're on track to finish before Christmas, which is good.
Oh, so that's what we're doing.
So what I'm going to have you do is come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. See if we can knock out some of the evidence that we need to get entered. And then Wednesday, I expect will be the day that we conclude. Okay. Now, I don't think you will be here too late Wednesday, but there is a chance you could be here after 5. Tomorrow, you'll probably be done by 3:30 or 4. All right, so be back outside the courtroom at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And in the meantime, the admonition remains in effect. You cannot do any research. You cannot post about this case. You cannot discuss it with anyone, including each other, when you're not in the deliberation room. So tomorrow morning, I will again ask if there's anything anybody needs to report, okay? Tomorrow afternoon at 1, thank you. Tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. And I believe we'll have somebody walk you all out as well.
All right, for jury.
All right, so I guess that answers our question on what we're doing tomorrow. So they're going to decide the sentencing phase 2. So they have other people that come in for that. So remember when we did, what was that we just did? It was Lisa Dyke's one, the one we just did, where they did the sentencing part 2. And so we we finished the guilt phase, and then they had
All right, if everybody could.
for the sentencing phase, they had Maricella's brother come and
then I'm gonna have
speak
everyone else stay in the
as a
courtroom
witness.
for about 5 minutes.
Yes, the feet of
No,
heroes.
Mr. Rhodes, you can stay here, go back, whatever you want to do. I just want to give there some breathing space between the jurors and everybody else. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all.
So, yeah. So remember, Maricella's brother came and spoke, and so the jury got to hear him. It was basically a victim impact statement, but but it's considered like a witness because they also, were able to ask him questions and stuff. It wasn't just him like reading, one thing. So the jury hears that, and from whoever else, and then they decide on the sentencing. I think in Kentucky, we looked it up. It was like life sentence or like 50 to 90 years or something like that. I'd have to look it up again. I can't remember. We looked it up earlier today, but what's he shaking his head for? What's he shaking his head for? Look at little bitty Lucy. It down some. Well, the jury got it right. I feel better about that. I am glad that it came back tonight, because I'd have been real frustrated if we waited all this time and we didn't get to hear the verdict. So they did a great job. Y'all did a great job. We've been here for 1 million years, but now we get to all go get some rest and get some sleep. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Brice is guilty. Justice was served. And that's all we've got. If they are reporting at 1 tomorrow, I'm assuming they're going to stream that too, because they did for the other trials. So I'm assuming they're going to do that too. So we will be right back here tomorrow. So yeah, Lucy's little legs. I appreciate y'all hanging out. At least today was not like a 27-hour stream. It was only 10 hours. Look, she hears me. My voice, the tone of my voice is changing, so she knows that I'm about to be done. She's smart, isn't she? She's a smart cookie. All right, y'all. All right, still here. Hi, all right. Good night. Good night. I will see y'all tomorrow around lunchtime. I am going to sleep in a little bit, try to rest some, and then we'll start. If they're going to be here 1 Eastern, we'll start a little bit before that, and say our hellos and all that good stuff. I don't have the stream set up yet, but I'll set it up when we finish here. So I'll have it up for you in just a few minutes, and then you can hit notify me so that you're notified tomorrow. And tomorrow we all get to hang out again, and we'll see what, oh, I'm blurry. Look, it's the Force. Oh, there it goes. The Force. We'll see what we have, who they have coming tomorrow. And then I guess we'll be done by the end of the week. We'll see how much browse I have left tomorrow, and we'll start it all over again. All right, y'all. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out, and I will see you tomorrow.